fresh rank reset, why players wanted to play their ranked accounts.
I understand too. I mean, I get it. I get the reasons, but I can still be disappointed that I feel that this is underutilized compared to how much it was asked for and how much effort was put into bringing it in.
Even going to last year too, it wasn't like this was the first
this was last year
people,
too.
Yeah, people struggled a little bit with
Yeah, I just think there were a lot of people that went way overboard that way.
Yeah.
So I'm
not saying lazy pros. I'm not starting this thing. I'm just saying I'm disappointed that this tool that I think is actually really good that they asked for 5 years is being underutilized. And last year, during a lot of the later ends of the splits, people couldn't even get queues, right? And so a lot of people who were spamming it, like Ole would talk about this a lot and stuff, where he was always queued up, right? But it's like a lot of it is just about who can actually get through the queues to get to the top of the ladder. So for me, that was disappointing. And this is, again, not about NA. EU brought it in, and theirs is instantly seeming to have all the same problems or worse, right? Like a lot of people that I was talking to in EU were like, yeah, it's like dead on arrival because people are unhappy about, certain players being let in.
Or what time it starts.
And for EU, the ping thing is less of a big deal. So people were wanting it in EU as well. They got it, so they're struggling with it. I think this is things that people would struggle with in every region. But it was just such a big topic of conversation in NA that I would have loved to see it really blow up and just be super popular all split long. And I hope that it will be, right? I still hope that it has that growth, but for me, it's a little bit of a source of frustration, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the EU thing as an example because it just shows it's not the NA only problem that people have been harping on and grinding on so much and just flaming the pros. I feel like there's pain points on both sides.
Yeah.
Ideal world, yes. I also would love if it was utilized more and people could sync up all their schedules and people had more alignment. I think that's something that is a problem though, even with just scrims. This is not just a Champions Queue thing. Alignment of schedules and the pros have even had all these discussions about how half of them are against the new scrim schedule, half of them want to do it this way. The streamlining of practice in general in North America, I think, goes even deeper than Champions Queue. Ideal world, yes. I would love for this tool to get used more. I would love for all the scrims to be perfectly aligned. Only 10 minutes after each game. Boom, get into the next one. Everybody's, on time with their reviews. And, but there's so much variation in individual schedules and all these factors that you have to account for with all these individual humans.
That's why the changes to the pricing is interesting to me, because it is feels like top of the rung focus, because one of the things I feel like Champions Queue needs to do to have an active pool for the pros is to have almost an environment that would work without them, because their schedules are so variable and all this kind of stuff. It kind of almost needs to function without them, that then they join. And earlier on last year, the prize pool was a big incentive to the amateur level players and academy level players who that money can matter a lot, as well as they've changed the ranking system, to not be as grind focused, whereas the initial implementation was just win plus 10, loss minus 5 or whatever it was, which obviously incentivizes volume of games.
MMR system that's better now and stuff.
But it's better in the sense that it's more accurate, but it's not actually necessarily better in terms of queue times or potentially just volume of games, because just winning or just playing is not as incentivized as much. And so it's a very complicated problem where some best practices like MMR, which is true for a ladder system, might not actually apply for Champions Queue, because what I think Champions Queue should be doing is that when scrims finish, a pro player can go and log on, in that there's already this environment that other people are hungry to play for because they're incentivized by money or by volume of games or these other things, rather than just 100% MMR or something.
I think it's so tough, because talking to a lot of pros, people complain about the queue times, and that is one of their big complaints. But also, most of the pros that I talk to, you're saying, oh, it should be focused towards the amateur and the collegiate players and whatever. Most of the pros that I talk to don't want them in it.
Well, no offense to pro players,
they complain about but that's the thing, is they won't queue up. This is literally the number one complaint. This is the reason from everyone that I talk to for EU that they're not playing, is they say, oh, I have to play with all these garbage players. It's not even worth doing it, because the whole point of Champions Queue is a more focused game where you're actually playing around rotations and you're actually doing macro and you're playing a more serious game. And they're like, but I have to play with all these people who don't know how to do it, so I don't want to play.
Well, so the problem is twofold. One is giving people who will match your quality of what is good a reason to play, so that way you're not having to flood it with people who are below that supposed level that you want. So if academy level / challenger level players are good enough, you need to give them reasons and times to play versus then needing to go into collegiate or these other lower rungs that to fill back order in order to get games going. Like it's a very complicated problem. I don't disagree.
It's hard.
No offense to pros, but I don't think they always think through like why those lower caliber players are there, because otherwise the queue times get so long or whatever it is. And so that's why I'm saying it kind of needs to be its own independent environment that they're happy to step into, because pro players on their own do not seem able to synchronize schedules enough to have constant games going so that your queue times don't get exacerbated.
Do you have like an idea about what would be a way to actually incentivize?
I kind of said that I actually think like volume of games being prioritized is actually really important as opposed to like accurate MMR or for academy players. Like, because I don't know exactly how we arrived at a helmet. And
I mean, realistically, they probably were told that they're not going to be doing prizing for this year, and they have X budget and come up with something, right?
Well,
exactly.
So it's like,
I'm sure, but like, that's my question is, how did they arrive at a helmet? Because if it's for LCS players, I actually don't think you should be incentivizing the reward structure for pro players. You should incentivize it for the people that the pros are going to be playing against to get them in the lobbies. So then when the pros want to play, it's there.
So incentivize more like for the lower ranked prizes?
Ask amateur or academy level or challenger level players, like what would make you play the most and get them in, because when pros want to play, they should be playing ideally for good practice. It's
interesting because I know that, like, from my understanding, the thing that does incentivize the, like, you know, other regions and amateur players is money. But then when I saw some breakdown tweet, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it, but someone was actually breaking down like who actually won the prizes from last year, and it's basically all pros, right? So it's like, even though money was going to be the stuff that incentivized people, almost every single split, the people that finished at the top were LCS pros, right? So it's like the amateur players didn't really get it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
So it's hard.
You could try and find other structures, like games played. Every game you play, you earn $5. I don't know. If you have a certain amount of budget. Also, to that point, like, I think it was once the MMR change came through, the pro players started winning a lot more, and then they rose to the top of the ladder. But the first MMR-based one was actually more with amateur and academy players.
I didn't follow the ladder closely enough, so I'm going off secondhand information.
The first split, which had that kind of volume priority kind of for MMR and ranking, I think was more diverse in who was at the top of the table. I could be wrong though.
I don't remember who.
Anyways, it just shows that there's a lot to think about, and like what would be
complex.
the ideal.
It's really complex.
That was kind of what I was getting at with the initial, broaching of the topic. I didn't want to like cut you down for being negative of people not utilizing it as much, because I definitely agree with you. Yeah. It's just that I want the discussions of Champions Queue to be nuanced, because there are so many different complaints and they're coming from different people. Oftentimes when people see these arguments, they feel like it's the same people saying these arguments, and they're coming from different directions. You have the people
Mark
that
wants just lots of games, and I want only games against the top LCS teams.
I'll wait 15 minutes, and I want to wait 2.
And there's a lot of pros that they want different things even out of the experience, where a lot of pros are like, I don't want to have to talk, I don't want to have full comms. And that is a huge rift. And some players want this as the most extreme practice, and they want to work specifically on comms. And then you have to merge these two parties together. At the end of the day, what everybody really wants is Korean server solo queue with those players here, but we can't get that. Like, you're not going to be able to have this super full, super talented, super competitive solo queue experience on super low ping, transported here, because physical limitations, the speed of light. We cannot connect to LCK server and have 0 ping,
and we don't have the population,
and LPL is there, and LJL is there, and
so at the end of the day, we're trying to solve an issue, and we know going into it there is no perfect solution. So that's why everybody has to make considerations and compromises in these scenarios. And I'm just trying to get to what can we get to be the best compromise, so that we can actually level up our practice, and kill it this year.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, the first round robin wrapped up this last week with Super Week. There was, I think, some of it was fairly expected. Teams towards the top of the table, the top 3, not that surprising. But then Golden Guardians 4th, TSM 5th, and they're actually tied. It's just the head-to-head that was separating them. And Dignitas 0 and 9, like those are the ones that start to really stand out. 100 Thieves, I think, a lot lower than people were expecting. Liquid, a lot lower than people were expecting. So there was actually quite a few surprises, even though the top couple teams are pretty much who people would say, yeah, I thought that was going to be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should start with the biggest one. On the verge of setting history, Dignitas.
Okay, well, so I mean, I can talk about this. This is something I've been thinking about a fair bit, and it's tough because it's like we don't want to dogpile onto players or teams that are having like a really rough split. But the reality is, at a certain point, it's like we have to be honest to the story and honest to what's happening. And this is a hyper ADC focused meta, and Spawn is having a historically bad split, right? It is very, very difficult for Dignitas to actually be winning games, with how Spawn is performing, right? Like almost every team is playing around it. And when I was actually digging into some of these stats on Spawn, it is actually shocking, right? Like he is averaging far less than 1 kill per game. For this split, he's averaging 0.67 kills per game, which is no ADC ever has actually averaged less than 1 kill a game for a split. He's also the lowest all time of every ADC in the LCS for average kills per game over, this is even including the one's last split, which was much better. He is like basically at the bottom of the table as far as like CSD. He's at the bottom of the table as far as DPM. He's at the bottom of the table as far as basically every single thing. There's a couple stats that he's 9th in instead of 10th, but like most he's 10th in, and most he's 10th in by a lot. Right, his kill participation, even he's involved in almost nothing. Right, it's like 30 something percent. I can actually pull it up. 37.8% of his team's kills that he's involved in. Second lowest by comparison is about 62%. Right, so it's like it is a shocking season, and this is not necessarily just to roast him, but it's more to say, like, for whatever reason, like, we know he was a good player in Academy. For whatever reason, it is not working on Dignitas for him, whether it is like, he's in his head and it's a mental thing, whether it is the environment isn't working for him, whatever it is, this is clearly not working. Dignitas is having a shocking season. No team has ever started 0-10 in the LCS before. They are almost about to do it. If they lose one more game, there's a good chance they will. So they clearly need to make a change, and I wanted to talk about this a little bit just because I feel like everyone is kind of getting painted by the same brush, and I feel like it's somewhat unfair to also the other players who, not to say that they're playing perfect, and not to say that Spawn is the only problem. Dignitas has a lot of issues, but like, it's not fair to say that this is now the quality of Jensen or Santorin, or this is all that they are capable of, and that they are now like, these players that are just like diseased players that you should never touch again, right? Like, Dignitas has got to make some changes, and it's very, very clear to, I think, literally every pro that I talk to and literally every analyst that I talk to, that it's got to start with Spawn.
Yeah, I mean, there's not an easy way to sugarcoat it. He's definitely struggling a lot. The one that blew my mind was when it was like middle of the week, so I'm sure it changed a little bit, but it was like 4 kills through 7 games. You gave the kill per game number, but sometimes kill per game get like lost in your head, but like 4 kills through 7 games.
Yeah, he has, I think, about 6 kills in 9 games now.
6 kills through 9 now. So like that number is just so low in an 80 carry meta, like people are getting more kills. But before, with the 4 kills, it was like people would get a pentakill and have more kills than Spawn. Like people were getting quadra kills, even not just 80 carries. And it's like, there, you have more kills than this guy who's supposed to be playing the most important position on your team right now. And it's just really hard to win games. The kill participation thing's interesting because Santorin has gotten kills around the map, mid lane or top or whatever, and then you group up for 5 and they just can't get it done. And I think like even for his own sake, it's like, this isn't a great environment for Spawn to be playing in as a young player. Like just getting trashed every game that you go on stage is not going to help his development. And so whether it's a Dig Academy team is actually smurfing, a challenger team now, like bring some of those guys up. Your season's lost, right? Like realistically, you're not making playoffs.
You're not going 9-0, and that's probably what you need to do to make playoffs.
Yeah, there's too many other decent teams hovering around 500 right now who can probably repeat and end up around 900 or 500 tier points. So it's not going to happen. Figure out what your plan is for summer. Start working on that, whether that's bringing in some of these other guys or whatever, or just giving them a mental break so that they don't like implode,
Yeah, that's what I was going to lobby for is a breath of fresh air, basically. Even for Spawn, because as you said, he was really good in Academy.
He could be good somewhere else, maybe.
Exactly. So, it makes me want to have, go to Dignitas and have an in-depth interview with Dignitas coaching staff and teammates and actually get to the bottom, and see how they feel about it as well, because they for sure just need to make some massive changes to have a break, because this is just so incredibly demoralizing, historically bad if they win the next, or if they lose the next game and set a record for starting 0-10. So,
especially when this is the first split in a long time where it felt like Dignitas actually kind of invested into a roster, right? Like they got some bigger names, they built some bigger players, and I think largely most people were like, hey, I'm kind of excited about Dig. I was thinking they're going to be middle of the pack-ish, and that was like a good prediction for Dignitas compared to where we're normally predicting them down like 8th, 9th, 10th, right? It's just sad that the split that they invest, they do actually even worse than when they aren't.
Yeah. I don't know how much more there is to say. I think we all agree that we had them at like 6th, 7th on our power rankings respectively, and it's just demoralizing. Let's go to something exciting then that we're all happy about. FlyQuest. They did drop a game this weekend.
I thought you were going to say, I thought you were going to say TSM. How do you not lead that with TSM after he says
we went to the
exact
opposite side of the standings? We went from
and then you went to a negative
you went to the losers. Why don't you say the winners of the?
You just said we're so excited that FlyQuest lost.
I'm having fun.
Mark just hates FlyQuest. I guess there it is.
I've been so nice to them nonstop.
Yeah, I mean, Mark's on the FlyQuest rank 1 over here.
I've been
with me.
gassing them up since the preseason.
I'm always also a fan of when the team at the top though gets that reality check and gets the quick like refocus. Hey, you lost the game, because they really needed it. You could tell they were already getting very accustomed to winning, which can breed laziness even if you're aware of it and you're trying to guard against it, because you don't have any of these checks that elicit that sort of response.
I bumped into Speak. I was recording something with him after that game, and like just before, and we were talking vaguely about the game. He was just like, yeah, it was one of those like, you start to feel yourself a little bit too much. You stop putting quite as much effort or thought into it. People start communicating a little bit less, and you just slip a little bit. So it is a middle of the season loss that will not matter in the grand scheme of things, and only realistically has upside, because I don't think it exposed some like inherent problem that now FlyQuest is like panicking about. Yeah.
Also, I mean, it's interesting to note that they didn't have Ayla this whole time, right? And now it's rumored that Ayla should be back for this week, I've heard. I know people had said that they saw him around in LA like last week or the week before or something. So like
where's Waldo?
Yeah, exactly, right? So apparently he's popping up. There was Ayla sightings, and it's expected that he's still going to be moving into the starting roster and whatnot, which is crazy to think like how excited people were about this player. Core talked about him when he actually subbed in for TL for a while when Core was having visa issues, and Core at that time I think said he was like basically the second best support in the league just behind himself, right? So that was extremely high praise, and I think it's going to be really exciting to see what he can actually do with this team. But I do think that one of the struggles that teams have when you're winning a lot is always like big fish, small pond kind of thing, where if you are better than your competition, it can be very difficult to see what you are doing wrong until all of a sudden you fight someone that is able to show you, right? And you can be learning these bad habits. Like even if you're trying to have really intelligent focus practice and you're trying to be really self-critical and all this stuff, there's just things that you don't know are wrong until someone shows you. It's like, oh, it turns out if I do my jungle clear in this way, this guy's going to punish me. Or it turns out if I trade in this way, this guy's going to punish me when they're a little bit better. And that's, I think, something that they have to be really, really wary of. And the coaching staff in particular has to be really, really on being still like hypercritical and really focused on all the little things that they can improve, because otherwise when you start playing some of these tougher teams come international, right, which is the expectations now for FlyQuest, is that they would be able to qualify for MSI and fights on these big teams. That has to be your goal when you have this good of a split. You've got to stay really focused on improvement.
It's funny because even the media machine around your team starts to like put these thoughts in your head. I forget which interview it was. I saw it on the front page of the subreddit though, being like, Speaka, how do you prepare for like international competition? Or it was something like that, or I forget the exact context of it, but you can see that already people are proposing, we're on the analyst desk. Are they going 18-0? Who thinks they can? And like, it's hard to like insulate yourself from that chatter and not let it like seep into your mind. Like, we're the shit,
Did they get Immortals? Yeah. Right? Like, remember, Immortals had like the best regular season ever, and then out in the semifinals.
Yeah, I will definitely say from watching the individual players, like you tune into Prince's stream. Prince is such a grind lord, and he really feels every mistake that he makes. So much so at times where if he's playing bad, he's like, sorry, I got to turn off stream, and refocus. And it's like, and that's coming from right now pretty universally the best player in the league.
Yep.
So I do love to see that, and especially when you have the driving force where they're giving these interviews where Impact is talking about, I'm not going to let this team fall into the trap that so many other star teams in NA with really star imports have fallen into.
And he's been on a lot of those teams.
And he's been through it, and he's also been a world champion. So I feel like that might be the single best piece. Okay. Usually couch statements with like one of the best, but like Impact is the best possible piece to have on a team like that, to be able to guide that sort of mentality. So I still have I think it was actually kind of a positive thing. To speak from the TSM side,
Let's take the positive
this
angle.
is coming from a team that feels like already knows themselves really well, way better than everyone else does, and they have no illusions about trying to change their style or play to anyone else's style or try anything crazy here. When you hear all the interviews with Solo or Chowie or Maple or any of them, they're like I think Solo was saying, there are a lot of role players that know that role super well, and they know their path to victory. You're squinting already, like,
because I can't wait to ask Azael, because after the first week where they went 2-0, he was like, I don't believe it. And then they went 0-2 the next week, and he's like, I'm right.
When I wanted
how are you feeling?
I wanted to raise them up.
He wanted to. He was an early believer. He bought that stock early. Azael, are you regretting not purchasing the stock?
I'm trying to think about like where do I realistically think this team will finish. I can't remember where I had them power ranked. It doesn't really matter.
They're like ninth. But
so I think they're definitely better than that, but I'm still not like, oh, this team is going to shoot to the top of the standings. I personally am not bought in that much. I think this team will compete for a playoff spot now, which is above where my expectations were for sure. I think that they're going to compete, and they're going to end up around 5th to 7th would be my kind of projection right now. And I think that's really good for what this team was expecting. And also, to be quite honest, their wins have not been about Neo, and at the end of the day, it's a bot lane focused meta. So I think it's really impressive that they've been finding ways to win other than just playing purely through bot. And I think Maple has been a really big part of that. Mid jungle for me is like kind of the shining star of TSM. I think they've been playing really, really well, and so I think it's exciting to see a team not only succeed but to kind of succeed a little bit in their own way. That is not just the same as every other team, right? They're not just like playing Zeri every game and then Neo's winning team fights. Like they're actually like winning through like hyper aggressive ganking.
Zeri, kill Prince. It was so beautiful to watch. Maple's Talia does, like, especially as a jungler point of view, when you're playing the setup for your mid laner and they don't, come to roam with you, or they don't flash to get these seismic shoves. Maple, every single time, he is in there, max range, boom, boom, boom. It's like, that must feel so good. Every time you turn around, like your mid laner's there. I'm just like, these combos were really, really well executed from them. And that's why I like your, the point about execution and why they themselves brought up each individual knowing what role they need to play in order to get the victory, and then Solo bringing out other tanks that other people are not playing with Cho'Gath and stuff like that. And he's always been one to want to play, the glue man that we love, maybe I specifically love repeating. But he's so good at it. So
the draft is where I wanted to go, to the point about like the ways to kill Prince, and then like Solo just having his own champion pool that keeps perplexing people. Like, we did a draft from the LCS one time, and Raz was like, they shouldn't ban Ornn. And me and Jack were like, what? That's Solo's best champ. You should ban Ornn. They banned Ornn. He plays Sion the next game. Or he plays Sion immediately and wins that game. And we're like, maybe it was not worth the Ornn ban. And then this game, they ban Ornn. They take the Sion away. Cho'Gath. And he always has like that next step prepared. The team knows its identity. Solo will be playing a tank or something like that. And then they find a way to like abuse their enemy team when they make mistakes. They often have these winning drafts. They mind control people into Jace mid. It's incredible.
And I mean,
this weekend,
this is a point that you love bringing up behind the scenes. I don't know how much you've talked about it on screen, but having that extra layer of champions just below what everyone picks in pro,
been preaching this for years.
being paired with staying with how this team wants to win the game, and saying, hey, we want a really good tank up there, and Solo has a deep tank pool to be able to pull from. And can dip right down to that and prove to people that you don't have to stay cookie cutter 1-2 in every single role. and kind of follow these things if you're staying to how you win. And my favorite example that I was bringing up a bunch was like Adam in LEC as well, you know, with the Darius picks, and then him / the Moose Hater with the Garen picks as well, because I know Adam also played it in the European Champions queue. But those things to me also make me more invested as a viewer in the game.
Yeah.
Much less, you know, you can be, you know, on the team as a super fan wanting them to win every single game. If you're not on the team, though, I enjoy those games way more than, you know, having some variety and having people actually play to how they feel League of Legends is fun. Adam was like, yeah, we're going to play to have fun. This is what I'm the best at. So we're going to find a way to win this way. It's so sick. You know, it's...
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, right? Like you guys said, I talk about it a lot behind the scenes. I don't actually remember how much I've talked about on
you've talked about on the dive
on
before.
the dive and stuff, but basically just that the belief that there is this S tier that is the meta picks, and then right below that, I feel like there's actually a really large pool of champions that are almost as good, not quite. And it's tapping
like
into that. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you got the call out. I cast a game where Alawi got banned, and I gave you a shout out. I was like,
I remember that.
That's the closest
It was
Kobe
such
has
a
gotten.
random Alawi ban.
Yeah.
Too. It was just like a third ban on red side or something.
Yeah.
If tanks become blind pick all the time and there's multiple
There you go.
melees,
Alawi's gonna abuse it.
Those are the two conditions you need: a tank opponent.
All right,
And
before we go down this rabbit hole too much, it's just about like staying to your strengths, right? And I think Impact has done this at times in his career well. But if you are a really good tank player and it's like, Ornn and Cassandra are off
The S is
table,
banned.
guess it's time to play Aurelia. Like, no, there's actually so many other good champions. I mean, the ones that we saw were really cool. We got the Cho'Gath and stuff, but like Shen hasn't been touched. Shen is really good. Zach Top is actually really good. You know, even just looking at solo queue win rates, both those are super high win rate. Maokai Top is actually like not really played that much, but it's nichely can be strong in some matchups. So there's like a lot of champions within those different subsets that can fit, right? Adam is another great example, and I just like that TSM is playing towards those strengths, right? I will say, I don't think that Maple's going to keep getting Talia. He's got like a 34 KDA, and he's won every game he's played it. I remember when Maple first came over and he was playing Champions Queue when he first came in. The champions that move around the map, like that he can roam on, are his best champions. And I felt that from Champions Queue. I've felt that when I watch him on stage, whether it's Galio, whether it's Talia, just anything that can push him roam. When I watch him play on that, he is really intelligent about how he plays with the jungler and how he moves around the map. And to me, that is Maple's greatest strength. Like, it's not his mechanics, it's not his like 1v1 prowess or anything like that. It's about like, this guy has such a wealth of experience and knows how to win games, knows how to advance the state of the game forward. So limiting him and putting him on a champ like Azir, where it's like farm till late and then team fight really well, just I think cuts him down a lot on what he can do and how he can contribute to the game.
Yeah. The final thing I'll say about TSM, I think this is replicatable. 5-4 for them. They beat the 4 teams that would not make playoffs, presumably, and then they punched above their weight one time and took down FlyQuest to get 5 wins. There's no reason they can't do that again, actually, with their kind of like...
Even if they go 4-5.
Yeah, even if they go 4-5 and they don't get that one, or
that's
they drop
9-9.
one below. Yeah, that's 9-9 and potentially playoffs. Like,
That's
I
probably
actually think,
6th if you go 99.
And Solo even literally said, that's what we're focused on. We're trying to win the games that we're supposed to win and take care of business. And lo and behold, that's what they do.
Another team taking care of business, Golden Guardians. They started 0-4, playing all the best teams in the league. They didn't have Gory. Gory joined in the middle of week 2 when they started playing those hard teams. Then they rip off 5 straight wins against the bottom half of the table teams. And Stixxay has not died in those 5 games. 1 player of the week. He's popping off.
Just going to say, all the people that are, you know, really super anti-trash talk, there were multiple interviews from 2 Golden Guardians members saying Huhi is toxic. He flames Stixxay, and then Stixxay gets player of the week because Huhi's telling him to shape up and calling out his errors. I mean... You need people on your team.
You need the whip sometimes.
You need to be able to say, do this better. That's the problem. Even though both Stixxay and Licorice were like, yeah, he's got a little spice to him nowadays. You know, they said it with a smile on their faces, and they're getting wins, and they're getting player of the week.
Also, great caster tier list that they did, putting me at the top. You know, excellent taste.
Dog related. Kobe,
with the trump card, with the dog and the cat.
Yeah,
GG.
what can you do? Yeah. Can't compete
Kobe
with
didn't
that.
stood a chance. Doesn't own anything.
Yeah,
At least I was happy that he moved me up. He was like, we gotta move Kobe up. And I was like, it's fine if
He
I'm not.
wants a cat. He will move him up.
It's just a CLG connection. It's jacked up.
True. I got that bias, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, but the fact that it is an 80 carry meta and 6A looking this good is really cool. Also, mid jungle's incredible. Licorice has stepped up. Like his Jack Show Renekton was like, I'm here to frontline, baby.
Has he?
Jack Show Renekton, baby. Maybe.
Make that voice again.
Maybe.
Baby.
I don't know. Where would you put Licorice amongst top
Licorice
laners?
is struggling. All right, I'll say it.
Yeah, I feel like Licorice is bottom of the league for top lane. I feel like that's like the weak point right now. I think he has been playing a lot of carries and not doing particularly well in them, and it feels like in a lot of the games he's either not very involved or they're winning in spite of him. I'm gonna be honest, and I like Licorice a lot, but I think he's having a really rough season.
You like red licorice or black licorice?
Black Licorice is truly horrible.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, so
I'm here for the
right there.
I'm here for the comedic interjections.
yeah. I mean, I think it's. I've been excited to watch Golden Guardians. I think they're actually just a really fun team to watch. I'm more hyped for them than I am for TSM because I just think that Gory and River have been so damn good, and I think Stixay has really impressed me as far as like expectation versus reality for a player. Like the delta between where I thought he was going to be and where he is actually really big. Like at this point, are you putting him above how Doublelift is performing? Like how high is Stixay? I feel like he's got to be in the conversation for at least like top 4 ADs in the league.
He's an all-pro consideration for sure. Right
yeah,
now.
like he's on that line, and that is really really impressive for a guy that I think for so many years, because he's been around for a long time. This happens where it's like your career goes up and down, and people are like, okay, you're washed up, like you're not good anymore.
And his peak was in 2016.
Yep.
It was his rookie year was his peak, which is why it really felt like that.
It's been a long time. Winning the LCS with CLG, and then going to MSI and getting MSI finals. And since then, the story has been building about the descent and then the getting older. So I always love these stories when you have an older player that has a resurgence. To me, that is as exciting as a brand new rookie that's top challenger, mechanically intensive, and you're just like getting super hyped of. This is also has that feels good
energy.
It's kind of similar to the Dokla story, right? Guys who like come into the league and then
hard work.
They fall out and people are like, all right, washed up, get rid of them. 6A was literally not even a pro anymore. He was a coach briefly, right? And then actually, worked his way back up, did really well in academy, back in LCS, and now he's performing incredibly well. And it does go to show that the situation and the environment matter so much for success or failure, right? So again, to pull it back full circle with a Spawn story, it's like just because he's performing really poorly now does not mean he can't find another situation in which he can perform really, really well. Because there's a lot of players, I think, who have been written off and have kind of disproven that. And 6A has been doing so well. But to me, like Gory and River are the big stars right now on this team. I think everyone is kind of on board of like, oh, River's really good. Yeah. Everyone was really excited when he was on Ding Toss.
Jarvan patch, man. Jarvan is so insane right now.
I've been playing a lot of Jarvan. It actually feels.
Are you
so
doing
strong.
Gore Drinker or Black Cleaver Radiant Virtue?
I'm doing Gore Drinker because it's more fun.
Okay. Black Cleaver Radiant Virtue is pretty fun too because I win every game. Gore Drinker is.
But I like to have a button I can press.
Yeah,
after
that's
my combo.
true.
It makes me feel like I have mechanics.
Yeah,
because I EQ and then I press number 1.
And,
my
and
God,
it is
you
nice.
worked
You get that big AOE, and those are the scenarios where you are supposed to be picking Jarvan when you have a good Cataclysm team you're playing into.
Yep.
So if you're playing into a team that's going to have a lot of melees and you're going to have this big group ups, then it does make sense. But
we learned from him last year. He's going to play no matter what.
I mean,
good comp, bad comp. Just give him J4.
Well, and we're seeing a lot more Sivir and stuff, and like Zeri and Lucian are gonna get some nerfs. They're probably gonna get pushed out. Everyone's sick of them. Well, Lucian and Nami already did, but like, so if we're getting lower mobility, like we've seen some Jinx mixed in, Varus and things like this.
Yeah.
Some of those
Aphelios,
lower mobility ones, Aphelios getting some picks. If Victor is getting more popular, like these are the types of champions that I think J4 can really prey on.
Yep.
Speaking of one of the teams Golden Guardians beat to get to their 5-4. 100 Thieves 0-3 weekend, drop from 4-2 to 4-5, out of the playoff hunt potentially. 100 frauds. I just love the word fraud.
Fraud is a good word. Yeah.
We commit fraud. They're frauds. That play was
There's a lot of
fraudulent.
fraud going on.
Yeah.
So
It's on my mind for some reason.
Ours was not fraud. We were breaking the law, but it was not even close to fraud. Or are you referring to a different scenario?
No, just that one. I don't know.
Okay.
Just our general status is fraud.
Yeah.
Fraudulent analytics.
Yeah.
I just it's hard to place this team because like on the one hand I expected them to struggle. If you look at their wins too, it's kind of a similar story to actually TSM and Golden Guardians, where they're beating the teams that they're supposed to.
What's kind of crazy to me is that like Doublelift is the best performing player. It feels like the old man.
Yeah, the rest of the team does seem to be struggling. You know, like Closer has not been very impressive at all this split. Tenacity's up and down. But
so I've seen this theory that Closer's lull right now, I guess, is related to champion pool. Are you buying that or are you not buying that? They did just buff Crit Viego.
No Lee Sin, no Viego. Is that basically what you're saying?
That's what people are saying. Yeah. I mean, I think it's true that he is a more skirmish-oriented player, even like Olaf and these kinds of things. Like, it's just not that meta, but I don't think he's handicapped in that way. Where if 100 Thieves were playing well, it'd be like, oh my god, his Sejuani is holding them back, because there's other issues too. So,
yeah, but I mean,
kind of true.
Seeing some individual things like just completely beefing his Vi flash cues,
his Vi has been
stuff like that. It's just been like
that was a rough one, but that's the only one I can remember. That game was like 2 where it was like, oh god, look away. But besides that, I feel like he's been decent. I mean, it's definitely true that it does hurt him, right? For sure, it hurts him. Because when I'm trying to think about just like anecdotally, all the best closer games are all ones where it was like there was like a fight in the river early on, and he gets ahead, you know, on Viego or Lee Sin, and then he runs over the game, right? And he's had so many of those throughout their playoff runs and stuff. But like for me, to be honest, I've felt like the biggest problem has been Tenacity. Tenacity has shown some great individual skill, but he very frequently seems to not be on the same page as the team. And
specifically with the team fights and engages and team fight teleports. Yeah. So both things that are coordinating timing with the rest of your team. Yeah. I feel like that specific bullet point.
His TPs have been really bad, and very frequently he has been engaging too early in a lot of fights, whether it's a Herald or whether it's 5v5 a Dragon or skirmishes, where he goes in early, either dies or takes like 80% of his health before the other 4 actually get there, and then the team fight feels like it's lost. That they're kind of trying to bail him out, and I was really feeling like that in the game I was casting with Courage, where he came in, and that was a really rough one from Tenacity. He was playing the Ignite Gwen, he got behind early, but then there was a lot of situations. They had this fight over by Baron where like they try to jump on him when they're going up to try to check Baron, and he actually gets away. And, you know, he gets away past the blue buff, and the enemy Vi is literally charging, like, his Q still, and then he just walks back into range of it, gets Q'd, dies, and, like, Bjergsen and everyone's flying in to try to save him, and then they all die and they get wiped, right? And I've been feeling there's more and more of those situations that have been kind of sticking in my mind now. But to be honest, if there's something I would like a rookie to struggle with, obviously you'd like them to just come in and be perfect at everything, but I would way rather have them struggle with kind of the like cerebral
timing,
part of the game.
coordination, stuff like that.
Yeah, because he's still, I think, mechanically playing largely pretty well. He's had some really cool moments where he's able to actually get individual leads, like the Fiora game, I think it was against Impact, right? Where he, you know, got a couple kills there. So he's had some good moments, but he feels pretty disjointed from the team.
Are you worried about it enough? Because like when this team was put together, I think a lot of us said, wouldn't be shocked at a slow start. Doublelift coming back, a bunch of new players playing together, 2 rookies. Like they were actually kind of projected to have a slower start. Yeah. I think Doublelift has looked better than we thought. And then the question I just have is, am I actually worried about this team? I have the same question about Team Liquid, but like,
what are your expectations? So
well,
that's what
I put them 4th. No, I put them 3rd. So obviously, I think that's maybe a little overshooting.
You should be worried then.
But I think them making playoffs is still pretty strongly on the table for me. Like I'm not quite panicked. Panicked. I'm wrong, but I'm not panicked, I guess.
As far as like alert level, I would be more worried if they weren't aware of this issue. They are clearly very aware of it, like their own players talking about it too. So that always makes me feel better when a good team recognizes, you know, what things they have to work on, and they have a very good coaching staff.
Yeah.
Adding more to it this year. Oh man, I can't remember his name, but the support player that they added as head coach is also a pretty big addition. European player.
Freeze?
No. I can look it up, but it's not.
Isn't Freeze the head coach?
No, it's not Freeze. No.
It's not Kaz?
I'll look it up. Yeah, Kaz.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. He's also a super good addition. So like I feel like they have, you know, beefed up in multiple areas, so they have contingency plans, and I think they will be able to improve on this.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I'm not like super concerned. I think it's possible they could make playoffs for sure. Like that's definitely on the table, and I could see them, improving on some things and making a run. I would be worried about like our third place projection or something like that. I don't see them really on that same level as our top couple teams, because there's a couple of teams that are really strong right now, like FlyQuest, EG, C9, right? Do I see them on the same level as those teams? Nope, I don't. Is that possible? It could change. It's definitely possible, but right now I am looking at them more as like competing for those lower end playoff spots. But I don't think that's a problem because you're coming in with two rookies here and a lot of room to develop. So if Tenacity and Busios are hitting their stride, if Closer starts playing better again, like if this team can really get going, I do think that their ceiling is still really high.
Don't disagree.
All right, who are we hitting next? What we got here?
It says after 100 Thieves, we can say goodbye to Mark. But before I go, because it's a Team Liquid episode, I just have to say I'm not scared yet.
You're not?
I still believe in them. 3-6, who gives a shit? That's what I'm saying.
You believe in them to what?
To make playoffs and do good.
So, honestly, what are the percentage chances that Marn actually plays? Because he is playing Champions League. Is it actually zero? Okay.
I think if they put in their head coach to play, they are Dignitas in the second half.
Oh no. I mean, for me, it's just like I see that
they only have 3 wins if they're 3 and freaking.
Not all losses are created equal. Like a lot of these losses are off of really insane early games where they have like a 3 to 5K gold advantage. They'll get Barons and then they'll just int it away, and like that's really frustrating and it makes you pull your hair out. But it's not like hella depressing where they weren't in winning positions. And their bot lane gets 2v2 kills all the time.
Yeah, 2v2 has been good.
Harry in lane is okay. Like I know people are very down on Harry because his team fighting gets picked off left and right or whatever. Yeah. And he has some boneheaded plays, but like I can see some potential if he
kind of the Tenacity thing though, right?
Yeah, it's like if you just stop inting sometimes, like you can just be a somewhat consistent mid lane threat. Your bot lane gets leads on its own. Summit gets leads on his own. It's like they throw games away. And that's actually a really hard thing to clean up because of how scrims work, because people just FF these games. Like these kinds of games, like you get 5K up pre-20 minutes, you don't have to play that shit out, and then like it's really hard to work on if that's your biggest problem point. And that's like it's harder said than done, but it is like a pretty clear, like you guys don't have problems getting leads. There's some teams who can't get leads, and those are the teams I'm really scared for, because it's like, how do you start winning games? For them, it's like stop losing games.
Yeah, I mean, I like to ask the spicy questions, but I think it's more of a thing of, since Team Liquid is trying to do this super heavy practice, Korean structure style, I think it's literally just going to be used as like, you get reprimanded if Marn's above you or something. It's used as a motivational tool.
He steals your spot because they're an LP.
like he doesn't actually, but like some sort of thing happens and he can use that as leverage. I feel like because from talking to every single Team Liquid member of staff or players or anything, they are all so bought in on, we are going to grind this out until we win. Yep. So.
And we're going to have Jan and Core with us here shortly. So Mark's got to head out, but we will be right back with Jan and Core JJ. Hello, welcome back to The Dive. I am here now with Spawn, who's taking Kobe's spot because he is a slacker and had to leave.
Yeah, I thought that was a little bit weird that like I just get a DM halfway through my scrim day and Kobe's like, I'm out. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Spawn's filling in. We're here with Core and Jan. You guys obviously just coming in with scrim, so thank you so much for taking time out of your day to be able to join us. So we can kind of just jump right in. Last week, obviously, Sven was on the episode. You said you had watched it. We had heard that you wanted to kind of talk a little bit about what he had talked about. For those who didn't watch, Sven was kind of talking about how he felt certain players were more shielded from criticism, Core being one of them, Caps being another that he mentioned, while other players seemed to more kind of receive a lot of that criticism when their teams were doing poorly, such as like Bjergsen and Perks were kind of some of the examples that he gave.
I'm not saying fans are always right, but fans also they also have an eye.
Yep.
They have an eyeball. So what I want to say is like fans believe how much you proved. So like now I can't say that I'm the best because I'm not proving like that I'm the best like LCS like performance. Like what Sven said, like people are criticism on his melee support or something.
Yeah.
Because I think Pen didn't see him playing those champion enough. So I think time will tell us like what's gonna happen. Like league is not done by tomorrow. So
yeah, absolutely. So for you, it's just more about like what you've proved over time, right? Like you're basically saying you don't think it necessarily matters like from week to week as much. It's more about, for Sven to not get criticized or to get accepted as a good melee support player, he has to do it for a long period of time.
Yeah, like I think just like as a League of Legends players, this is just tired job. Like you need to prove yourself every single time.
Yeah.
Like even Faker, even like anyone who just won the last year, they need to prove again if they were actually good or not. Like this is our proving ground. So we just have to prove. And someday people will like us for one day because there was one next day. So we just like prove every day.
Is that something that you find then like really difficult? I mean, either you guys really like, because that esports is very much so like, what have you done for me lately, right? You're talking about the fact that it's like even people like Faker or yourself, world champions, or in Faker's case, has won multiple world championships, that you constantly have to be proving, how good you are.
Yeah, and I think, we used to talk about a lot last year actually, is like you're never as good or as bad as they tell you are, right? Like sometimes they want to tell you you're the best player in the world and you're probably not. And then sometimes on other days they want to tell you completely shit, but then a lot of the time you're not either. Like you're always like somewhere in the middle between where the fans and other people tell you are, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the difficulty is that like if you're listening to the community when they're telling you that you're amazing, then you're also somewhat like, you're giving weight to that. So you're also kind of listening to it when they're giving you the criticism, right? Which can be equally too harsh.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, from my perspective, I'd be interested to like understand like what it's like being like a rookie 80 carry coming in that was very hyped and then trying to battle against your own expectations, I guess, that like people are giving to you.
So what the fans say also like is quite important, but in my opinion, there's a lot of like hobgoblins just looking at you and trying to tear you down no matter what happens. It's like what they say doesn't really matter. The most important thing is like you see your own gameplay. So I try not to let like compliments or like negativities try to affect me.
Do you have then that people like, like Core that you trust that you're just going to and getting their outside opinion, right? Because you obviously have to be really self-critical and being able to be honest about how you are playing is really important, whether you're playing well, whether you're playing poorly. But do you also like have that kind of relationship with each other where you're constantly kind of seeing what you guys think about your own play?
If I think I could have done something better, like if I think I did something that felt like a little bit off, then I would ask Core like, this feels weird. Do you think I could have done something different?
Do you think it's hard then? I'm curious, like from your point of view, because Core is obviously like one of the LCS greatest players of all time, a world champion. You're coming in as a rookie. Is it hard if you're like, Core messed this up this game? Is it hard for you to go to him and be like, you should have done this differently, or kind of give that feedback to him as well?
It's not that hard. Sometimes it is, but I don't think I have that big of a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, when you are playing the game, like your career doesn't make your skill stronger or something. So
yeah.
I think you need to prove it like at the moment, and if you are not playing well, we are all the same players.
I think it also makes it pretty easy that it's like Core's personality type, because I've had this experience before where like Core will come into like the academy room, or Core will like we'll do in-houses, or we've worked together on scouting grounds for Riot and things like this before, and Core is like very happy to be challenged on his opinion and like very happy to also explain his opinion. Like there are some veterans that I've worked with in the past that the way they play the game is the way they play the game because they play the game that way, right? There's like very little like justification behind it. It's like a coach told me 4 years ago this is what I have to do, so this is what I do, right? But I think we were having a conversation about my mid lane at APA like as like recent as 2 days ago, and Core's like, I see it this way, and I was like, I see it this way, and we explain it to each other, and the truth is always somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Like League of Legends is a very subjective game, and the goal is to like not do the correct play. The goal is to do the same play consistently. Like if we can do the same play consistently, then we'll be a better team for it most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So how have you guys been feeling then, like overall about the split? Obviously not, I think, the results that you wanted in the first round robin, but you are playing with two younger players who are coming up, and there's been so much talk about like the work ethic that you guys have had, right? You're super grinding with scrims, you're putting in a huge amount of time. Like, do you feel that, you're kind of on the path to improvement, or, how are you feeling overall?
I'll be really happy that if we perform really well, or if our result is better, because so far everything except result I'm really happy with. So there's only one thing we need to change and make us happy.
How about the practice schedule then? Like, how have you guys been finding that? Because obviously, like, the entire team was built. I talked a lot to Dodo in the off season about how, you guys wanted people that were unified in the way that you wanted to practice, the way that you wanted to prepare, that everyone really wanted to be working incredibly hard, and working towards these goals. So, like, do you think that's the scrim setup is actually like doing the right things?
And I guess before we jump into how you feel about the scrim setup, probably fair to explain what the scrim setup is, right? So like a lot of the time the scrim setup is we play a warm-up game. So that's TL Challenger versus Team Liquid Honda LCS. Then we play 2 blocks of 3 scrim sets. And then if necessary, we also play a night block, whether that's internal or whether that's with an LCS team. That's what our current schedule looks like. So my understanding, closer to the Korean kind of grind format, like what do you think? How's it been so far for you guys?
I really like the 6-game schedule. The detailed schedule I don't mind too much, because as long as we have a 6 game a day, I feel like we're getting way more games, like way more practice from compared to the last year. We only had a 20 game a week before we going into the stage, so every team playing same thing, because the teams didn't have enough time to test out the new things. So I like it. And then one addition, like Champions Queue being really popular right now, like at least yesterday and today, and then it will help us and it will help everybody.
How much do you guys focus then on, like when you're scrimming that much more, how much are you focusing on like honing the skills that you already have versus trying to learn new skills or learn new champions, right? You talked about people were all kind of playing the same things because they didn't have necessarily time to prepare different stuff. So, what's kind of the split or the ideal then in your mind for either of you?
I think it just depends on what you want to apply. Just if I really want to play like my 10th game is area, then just like hone it and just like keep remembering what I can do in a game. Or like if I'm playing solo queue, I'm like, oh, I think this champion might be really good for the next like week, or like this next like setup for the week. I think it just depends on what you want.
I think you're kind of like betraying how you see the game, right? Because obviously Jan was on my team for a couple of years, and like we played things like Swain bottom lane. We were one of the first teams that adopted Zeri. You're the Twitter guy. So I think like the reality is, right, is you do appreciate being able to get ahead of the meta. Like that's a correct statement to make, right? So you really value in scrims, if you put the work in solo queue, to be given the license to like take an unconventional pick in the slot that you want to play it. That's a fair statement to make, right?
Yeah. Is that what you meant? I thought you meant more like what would you rather have, like the...
Yeah, but like, so what I'm saying, right, is like when Jinx was really popular, we used to play Aphelios into Jinx a lot, and then Zeri was released, and you're like, oh, I actually think Zeri is better in this slot. And you would not want the 15th Aphelios game. You would want the first Zeri game, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, for sure. Jan is actually, he's a very prepared player. Like one thing I would say about like Core and Jan together as a duo is like they come pretty prepared with what they want to play as duos. Core has a lot of interesting ideas and I think a lot of say into the pick ban, like as a support player. And I think that Jan also has a very strong idea of what he wants to play in the slot.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you guys think that you have been doing like as a duo then? Like how would you evaluate your play as a duo so far in the LCS? Because it feels like your laning phases have been going largely pretty well.
Yeah, I think we are trying to push our limit a lot. So we enjoy challenging against the enemy team, like skill matchup. So sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't work. But I think when there's more time goes on, we will be better, even better.
Do you guys like the current meta then? Like, are you enjoying the current meta? It feels like there's a lot of people are talking a lot about, it's Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu, like every game, this type of stuff. Are you hoping for it to be more varied, or are you kind of like enjoying the fact that it is lots of even like marksman supports and all this type of stuff and like heavy skill matchups 2v2?
Honestly, I just play whatever is meta and do more than that, so it doesn't matter too much. I think the more champions, if the meta is like just certain champions, like let's say Lucian Zeri, then I would like to find the next champion. So it doesn't matter what like the meta is. I would just try to find out my own like ideas on how to play it more so.
Yeah, that makes sense. So moving on, I'm curious to get your guys' takes. So we've been doing a lot of tier lists and stuff on LCS. We did the first round robin. So Jan, we can start with you. I want to get your top 3 ADs, and you can exclude yourself from this, top 3 and bottom 3 in the league. So who do you think are the best and the worst bot laners right now in the league?
This is a good test for Jan to see if he knows 6 other AD carries in the league.
There was Berserker, Double Lift FBI, and then the bottom was
No Prince?
Prince?
his name is P, so
Wait, was it your top 3 in order?
no, of course not.
What's your top 3 in order then?
It's Berserker, Double Lift, FBI.
Really, no Prince, no memes. You
This
don't.
is like I think he was like 5th or 6th.
Interesting. So is this from scrims? Because obviously on stage, like almost universally, everyone is going to say Prince is the best AD in the league by far.
He's trolling.
Okay.
This is my this I posted on Twitter, the ABCD.
Oh yeah,
version of it.
yeah.
This
Okay.
is the same thing.
Oh,
But
okay.
for some reason, it was actually pretty realistic. So like, I think the top 3, 4 was like 5 was like pretty realistic. So everyone like thought it was real for a second. They were like, wait a minute.
You just
Doesn't make
lifted in
sense.
alphabetical order. Okay. What about supports?
Top 3? I think it's Falcon, Ignore.
Oh, there you go. Interesting.
Probably Japan. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Kobe, I also wanted me specifically to ask you about Vulcan and like, you know, because Vulcan is someone that I think a lot of people compare you with and feel like you were the two that were fighting for best support in the LCS over these last couple of years. Like, what is it specifically that, you know, you think makes him good, or something that, you know, maybe you're trying to like learn from his play?
What makes him good?
Like if there's something that really makes him stand out from the other supports, right? Like maybe he's more aggressive, or he's, you know, better in the skill matchups, or you just think his positioning's better. Like something that really separates him from the rest of the pack, you know, because you listed him as your best, obviously not including yourself.
Well, for me personally, he's one of the better balanced support player in LCS. I think when you think about the LCS support players, like some players are lack of aggression, some players are only knows like going forward, like they don't know how to lane, they don't know how to team fight positioning. But he's like 90 in overall lore, so he's just like very balanced player. So whenever the meta shifted, he can adapt.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Ayla is rumored to be coming back this year. Obviously, you laned with him, you coached him.
Yep.
You know, you were obviously working with him as well. And I know last year you gave an interview that a lot of people reference where you were saying you thought he was basically, you know, second best support in the LCS, I think, behind you. So like, are you guys excited to actually see, you know, Ayla back, and kind of how are you feeling about him coming in the league?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, I'm so curious what he's gonna do on the 8-1 team. It must be so much pressure on him, but I'm excited to see how he can play. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how I can play as well. Yum will attest to this. Like, Bill has like big opinions on the game. I think that when he went to the LCS last year, he kind of shelved a lot of his opinions because he felt like he was only there for like a limited amount of time, so he didn't want to rock the boat too much. But I think now coming into a team where he feels like he will be there for a long time, right? Like, and I think FlyQuest will probably hope Ayla will be there for a long time. I'm interested to see like how they incorporate his opinion on the game into it, because he's a very vocal player. Like, he pretty much shot called exclusively for us last year, so I'll be like, gone are the days of like 1v5 shot calling, but like Ayla to me is like as close to that as like you can nearly get in a support player. So I'll be interested to see how that now integrates into a team with so many veterans.
Yeah, that's really interesting too, because also, like you said, they're 8-1, right?
Yeah.
So it's like coming into a team halfway through the split, you know, is he going to have the confidence to actually like try to take over in that same way, or is there going to be similar more to his role with TL last year?
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is that he won't actually be able to do that, because all the like ideas and the way they want to play is already incorporated. So maybe like the fact that he started halfway through is gonna change how he's gonna play at the start, and it's more like playing catch up.
Yeah, definitely makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, just like to go back one step. So you won't say who the best and the worst is, right? But who is the most fun to play against? What is like when you and Core play the game, who do you play against in the LCS that you enjoy playing against the most? He's trying to come up with a clever answer.
I haven't found anyone exciting to play against, but I think on stage, Doublelift would be someone that I think would be enjoyable to play against.
Okay.
Cool. I think he plays the most different from stage. No, he's the second most changed person.
Okay.
There's
From
another
stage to
first one.
scrims?
Yeah.
Who plays the most different?
I don't think I should say.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you taking out the time. I know you guys are grinding away with the scrims. Thank you as well, Spawn. I literally DM'd you last second because Kobe had to leave.
Yep.
Because the scrims were going long. So Spawn just came over, rescued us. And yeah, thank you very much, TL, for hosting us. And we will be back again this Thursday with more LCS.
Was that Russ?
I was just saying.
He's commenting on my grandma living here. I like it.
I mean, come on.
I like it.
There's
You're
nothing
wearing a
wrong
lot
with
of
what Mark is wearing.
cardigans.
I'm a lime.
So are you related to Mr. Rogers?
That's my dude.
Yeah. This is childhood.
I have tons of
By the
tattoos
way,
just like him
welcome-
underneath the sweater.
Welcome back to LCS Week 5 coming at you. This is the waiting room from the LCS Lounge. We're going to pull up standings just as a refresher of where we are at. And then we're going to be talking about some of the changes, the mid-season swaps that everyone decided to do. But we got FlyQuest, one game ahead of everybody else at 8-1. Cloud9, EG at 7-2.
Golden LaGuardians.
Hottest team in the league. 4.
Yeah.
What? Hunter Thieves, COD, TL, Immortals, and Dignitas still looking for that first win.
It's coming today, though.
But when you look at standings, you think, okay, who would make changes halfway through the split? Usually teams towards the bottom.
Yes.
But the teams towards the top are going to stand put, right? Mm-hmm. No. FlyQuest and Cloud9 have both made changes. One of them was planned at the start of the year.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, in fairness, FlyQuest making changes is like
That guy was
Ayla
supposed
was
to be here.
stuck in
Visa
the
jail.
hell. So
True.
I mean, there was still a discussion to be had, though, with a team that was 8-1, or if they were going to be 9-0, the pressure that adds for a recent promotion to the LCS.
It's funny because it's the same situation that happened to him last year when he subbed in for Core JJ and Team Liquid was actually doing great with him. And then Core JJ came back and he bumped down. This time he's like, no, I am getting the starting spot. I'm sure it wasn't him. You know, the whole team probably agreed that this was the plan from the beginning and they're going to stick with it. And their owner, GM, Nick, commented that, like, yeah, we're doing well, but we're not chasing 18-0. We're chasing a championship and like international. We think that long term this will be the play.
Yeah, and it would really suck if you're on the sidelines waiting to come in, and then for whatever reason it's like, actually, this team is doing well, so we're going to bench you. That doesn't make any sense to me. I like the fact that they stuck with Ayla. I do think that he is the better support, but it's going to be tough because you don't have like an Korean speaker that Winsome was, that actually eases a lot of the communications I would understand in the bot lane that got them to where they were at this point. But I think Ayla will be online with that. Sure, it's going to be a little bit rough, so I still like the fact that he's here, and I think he will be a strong support player that people will start to speak on.
Yeah, even if it's a momentary step back, it's not what you should be judging it off of as week 5.
Yes.
The other thing, too, is for Winsome, the plus side is he got to have a lot better showing this year than I think he had last year in spring. And so who knows what his future is, but it looked really good based off the 9 games we had him here.
Yeah, I mean, Winsome was top of standings in spring, too. They just flamed out of playoffs. He was actually he's been the 1 seed the last 2 spring splits.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's had really good
Someone
teams
give this
around.
guy...
There's been teams around him. No one thinks he's an exceptional laner, but he is a good support. So that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the new ones. So we got Ayla, who I think I agree with you guys. This is the right time to put him in. I'd say if they were all the way into playoffs, that would be probably a bad time to sub him in, but they still have 4 more weeks before that happens.
True.
Let's talk about the second guy, Tomo.
yeah, I think Tomo is really interesting. Obviously, we have talked
80 carry.
peripheral things, shows like the dive, have talked about how kind of statistically rough Spawn's entire split has been thus far. Dignitas are always looking for their first win still. I think the most interesting thing with Tomo is twofold. One, he has been performing well in Challenger. I think the thing is that a lot of the same things people say about him, like not as strong of a leader, really, really good in team fighting, are the same things that people said about Spawn when he was tearing it up in Academy last year. And even when he came on stage, that was what we saw, right? Like his team fighting he had some really good team fights. And then this year, there's been some sort of mental block or whatever has snowballed to the point where I think the other part of it is that sometimes you just need to change. And it's not even necessarily about the performance or whether they're a similar player. It's you just need something to seem like you're changing. Previously, Ignar came in, now Tomo.
Yeah, and the expectation going into this split was that they're going to be a middle-of-the-pack team. I think everyone kind of expected that. So they were already going to have like a bit of a learning curve to begin with.
This is the middle of the pack, Raz.
But that's the thing, because they had a lot of problems. Not only you have Armut coming in pretty late, so he didn't have much time to practice. You didn't have Ignar until this point. You had a bot lane that was already, at least for Spawn, somebody that needed to level up, like especially after like a decent performance last split. So they had a lot of things they needed to work on. So having the time before the split was important. And then you didn't get that, and now you're on a losing streak. And then that losing streak really hurts your mentality. And a lot of the things that make you strong, like your strengths, you question that now. So that's always the toughest thing, is that when you lose that confidence, it's hard to reignite yourself. So I think a change helps. But I do not want people to look at this and be like, this is going to be the magic button that changes things. It is a start, and I want to see if this team actually starts really working towards it. I think they have gotten better, but they need wins.
Yeah, the whole like, oh, we didn't have our intended starting roster. It's like, yeah, so did half the league.
Yeah.
You know, like no one else is struggling this much. So clearly there's a lot deeper problems that go on with this team. And that's why like a single change isn't going to make it. But even just like to protect Spawn's own mental, like I don't think this is the end of this kid's career. I hope it's not, at least.
I hope
like,
not.
Yeah,
like,
same.
okay,
It might be.
this was a disaster, but like you can have another chance. There's people who dropped out and come back in. Stixay, for an example, was someone who dropped fully out of the league, was a coach, and then came back in, just one player of the week. So like it can happen, of course, but like just like I can't imagine it's a good environment in the team right now. And like taking a young player, putting him back in academy, and hopefully the rest of the Dignitas Challenger squad is very good. You can maybe gain some confidence back down there.
I've seen like a little bit of conversation about it. It's never only one person's fault when a team is 0-9 and that hopeless in that many games. But looking at the stats and watching the games, it felt like almost every game it was the bottom lane under their turret, getting dove, dying. But like Spawn is lowest statistical bot laner. Jensen's lowest statistical mid laner.
Yeah, it's like everyone's down
It's
there.
like, because I was looking at the stats myself when I was writing 10 Thoughts. I'm like, damn, Spawn only has 6 kills in 9 games.
Yeah.
Jensen only has 10 kills in 9 games. Santorin only has 7 kills in 9 games. Like, Spawn is lower than them, but like not by much. When you kill 0 Nexus, you don't get many champion kills. So agreed generally that you just need a change to spice things up, and it happens to be Spawn.
Yep.
And Tomo wins. So we'll see that one. I think the most exciting one by far, though, is right over, well, also nice hair, Raz.
Thank you.
But, I mean,
9 minutes late. 9 minutes into the show. You got different.
Oh, don't do that. Stop it.
he was right around M&S.
But M&S, yes.
Yeah. You did a blame game about him.
We have a whole intro before the
I know, but that's
spoiler.
like 3 hours from now. So give us your down low.
I mean, I just think it's a really interesting example because they're 7-2. You talk about teams at the top of the table. They were still winning with Diplex, but he was struggling in lane phase, and they just didn't play around him very much. It was very low kill proximity, very low 4% jungle proximity. It's not just that like, oh, individually he wasn't like stomping his lane, but like he wasn't a factor. And like Blabber loves playing around mid lane. He has had so many great pairings over his career with Jensen, with Niski, with these different people. And like, you want to have someone really good for him to play around. And that's where I think a lot of C9's biggest strengths are. And that just was lacking with Diplex. And so even though they were winning games, and that's why it's a really risky move, is they go for Eminez, who is unbelievably skilled. I think he's incredible to watch, but there's a history around him of not being able to stick around teams, having problems behind the scene.
Yeah.
And it's like, for a team that's doing so well, I find this to be a pretty risky move, and that's why it's so interesting.
Well, what's crazy to me about this, and I'll just give the quick bullet points of this move. M&S is a player who's been on 8 different teams for 5 years, so it's not like he's this super young prodigy.
Yeah.
He's been in 5 different regions. The team is 7-2. Diplex is less experienced, younger, maybe even more room to grow, yet on all of the Twitter follow-ups I've seen, all of the sentiment on Reddit, like I can't find a person, like they'll say it's risky, but I can't find a person who's like, yeah, I don't see why they're doing this. Like his play is so attractive. Like the 26 solo kills in Academy and he's just so good. And everyone is willing to just be like, you gotta try it.
Well, you gotta try it too, because like you're gonna have to beat EG, you're gonna have to beat Vikla, Jojo Pugh, and these guys with great mid laners. And then if you go internationally, because it's top 2 at MSI now, like what happens when you go up against a lot of the Eastern mids or even European mids? You know, like I think that's part of the impetus for this move.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the big thing I agreed on. Is like it is a move that is hopefully focused on a future where they are going to international competitions or trying to win the LCS as a whole. The interesting thing I also think is how it changes the fabric of the team. It makes me wonder, like, if Blabber is going to path mid more, like how resources are going to change, because M&S has the hands. He is incredibly mechanically skilled. But I also think that means that you're probably going to want to funnel a bit more resources into him as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. Especially his champion pool is pretty large. I don't think he played the Lux in Challengers League.
Yeah, I keep saying nice. Academy, it's Challenge.
Yeah, I always try. I gotta get that out of my head.
NACL.
So like that is a nice thing, but the consistent thing is his Akali, his LeBlanc. Like he's an assassin player. He's regarded his own play as being aggressive, and so him working alongside Blabber is going to change that fabric of the team. And so the one thing I wanted to comment on is that it's a nice change. My perspective was that I wanted to see Diplex develop a little bit more. I think that was the whole goal for me. But C9 is consistent. So do you think
that this is possibly the wrong move?
No, well, I think what's good is that C9 is consistent about the better player plays.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of times when you probably have had those experiences where you look at it, it's like, oh, this is a better player that's in Academy, but he's not getting a shot on another team. He's not getting an opportunity to come into the LCS. And C9 has been the team that's like, actually, if you have proven internally that you are the better player, that you're going to get a shot at least. Because they didn't say that there was a replacement. They said there was a trial period.
Yeah.
So that's a really key point.
That's a good call out, as well as the fact that like one reason that you sometimes don't see those swaps is because like a team wants to play with the player that they're playing with and not the Academy guy. In this case, Blabber was a big part of why MNS even joined C9. And that makes the change something that's like, it's not just like management coming in and like mucking up a roster problem.
Yeah, and I think the key for me here is it looks like the expectations were set when they signed both players. I think that's one of the huge things when you have a starter or a more experienced player who, when you're recruiting them or signing them, you're selling them on all of the benefits of this team.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like Cloud9, even in their announcement video, kind of made it clear, and this was like a month or two ago, that M&S was super talented and they eventually wanted them for the LCS. So Diplex knows that when he signs up for C9 and says, I need to blow them away if I never want to have the chance to be compared with this other guy. So thank you, C9, for making this cool talking point for this week. I think it's going to spice up week 5. But we do want to talk about some other teams. We have report cards.
Okay.
Because we are done the first half of the split. Did this happen in school for you in Canada as well? Like multiple report cards a year. You never only had one.
You have a few report cards throughout the year.
Semester, so you
Yeah.
like
That's true.
two to three over the year.
So this is like the first semester of the LCS being done.
I got you.
Who do you got?
I got Team Liquid, I guess. I'm going up first.
Oh, someone already drew something in there.
What is that trash on my screen? I look like a bad teacher. I got scribbles on here. I gotta clear that. All right, so I'm gonna give the grade first and then the teacher's notes second, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think people might think I'm a lenient grader with this grade.
Why would I think you're a lenient grader?
Because I'm giving them a C-.
That's not a good grade.
It's not a good grade. They're 3 and 6.
In Canada, that was the lowest grade before failing.
Well,
Wait, really?
in America,
BC,
you can get a D.
there were no Ds.
So,
Weird.
we're in America, so adjust your scales first off.
No.
Second off, they're not in the playoff hunt, so like you could give them an F depending on what your metric is.
Yeah.
You know, like, so I think I'm a lenient grader here. We're not here to debate that.
I'll give them a D and F. I don't know. It's fine. It's your thing.
Thank you, Raz. But here, my biggest problem is that they are bad test
You just stop at bad.
takers.
Okay.
So like, you know how there's like, there's different types of students. Some are like really hardworking, they do all the homework, but they just struggle in the test taking part. But when you talk to them, you can tell that they're very intelligent, this kind of thing. That's how Team Liquid is to me. Where like, they work really hard behind the scenes. They always have their homework done, great attendance, never miss a class. You know, they're doing everything they can. But the thing that they struggle with is just like they panic, they freeze up, they need extra test time or something to really get there. But you see the potential. They have insane early games. The reason they're so disappointing is because you see their potential. It's like the gifted student who you just need to break through the walls that are holding them back.
Can I add to this?
Go for it.
I want to know your schooling history. So in my report cards, there was always a grade, and then they'd give me, so like if you had a C-, there was always a grade, and then the teacher said if you were trying hard enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that happened for you.
100%.
Yeah, exactly. So I think,
Wait, what?
There's an effort
They
grade.
commented on your effort.
I think E was the highest grade because that meant excellent effort. It was like E.
Oh, it was a separate
What?
grade.
A was like average, and S was like satisfactory.
I do remember some
To just
people-
like
yeah.
tell your parents if you're trying hard. I think I give them an E. I think they're like a C- E team.
E was what again?
Excellent effort.
Excellent effort.
You can
Yeah.
tell they're trying. I have another Team Liquid point actually about the way their games have been going. So it's not even just their bad test takers. Like that's if the test arrives at like the 20-minute mark. Because the red lines are the losses and the blue lines are the wins.
Uh-oh.
And this is like 4,000 gold ahead, 6,000 gold ahead out here. So there are so many games, 4,500 gold lead, over 4,000 gold lead, another over 4,000
Yeah, even that
gold
one,
lead.
they were in the middle of the pack that entire game until they spike with like a Baron at 36 minutes, and then they still lose it or something.
Exactly. Like, how many teams can you find where a third of their games, they're blowing a 5,000-ish gold lead?
That's why they have the potential, like I was saying. They have like this gifted student who just like, when they have their test, suddenly they just panic and throw up on it when it's like time to hand the test.
Yeah, E for
I don't know.
effort. Emily, let's talk about a different
Oh,
team.
am I going next?
Yeah,
Yep,
we're
dude.
moving
All
out of
right.
the way.
Let's go.
What team you got?
I got Golden Guardians.
Oh.
That's a bad share mark.
I'm gonna block
Got
the
a big
shot.
head.
All right.
What's their grade?
So B
That's
plus
it?
only because I feel like to get an A you need to be in the top like
Okay.
3.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
All right. But obviously they started. My handwriting is gonna be terrible on this.
Yeah.
They started 0-4, but
That's
then
way
are
better than
on.
everyone else.
Yeah, don't worry, you came
My
immediately
handwriting
after
is
Mark.
Win
That's
streak.
a perfect 0.
God, Emily, your handwriting's so bad.
Oh my God. Your B looks like a B.
So like we talked about Dignitas, right? And how they got on this losing streak and they're still on a losing streak and something snowballs in the team. You know who that didn't happen to? Golden Guardians, right? Yeah. We saw the inkling, especially in their early game planning between River and Huhi, but then we really saw it on their current 5-0 win streak. And then the other one I want to call out is the Stixay. Stixay redemption
Big
arc. I can't fit
Stixay.
redemption arc in there,
Got big
but
sticks.
here I'll do
Big
an
sticks.
exclamation point. Obviously, we already went through everything about his career, how like he had this meteoric rise on CLG, goes to an MSI final, kind of trends downward after that, all the way into academy, all the way into coaching, is now back just one player of the week. This is really, really cool, like story to be following. And also, we've talked about bot laners. TL is kind of the exception to the rule, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, how well is your bot lane doing? GG's bot lane is doing super, super well in a bot lane focused meta, which I think maybe people did not expect coming out.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
I can't believe how good those X's. I can never write that neatly on this telestrator.
I could do it if I wanted.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, I could. It's like the
Let's see if
student,
we
you know
can
the student in
challenge
class who's like, I could do it, I could
Why
pass forward if I
that?
wanted. Yeah.
What team do you guys think I'm covering?
Dignitas is in the
There
problem.
it is. So it's Dignitas.
Okay.
Now, the people are really doom and gloom on this team.
Yep.
All right. I can understand it. So not yet, but it might be a historical poor start, not having a win. So very clearly, it has to be an F. I think that makes sense across the board. Correct? I think that's fair.
Are they held back a grade?
We'll see by the end of the semester. We'll see by the end of the semester.
Oh, no.
So I don't want people to feel doom and gloom about it, but what I feel about them, I think they are.
Careful.
Oh, God.
Careful. Your third and fourth letter matter.
I think they're fundamentals.
I thought that was gonna be another word.
If people say doom and gloom, I think they're F.
I think
They
their
are
fundamentals need improvement. That's it. The players have been there before, right?
Yeah.
Like Jensen, Santorin, and Armut, people have sung their praises in the past. Ignar as well, but a lot of the times it's them meshing together. And we've already talked about them in the previous segment about what has worked with the team in the past, what has not, and the problems in front of them. So the main thing I want to get out of there is just work on the fundamentals, rip trails, laning, stuff like that, where I think they're failing really early on.
Yeah.
So their fundamentals are needed.
Whoa.
Oh,
I
Mark,
thought the
you
erase
can't
tool could
erase.
actually erase it. I just want to stop on fun. They just need to focus on having fun.
Yeah, that too.
Just have some fun.
I mean,
Thank you.
you're not wrong.
You're in trouble. Like, you're probably not making playoffs. Just go out there and pick some fun stuff.
Yeah, especially for players like Jensen who've been playing for 10 years. Like, if it's not fun for him, he's not going to be playing well.
That's fair.
Yeah. I got one more.
They
Okay.
are fun to watch
All
as
right.
well.
And then we'll check the time to see if we can do more. I got Team solo mid.
Oh, I like this.
Emily made me reconsider though, because.
Oh, because of my strict grading?
Well, no, because like, you're right. I shouldn't be grading based on like how I thought the student was going to do before the split.
Yeah.
I needed to compare him to the rest of the class.
That just makes you a bad teacher.
That makes you a terrible teacher.
That would be a bad schooling system. So yeah, it's weird. It's another one of these, like, I give them a B+ because they're tied for 4th.
Yes.
But again, I give them an E for effort.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because they're trying really hard. And I think the teacher's notes is just like, I can't write this, I'm just gonna say it.
Do you want me to write it for you?
Yeah.
Get in there.
Emily's the
Tag her
scribe.
in.
She's the scribe for the
person.
class.
Okay.
Yeah, it's believe in yourself.
Don't let your dreams be memes, kids.
Yeah,
It's a little corny.
Continue to believe in yourself, which is just accepting who they are, which is, I think, one of the reasons they've made it to 5 wins. They're not coming in and saying that they need to play, you know, Caitlyn support like T1 does in the LCK, or we need to play exactly the same meta mid laners.
Or carry top lane with Elise or anything like that.
Exactly. Maple's gonna play Talia. Boogie's gonna play Elise if it's available.
Yeah.
Solo's gonna play something the team fights well. And they are just making it work because they believe in themselves. And I think so much of the rest of the league is trying to reach some possibly unrealistic ideal. And that's why TSM is picking up wins.
We doing one more? Am I doing?
Go for it.
Am I doing EG?
Yeah.
All right.
We got until
Jack
6
gave me the
minutes, Mark.
okay.
Okay,
I'm
what do we
running
got
up
here?
to EG. I'm really excited to talk about them because they're a 7-2 team. You know, they're obviously very good. But I'm actually going to give them a B-.
You can't do that. They're 7-2.
I can't.
They're second place.
They're
I
an
do
AP
not want to
calc,
be your
all right?
student.
They're an AP calc. This is not some like baseline level. They're supposed to be like going to college, going to MSI. They should, you know, be striving, like trying to get scholarships and stuff. Like, this is not an acceptable level. It is a 7-2. They are showing up and like acing the tests, but it is not pretty as you watch them work. They're slacking off in class. They're getting distracted. Jojo Pune's pulling out his phone in class.
Distraction. Mm-hmm. It's a graphic.
I would rate you low and rate my teacher.
Distracted. I talk for a living. I don't write for a living.
81.
Distracted.
What are we talking about here? All right, we're talking about them not doing well, not me. All right, let's focus on the student.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like I just think that they're a team that is so incredibly gifted. They keep throwing a mid game and like they're still winning, so it's hard to like give them too bad of a grade. But this is one of those times where the teacher like leans on you a little bit and like be a little cleaner. Don't have those mistakes because we want more out of you.
Distarch.
Don't be distracted. It's pretty simple, guys.
Wow.
But yes, I would rate you very low and rate my teachers. I would not take your curriculum. I would move to the next.
I'm the fun teacher.
semester.
You're not going to learn much with me, but like, damn, we're going to blow some stuff up in class.
What did we learn?
That's always fun.
Well, okay, so we learned FlyQuest is playing 100 Thieves. That wasn't part of this. Team Liquid is trying hard, but they're bad at tests. They're up against Immortals. That's like an easy test. It's one where the teacher gives you the answers before the test and says, please just look at this
It's
when
open
the
book.
test happens.
Yeah.
Open book.
Yeah, you can do it.
You got your graphing calculator.
Cloud9, new mid laner, MNS against Golden Guardians, Stixay, who's amazing. We learned that. TSM believes in themselves. COG also
It's hard to have more
recently
faith than.
COG recently believes in themselves. We didn't get a chance to do that. That was only in Super Week, otherwise they'd have a better record.
True.
And Dignitas needs to what? Work on their
Fundamentals.
and Evil Geniuses needs
fun.
to avoid distractions.
Yeah. Well, you also have like the most gifted student going up against the failing kid right now in class.
Yeah, and we have a broken educational system because we do not grade accuratly, and we're trying to benchmark on a state level.
My sister's actually a high school English teacher. She's gonna cringe watching this.
All right, let's get into week 5.
TSM versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest, this team undefeated in the split. They go straight on to him. Oh, Maple falls off, beautiful combo! Prince is shut down by TSM! TSM has done the unthinkable! FlyQuest has been upset by TSM!
The strength of Golden Guardians, it's been that bot side. Stixay and Hui.
The HP still trying to get away. Ace in the hole!
How's the team fight gonna go, though? Zori steps in, and Zori gets 3, and will decimate Team Solo mid. Guardians finding the win.
A 5-game win streak.
The longest win streak in Golden Guardians history.
Orgs that haven't been towards the top of our standings in a while, they're making things real interesting here early in spring.
Saying about this.
Well, you better know.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves is going to be our first matchup of the day. We have done something like this before where we're asking Twitch chat what the hypest lane is for their matchup in this game. So top, mid, or bot. Very simple, all 3 letters. There shouldn't be bias, and we're going to pitch you on the specific lane. Mark, you're up first.
Let's go. I'm going to go top again because I love losing these. I never pick the most popular and obvious one. So I'm going top lane because...
You don't even believe it?
I do believe it. I'm just saying I know Twitch chat's not going to agree, but this matchup to me is really exciting because the last time they played, this was something that was actually going decently well for the side of 100 Thieves. Tenacity was able to find a soul kill, I believe it was. He was able to get ahead. He is someone who has been struggling in mid to late game team fights and is someone that we want to watch going up against someone who is kind of like the staple mid to late game team fighting and able to contribute to his team no matter what happens. He had a 0-6 Gnar game one time, was getting absolutely slammed in lane, still found critical team fights. This is the person that Tenacity needs to learn the most from, so I'm excited to see them go head to head.
All right.
People would be surprised that Tenacity has the highest solo kills right now.
Yeah, he is individually so good, but he's just struggling a little bit with like
mid
and stuff.
Bang!
Vikla has been so good. I feel like this split, he has been the best mid laner, and you have guys like Prince saying, I want him to win Player of the Week so he can get more confidence. I don't know what more confidence from Vikla looks like, because to me, he looks like one of the most confident and skilled mid laners in the league. And then you have Bjergsen, who actually is the LCS GOAT. We voted on it last year. He won #1 all time, but he is heavily criticized because people think he plays too slow, he builds too defensively, and he doesn't contribute to victories. But you put Bjergsen against Vikla, who's pushing the tempo, and we get to see if all the haters are right or not about Bjergsen. So
that's a good sell.
Also, Bjergsen has like 1.4 million Twitter followers, so spam it in Twitch chat. And
I don't do that. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that
That's
one.
like you're gonna get your post taken down on Reddit for asking for upvotes.
Definitely 2 of the better mid laners, the best mid laners.
What's next?
All right, bot lane. It has to be bot lane.
Let's go.
So let's just go straight for it. Doublelift and Prince. You have 2-time Player of the Week, the GOAT of AD carry in the region. Also, just really wholesome between these two. Like the fact that Prince, every time he's on stream, he just talks about how much of a fan he's of Doublelift. Like the Jinx skins, he knows what Doublelift plays internationally. The jersey trade-offs that they had the last time they met. It's just a wholesome and top-level gameplay.
True.
Don't you agree?
I'm also going bot, but I'm going to swap it up because to me, this is about the supports. These 2 supports, I know, I always pick the worst matchup. It's fun. No, I actually really love this narrative, right? Because these 2 supports were 1 and 2 or neck and neck in Academy all last year. Did you know? So Ayla has an entire history pre-LCS, pre-Academy. He's the first support to record a pentakill as a support in a competitive play.
Oh, damn!
He's in the OPL, right? So, and he was a super hyped rookie back then. Then we have Busio, who ended up narrowly edging out Ayla in the most valuable prospect category by the Academy broadcast last year. These are 2 players who constantly push each other. And for more on that, this is from Ayla himself, who is joining us on the LCS stage. But this is from his interview post-Proving Grounds 2022 semifinals.
A video prepared?
Busio did win MVP, and you did get 2nd place. Do you have anything to say about that to like the broadcast or to Busio?
Yeah, I'd say congrats to Busio. I think he's really good. Really fun to verse him. I think he pushes me a lot in just games in general, and to be honest, that's why I won. I want competition. I didn't want Academy to be like Breeze, so props to him for winning MVP. I'm a bit disappointed, but at least I beat him.
You know what? You sold me.
There we go.
All right, what are the results?
It's going to be bot.
It's going to be bot because we cheated, but look, we mind control Twitch chat into being most excited for Ayla and Busio, which is the right thing.
Yeah,
this is what you should be.
This was not for Doublelift Prince, and definitely not for Bjergsen. What are the predictions for today? Mark had 4 out of 5 wrong the last day of predictions.
But I got the one that mattered, right?
You flipped them.
I flipped them.
Bang.
Ooh, you're a Guardian. Okay, games 3 and 4 are going to be up for grabs.
Why is Raz predicting
Raz predicted Team Liquid? Wait.
Certainly I did not do that.
Production. Wait.
Certainly I did not do that.
Oh, they fixed it. But wait, was that a Raz mistake? Or was
that could not be me.
Oh, I wish that was
So it's fixing the graphics. We're going to check the tapes.
Did Raz
actually submitted the wrong team for Stage of TSM for the auto.
I swear I did not. I put TSM. It's not.
Okay.
Look, I would put it right up the camera, but then I would be leaking the logs.
Okay. FlyQuest 8-1. 100 Thieves trying to break their 3-game losing streak. Let's send it to the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. We're past the halfway point. Time to kick off the second round robin. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Azael, and this is Ovally.
This!
Who let you in here?
This is LCS! This is the game of the day! I'm not just Ovally Flowers, I'm FlyQuest Ovally now, and I'm pumped for this match right now between FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. I'm gonna tell you why right now, because we got Prince over there. Prince, hi! Prince, hi!
He didn't even look in her direction.
Don't know why.
Just to be clear, not even acknowledging her existence right now. Ayla's looking. You got away from him.
There's Prince. We got the pointing from him.
Okay.
I'm pumped for this. I know the fans in here are pumped for this. Who's here for a FlyQuest win?
Okay.
FlyQuest fans.
Got some FlyQuest fans.
Okay, more importantly, who's here that works on security? Where's the security personnel?
There
in
is
the
no
arena.
security. They forgot to show up.
Security.
I'm here for a chant right now. Because
People.
listen, we got Prince, we got Ayla, but we got Big Dickla. We got Big Dickla in the building. I want this chant.
For that.
I have FlyQuest employers over there.
I don't.
Yeah, this doesn't count as our one.
No, this is not our one.
We're reserving ours for later.
I still no.
I'm also not chanting that with you.
No, I'm not. No, we can't. We can't do that. Okay. All right. Thank you to our lovely people wranglers out there.
I thought you were gonna think awfully, and I was like, I'm not sure I can.
No,
agree
I'm
with
not
that.
doing that. Absolutely not. Instead, I think I'm gonna take us just straight into the draft. How about we move past whatever that was and go into whatever this is? And what this is the immediate ban on Bjergsen's Zillion from FlyQuest, followed up with Jinx and Ashe being banned away. Maokai and Elise, the targets here from 100 Thieves, looking to really pinch the jungle pool from those S tiers.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of really, really powerful junglers out there these days, but those two, I think, really topping the table. Speaky has been playing a tremendous amount of Maokai. People have been just leaving it open against him for whatever reason. He's like, yep, I'll take it. I'll win with it. But it's going to be first pick Zeri here for Prince. I think it's a great takeaway because Doublelift has been so comfortable actually going towards that Zeri. But I think this is going to be an any mid because the Lulu got locked. We've only been seeing any support, but any mid I think actually benefits a lot more from some of these changes because a lot of it is the scaling AP, more HP on the ultimate with that, the reflective shields as well, doing more damage with more AP. So I do think it's actually a really strong pick. Very interesting because it's something that you have to play aggressively, right? You can't just sit back and farm. You're going to get outranged by a lot of champions. You want to play aggressive, look for picks, look to move around the map. So I'm excited to see what Bjergsen can get done with it.
And specifically because it's Bjergsen, whenever this guy falls under criticism, it's usually about him not doing enough proactively in the game, right? So if you're on a champion that needs to play aggro, that needs to move around and make some of these plays, we saw him do his first ever pro play career Tristana last weekend. It didn't work out very well, and so naturally those criticisms come out. Now, obviously, Annie's not the same turret-taking, hyper-scaling machine that Tristana is, but I'm excited to see what he does in this champion the same way you are because of that requirement for getting things done.
Absolutely. I'm expecting Sivir to come through. It feels like the most obvious pick, but do they want to prioritize an early jungler for ganking? So it is going to be that. That was kind of the inflection point there in the draft for me, is are they going to go early jungle? They do, which means there's going to be more bans thrown Doublelift's way here. Lulu is already locked in. The two most common pairings are likely to not be available. I assume the Fly is going to ban out Sivir, and they already took Zeri. They do have Soraka, which is going to be really, really strong in that 2v2 against Lua. I do give Soraka the edge in that matchup as far as the support laning goes.
And we also already have the 80 carry pool pinched from the first half of draft. Remember, the Caitlyn and the Jinx both banned away. I don't really count Ashe as an 80 carry anymore. She's almost entirely played as support these days. But Varus will be the next target here from FlyQuest, so doing exactly what you're talking about, zeroing in on that marksman pool. Sion and Talia are the bans from 100 Thieves, so getting rid of a couple of those ultimates that can really get you involved from across the map, make it that much easier to rotate around and make some plays, because it has been FlyQuest coordination that I think has been one of their big strong points.
Absolutely, and especially if you're going to be going an aggressive top lane pick here as well, you don't want Sion there to just neutralize the Sivir. I was getting a little bit curious, like, are they really going to leave Sivir up? Because that feels like the most obvious pairing. That is gone. There's a lot of options you can still go towards. If we think about things that Doublelift has already played so far this split, he has played a lot of different champions. So Lucian not going to be the pairing. Varus is banned away. Zeri's taken away. Caitlyn's gone. The only thing left that he's actually played this split is Xayah. Doesn't feel like the strongest pairing, but it isn't bad whatsoever, especially against something like the Vi. So they could go towards a Xayah if they want. But honestly, there are a lot of options here. It is going to be the Xayah, though.
Yep, the Xayah locked in. It can drop the aggro from the ulti of Spica's Vi. Can have a lot of outplay potential. I mean, with the modern-day Navori Quickblades that we see. Like,
I was suspicious that was going to be Ovly holding that sign. It's a comfort, double of Bjergsen, stay for Ovly. I'm like, is that Ovly out there?
I feel like Ovly might have made and paid for the sign.
Those are paid actors in the crowd.
I don't know. I'm calling fake tweet on that one. I'm calling fake tweet. Oh, we got the Swain locked in for FlyQuest. A little bit of a death ball comp coming in.
I actually really like this because when you think about what 100 Thieves are likely to want to do, at least with what they've drafted so far, when you look at Wukong, when you look at Annie, it's about going forward, it's about diving in. Swain makes it very difficult to do. As a target himself, Swain is very, very tanky generally with the builds that you're going to go, so you're not going to be able to just like one-shot this guy.
Right.
And it's also very difficult to dive past him onto someone like the Zeri. So going to be interesting to see what the 5th and final pick here is for 100 Thieves. Tenacity, I think, individually has been pretty good, but has had some coordination issues with the teams. His TPs haven't always been on point. He hasn't always been on the same page with the squad. And he does have 5th pick counter pick here against the Renekton, so needs to be able to get some sort of an advantage with that.
I like going for the Jax. You'll lose out early. Renekton's going to have those burstier trades, but as he gets more levels, Jax will just outscale this matchup like a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder how 100 Thieves are really going to try to play out these fights, though. Because both teams have a little bit of kind of like split conditions. It feels like you have both ADs who want to kind of almost peel back, and then both jungle and top are trying to kind of dive in on the enemy AD, right? I do think Swain makes that very difficult for Wukong and Jackson to really dive through him. But at the same token, FlyQuest have drafted Renekton Vi, who really want to get in onto Doublelift and really want to get in onto some of these backline targets as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to try to play it out.
Bjergsen also going to be under a non-insignificant amount of pressure, I think, because with Doublelift having the ulti on the Xayah, being able to drop the insta-give potential of the Vi and Renekton Wombo combo, well, Annie's the next closest target, and you don't have that get-out-of-jail-free card there.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that is working in his favor with that is as long as you can get out like your full rotation of spells right off the bat, even if Annie dies, you still are putting a lot of value out, right? Because generally, assuming Annie is farming well, and if you can get that full combo out on one of these squishier members, you can potentially 100-0 that guy, but it's going to be difficult for him to go on Swain. Really, the only target Bjergsen is going to want to go for is Prince, who's going to be playing Cleanse and is going to have the Soraka behind him. So you either have to catch the Soraka or the Zeri, or them together kind of for Bjergsen. I think his options are fairly limited, unless he gets way ahead and he can try to actually then focus on people like the Vi or like the Swain, but that's not likely to be a winning fight.
And this, remember, is going to be FlyQuest's first game this spring, played with Ayla, who has finally arrived, ready to show us what the intended starting FlyQuest roster was. They had to play the entire first half of the split with a backup, and they went 8-1. Not too bad, man.
No kidding. And it's a lot of pressure, I think, on Ayla as a result of that. But, I was getting to talk to Rafa, and Rafa was sending me some of his notes, on Ayla versus Busio, because these two guys actually, for summer, for most valuable prospect for the MVP award from Challenger, actually tied in voting. And there was a tiebreaker between Ayla and Busio.
How do you do a tiebreaker?
I'm not actually sure how the tiebreaker was. It was a shootout. They did Moon or Dodgeball. But they had to actually decide who was going to win. And basically the criteria for most valuable prospect is who they thought was going to bring the most wins to an LCS team, going forward. And it ended up actually being Busio that did win out. Not only because they thought he was going to be really, really having that potential to be the best support in the league, as they also thought Ayla had. They were saying that they were actually voting for Busio under the criteria of thinking he could be the best player ever in the league, not even just for support. Potential very go. So incredibly high expectations from all the academy folks for Busio, but Ayla was right up there with him, tied in that voting for MVP. So it's going to be really exciting to see these two guys going up against each other. And I actually got to talk to Corin Yan the other day, as well as Spawn, who was his coach and former teammates of Ayla. And they talked a lot about how Ayla, is one of those guys who, in this modern era, is kind of as close as you can get as the one-man shot caller, which is kind of gone these days, but has a very commanding voice, really likes to dictate the pace of the game, really likes to dictate, where his team is and what they are doing. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can incorporate himself into a team that's already halfway through the split and top of the table.
And I'm kind of happy, unironically, not just saying this to to be a meme or something, we get to see him on Soraka in his first game, because a lot of people immediately default to, oh, it's an enchanter, show me something that you've got some like engaged skills on or something like that. But Soraka, you can really gauge how good somebody is at their laning phase by how many Qs they're able to hit, how reliably they can succeed in those trades, because it's so important. And then later on, you do have that big possible ability to make an impact in a team fight with a clutch silence. Everybody thinks Soraka and they think healing, but those silences are the things that can really just turn an entire fight and a whole game around.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can predict that Bjergsen is going to be flashing in and instantly silence him as he's coming in and he can't get his full combo out, he's just going to die and look like a fool, right?
Yeah.
You know, so there is massive turnaround potential there. And we're also going to be able to track his positioning. You know, how well is he able to position these fights? Because if he exposes himself to the Annie, to the Wukong, to the Jax, they're going to be killing this guy off very, very quickly.
Pretty much instantly. Up here on the top side, too, something we'll have to keep our eyes out for. Tenacity, ever since his first game of the split back against Fudge, which came down to a 1v1 that Tenacity lost by a single auto attack, he's not been afraid to go in for the 1v1s. He's not been afraid to test his mettle for those solo kills. Impact, being a veteran of the league, like, this is obviously a guy that you got to be able to have confidence in yourself and your own knowledge of damage thresholds and timings to be able to go against him. But I think Tenacity's not going to shy away from that after he gets a couple more levels and feels like he's hitting his power spike.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things, you know, talking to you know, some of the 100 Thieves guys before the split that they talked a lot about with Tenacity is the fact that this guy is really confident, you know, is willing to play hyper aggressive. He's one of those guys that will have the 10-0 or 0-10 type games in scrims because he wants to challenge himself. He wants to go right at his opponents and needs to get this wave fully pushed in and then back it up. We'll see if Impact wants to hold it. He does, but he's still relatively low HP. His jungler's coming up to cover him, so Tenacity just has to leave. You know, there's not going to be any way for him to stay around. You got to get out of there, bud.
Yeah, Impact doesn't want to immediately dive after him because remember, Tenacity does still have the counter-strike ready to go. Meanwhile, mid lane, Vikla going to get jumped on, going to get stunned on. Closer goes forward. The auto attack from Bjergsen chases him under the turret. It's 100 Thieves getting first blood.
That was actually perfectly calculated. Closer, the fadeaway there. The last Annie auto comes through to finish him off. I thought that was just going to be a chunk or maybe a forced flash. I didn't think they were going to actually fully commit to try to be able to get that kill. And I don't think Vikla expected it either. But they are able to get in there, get very aggressive. Both top laners have TP'd straight back. Tenacity had to actually TP to crash this wave. And Impact just comes right back to try to defend the crash. And he has Tenacity in this really awkward spot where he's not all the way back to his tower. And Tenacity is very exposed to potential ganks here. He has not seen Vi, so he doesn't know if he's actually safe or not. Really, all he can see right now is the fact that Raptors are up, and just now he sees the jungler.
That's all I got.
But it's like, you saw Raptors are up, and you don't see the jungler there, you would be thinking he's topside, right? So he had to play even more scared. Now that he sees Vi, he can try to get the crash, but Impact's going to be ahead in XP and is ahead in health. So it's this awkward spot. Like, this is the worst place for the lane to be as a top laner. You really want all the way forward, but he did actually counter-strike the W there, and that's massive.
That's huge. That's how Jax can win the trades early on. If Renekton gets off the stun, he gets all 3 hits that are also stacking the Conqueror, pretty much guaranteeing that to proc immediately at the start of the fight. Jax is going to have a tough time no matter what.
Exactly. I mean, you get your full combo, and then you come out of the stun, and you pop your Counter-Strike, and then he just slice and dices away. But Bjergsen, no flash.
Oh boy, Bjergsen getting jumped on by 3. Nothing to it, man. FlyQuest, get one back in the mid lane and tie it up.
Yeah, nicely done there. Going to be able to punish that missing flash from Bjergsen. Everyone just shows up mid, and you get that initial engage, followed up with the claw, guaranteed.
Both mid laners having the goon squad to back them up this time. They're just going to keep pulling more and more dudes over to mid lane, causing more and more violence, but I can get behind it. Both of these champions, you already talked about how Annie likes to play aggressive. She wants to be able to go around and make some moves. But when you're looking at Swain, if Swain gets ahead of the curve of the game, he becomes just this massive zone of control, this impenetrable wall around any big fight that the Wukong and the Jax and these champions that are trying to go forward are going to be very, very unhappy about.
Yeah, I mean, Swain from behind, you kind of just focus down and kill. Swain from ahead, you know, it hits this point where you can't kill him, but you also can't ignore him. And then you're like, okay, well, how do we play the game, right? It becomes very, very difficult to try to punch through.
And generally, the answer to a question like that would be, well, okay, maybe we have something that outranges him. Just shoot him before he can get in range. Yeah, Jax has a stick and Wukong has a stick, so I don't think you're going to outrange him.
What if you had a really big stick?
I mean, Wukong, it extends the range on the Q. The stick's still not big enough. Tenacity's just getting jumped on, blown up. Impact flashes forward in case Tenacity was going to flash as well. Guarantees the Q hits no matter what. Tenacity saves the flash, but Impact gets the kill.
Yeah, Tenacity does save the flash, but the problem here is both the deaths for the 100 Thieves soul laners were when they had no DP, so they're actually really punishing because that wave is going to crash, likely going to lose at least one plate, plus I think 2 full waves on the top side. So that is the CS difference here. You know, you're going to have all of that going away. It is just the 1 full wave, I guess. So there would be 1 melee that died before it. The plate does go down. The kill went to Impact. The plate is another half kill, plus the experience differential there and all the gold mist means that Tenacity is now in a world of trouble here. And Spica, the best part about it, he didn't even commit his ult. So he still has that ready to go.
That feels great on one of these champions like Vi that has such a big power spike once you unlock that level 6. So let's take another look. They were nice and patient with this.
Yep, just nicely played. You know, the wave is pushing in. Tenacity moves up, gets raid in on him, stuns him up. And Spica, level 5, just follows it up very easily, hits 6 raid off that. So now he has the ulti ready to go. It's not as though he hit 6, went top, spent the ult, and then now has to kind of go back to farming.
Right.
You know, he got that kill without even being level 6, and people like Bjergsen, who are gonna have their flashback now, are gonna start feeling a little bit more comfortable. Right. But the follow-up is very good in both of the soul lanes here, so Spica has options, right? Because you either have the stun to lead in or follow up from Renekton. You have the claw to follow up from any guaranteed ultimate stun that's gonna come through from Vi as well.
Ooh, nice evasion of the stun there from Tenacity's Counter-Strike as Impact slices and dices away. Immediately heads right back in to keep trading afterwards. Total gold on the left side of your screen. It's still Bjergsen at the very tip top of the table, having a little bit less farm than his lane opponent, but there's enough minions alive that he'll be able to catch up through most of that, as well as having that early money from the first blood. He's doing all right, but it's FlyQuest who are about 1,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen pretty much has missed no farm when you consider the fact that he actually lost about a wave off of that kill when he had no TP. You know, he's farming very, very well.
Yeah.
Annie obviously can last hit with those Qs. You get some of the cooldown back. You know, it doesn't really cost any mana when you last hit as well. So it makes it very easy to be able to do that as long as you're not, really having kind of like awkward hit point markers or whatever you want to call it on these minions. And he is obviously 6 now, so he has Tibbers ready to go. Going to be interested to see how quickly he tries to get involved. You know, are they going to try to get an early usage of the Tibbers around the next dragon or on a roam or something? Because they didn't contest the Herald on top side. Top lane is already winning for FlyQuest, and that is definitely a problem, right? If Jax gets put too far behind, the scaling is just like off the table. It's never something that's going to happen.
And you can see right now, thanks to the gold being brought up on the screen, appreciate you observers, we got about 1,000 gold advantage. Yeah. It's a massive amount of EXP too, like you said earlier, from losing the wave for Tenacity. So Impact's feeling pretty great about the way things are going down up here. He'll be way ahead in terms of first item completion, mythic timing, all that stuff. Still 1,500 gold lead for FlyQuest. First Drake of the game did go over to 100 Thieves, so they at least have that to hang on to for a little bit now. But they definitely don't want to allow this to get any more out of control.
No, not at all. And I mean, you kind of just look at the plates. Every tower that 100 Thieves has actually lost a plate, right? Yeah. And they have not been able to claim any. And that kind of shows you how these lanes are going. Mid lane, it was through that gank, of course. Top lane was through a gank, but bot lane just naturally in the 2v2. You have this Soraka, you have this winning matchup. You're going to be able to push in. Zai kind of needs more time to really get going. Prince can just rush for the tier 2 boots here and have that non-stop shove. And they're just going to be getting a lot of gold off these pushing lanes. Herald's going to be dropped mid. It's going to be another couple plates here going down.
2 plates, easy. Get in there, Shelly. Kaboom. More money for FlyQuest. 2,000 gold lead, 11 minutes into the game. He's feeling pretty great. Closer and Busio will roam up through the river, seeing if maybe there's an angle here on Vikla. As Bjergsen opens up, immediately just starts firing. Vikla with the flash back underneath the turret. He will not die, but it does cost him that critical summoner spell. Should be able to clean up Tibbers here. One more Q will take that out. 100 Thieves goes for the play there. It doesn't cost them any of their own summoner spells, but it does cost them Bjergsen and Closer's ultis. It does get Vikla's flash.
Yeah, they get the flash off Vikla, they got the ulti off Vikla, and they got the ulti off of Ayla as well, which really was able to keep him safe. So pretty good trade, definitely 400 Thieves, but some of their major tools to get aggressive are now down. And yeah, they forced some cooldowns, but they didn't get any gold from it. And that is definitely going to be the problem here is this is the difficulty when you're playing against FlyQuest is they have such strong laners across the board. They make good proactive plays. They snowball the games through objectives. And unless you have a clear way in, teams just start getting run over. Even though this game feels relatively competitive, the gold lead just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Every time you make a play bot, they're taking something top. Every time you make a play top, they're taking something bot. And FlyQuest are really, really one of the best teams in the league at doing that. Even in some of the games where teams are getting a lot of kills against them, they're actually expanding the gold lead just by playing the map so damn well.
And you can see Tenacity has plenty of control over top lane right now, still down about 3 waves versus Impact's Renekton. Impact content to just keep farming up. Honestly, once he goes back to base, he might just be able to fully complete his mythic item. You can see that Tenacity stopped off for the completed tier 2 boots, so he's going to be a bit further behind. Only the tier 1s on Impact, so might just be able to go straight into a Gore Drink or whatever he wants. Once he goes back, that might be why it's sticking around so long. Tenacity pops the ulti, goes after him there. Impact with a response ulti, flashes in, goes for the damage, nearly gets it. Tenacity's at 50 HP, and he dodges away from Vicla's artillery. Both top laners walk away from this one.
That's a clincher for Tenacity, man. Barely able to get out of there. Needed to stay alive. Would have been huge if he could have got that solo kill. And you got to respect that, just going right at his opponent, getting very, very aggressive there, despite knowing he was behind. As you said, Impact had not gone back to base for a long time, and Impact is going to TP out towards bot, so they want to commit to playing towards this dragon. Will Tenacity spend his TP? No.
Okay, Closer's immediately going in for the ulti. Vicla's the target here on the very front lines, but he does die. That'll be the only death here so far, as Ayla's going to be picked off by Doublelift. 100 Thieves feeling good about it. Prince takes out Closer, but Spica's going to drop now too. 100 Thieves are mopping him up. Prince tries to get away, a jump back over the wall. He'll escape back to safety, but it's a 3-for-1 for 100 Thieves. They brutalized him.
Yeah, that was actually huge for them, and they didn't even spend their teleport. Jax saved his TP, just walked out, where Impact actually TP'd to that bottom lane tier 1 to try to get there faster. But the Plague swung very heavily here. It felt like, by 100 Thieves, able to find the right angle. Ayla is kind of split from the team. Renekton is coming, but he's coming pretty late. And Bjergsen and Closer just preempt the play. They know that Renekton is TPing bot, so they just dive right in, burst down Vikla before he can really get anything done. And then on the side there, Doublelift able to take down Ayla was massive for the team. Prince is just separated from the rest of the squad. Spica goes down as Jax arrives, and Prince can do nothing but run.
And Closer's activation of the Wukong ulti interrupted the damage from Spica's Vault Breaker, stopped him from getting that momentary displacement and minor stun as well. Really nice stuff in that previous fight from 100 Thieves. And it's exactly what you said about Swain earlier, Isaac. If Swain's behind, or if he's just only at the same level of the game, especially early on before he gets an hourglass or something, you just burst him down. 100 Thieves recognize this guy is not a huge force of nature to be dealing with. Just blow him up.
Yeah, and I think that really shows great understanding of the damage thresholds, and that is something that's so important. Understanding when you actually can burst this guy down versus when you can't. Tenacity could be in some trouble, but probably can walk it out, I think, at this point.
Yeah, after the Vault Breaker doesn't connect and you don't get that massive burst of damage, you're pretty safe just walking out. But your turret is not telling the same story. Plates fell about 45 seconds ago, which means Impact should be able to knock this sucker all the way down to 0 unless a lot of 100 Thieves reinforcements show up. And it looks like that's the plan. They're throwing everybody not named Bjergsen down here with this bottom lane tier 1 turret. But FlyQuest has a plan to fight back. Ayla's going to be the target here at the very start. Soraka should die before much of anything else even happens. Spica and Prince thinking about showing up as Impact retreats back to the rest of his teammates. But FlyQuest, what in the world's going on, boys? This strategy is not paying off. They thought they might be able to turn it around, but they just give over some freebies, and Bjergsen explodes Vikla on the other side of the map. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and FlyQuest don't get nothing back.
100 Thieves are taking over now. They actually punished the overstay on bot side. Impact had Spica covering him, but they weren't taking account of the fact that Tenacity could be TPing in, everyone could be moving down there. And then on top side, we saw in picture-in-picture, Bjergsen was able to actually force out Vicla's ult very early, I think without expending his own ultimate, then later go back and get the kill. So let's see. This is where he forced out his ult. Did he actually use his own ulti here? I couldn't quite see that in the picture-in-picture. No, it doesn't look like it. So, oh, he did. So he's just able to pull back, wait till that expires, and then I assume just get back in on him one more time with the stun. Vikla kind of playing with fire here. When he is that low and you walk up, you're just going to get straight up burst down. Just not respecting the burst, man. And the Q range is actually pretty good now. He charges up very, very quickly. And then here again on that bottom side, Ayla's behind him, Spica's with him, but they lose track of the fact that the extra man is there. Prince is very far behind the play. You look at Prince, he's still moving down the map here through that river. Ayla has no flash from the previous play where he got soloed out by Doublelift, so Ayla getting punished pretty heavily. And then the double root, just beautiful stuff by Doublelift, and 100 Thieves getting stuff on both sides of the map.
So here's my problem with that play. Bottom lane tier 1 turret is 2 Renekton autos from death. Just kill the damn thing, have Renekton and Soraka walk up to where it was, and then all 4 FlyQuest men can fight the other 400 Thieves players at the same time instead of guaranteeing you lose Soraka first. Felt like the comms just sort of fell apart there.
Yeah, I think maybe just overestimating their position in the game, feeling that they could fight their way out of that a little bit more easily. Because I agree, they could have played it how you're talking about. They also, from that position, if you force one person back as impact, you can actually walk up solo, try to knock down the tower, and at worst case, he just loses that one person if they TP on him, right? So you would still get the tower, and it'd still be a relatively positive play. Impact, though, winning out in that 1v1 still very heavily, has the Gore Drinker completed here. Tenacity went for a tier 2 boost, but also went for the Executioner here. As I think Soraka, Renekton, Swain, there's a shield bow in there. There's a lot of healing, so it is pretty high value. My only question is, should it be built by the Jax instead of just the AD or someone who can apply it a little bit more easily to kind of all these targets? Because I don't think Jax is going to be hitting champions like the Swain that much in the team fights, but we'll see.
I like to see the item one way or the other, but I can definitely feel the vibes of wanting it somewhere else. As Spica caught out, destroyed, blown up, eviscerated, deleted, removed, smudged from existence. What the hell was he doing there?
Yeah, he gets crushed, man. On the top side, Vikla spent his flash to actually interrupt the TP from Bjergsen, so it potentially could have gone even worse. But it does mean no flash, no ulti for Vikla. And Bjergsen's kind of just slapping him in these 1v1s now. Vikla is not really giving as good as he gets whatsoever. Bjergsen here going for a relatively aggressive build. He is going CDR boots as opposed to flat pen. So it's more just about having those abilities up, having that flash up more often to really be able to make those plays instead of just maximizing the 100-0. Did go Leandries, not going Roa. And is going to be going, pretty AP heavy build here. Just stopping for the stopwatch, but likely Zhonya's isn't going to be till much later. He just wants that for playmaking, so he can flash in, spend out all his spells, and then just go right into his Zhonya's.
And I mean, I love the fact that he's going for the more damage heavy options of things like the Leandries, stuff like, needlessly large rod, plus has the Hex Tech
Alternator, I think it's called.
Whatever.
Yep, Alternator.
Yeah. Hex Tech Alternator in the inventory. Because like you were talking about when you were discussing the Grievous Wounds purchase, there's a lot of sustain and regeneration on the side of FlyQuest, so just blow him up. If you just kill the guy 100-0, all of a sudden, there's not any problem. Yeah, just kill the guy.
What's the problem with healing? Just kill them before they can heal, Flowers.
No big deal.
Come on, you dummies.
Yeah. This is you learned this 10 years ago in your World of Warcraft championships. Just kill the healer first.
Exactly.
That's all you got to do.
Well, they've been doing that pretty well so far. Ayla has picked up a couple deaths. FlyQuest trying to actually set up for this dragon. They do have all the vision in the area. There's nothing for 100 Thieves. But it looks like 100 Thieves want to just group up and try to bully their way in. That seems very hard, though, against Swain Renekton. They're going to look for it, though.
Drake at 6,000. 100 Thieves looking for the chance to go in. They find the enemy mid laner. They're going to start off and blow him up. Tenacity grabs the kill, and focus is shifted over to Impact. The Drake is still only at about 2,000 HP, and 100 Thieves will say TY for leash. They'll secure the objective, but FlyQuest is ready to fight back. Tenacity stays alive, and Closer looks for a flank. Impact and Spica are on the run, and Bjergsen won't be able to lock them down. Now Prince is still ready to free fire, but he's still got to be mindful of what 100 Thieves might be able to turn around with. Closer goes right back in. Closer goes right back out. Bjergsen's here on the front line, and Prince still wants a little bit more, but nobody's going to find anything. And now we walk away. 100 Thieves on Soul Point.
Yeah, they're on Soul Point. That is the big deal here. And thankfully for 100 Thieves, they're able to finally reset those Zeri stacks. Now, you can't go into a full run because if everyone retreats, he's just going to chase you down and kill you, right? He's going to have that infinite stack, be able to actually chase them down and get those kills. Wasn't able to do it here, though. Shadow Flame now complete for Bjergsen, so even more burst ready. And Vikla is just not tanky enough to actually survive in these situations. He's had that stopwatch forever, though, and I've got to criticize not being able to actually get the stopwatch off in that situation. I don't know if he just got stunned up with the tabbies and then because he has no tenacity, died during that stun or what. He did obviously survive the first round of burst, got his ulti off, but wasn't able to actually get in that stopwatch. And as soon as you crack that Swain early on in the fight, you can really look to push forward because it's his job to really hold this point. You want to be holding this section right here, not allowing them through. But we're just going to watch Vikla die again.
Vikla. Maybe he just gets away from this one. Yeah, it looks like, okay, Vikla's going to survive. 100 Thieves try to send the Goon Squad after him, but he does manage to use the ulti to successfully escape this time. There, hits level 10, or 10 stacks, excuse me, on the Roa, so going to make sure that that extra bit of power is fully charged. But man, FlyQuest, for a team that started off with a 2,000 gold lead at 11 minutes or whatever, 100 Thieves has done a great job clawing back against them.
They really have, and I've got to give a lot of credit to Bjergsen. I think he has been very proactive, understanding. In a lot of these situations, I think a lot of players, myself included, would shy away from spending all my burst on Swain because I wouldn't be confident that I could kill him.
Yeah.
And I think his understanding both in lane, but also in these team fights, that he's doing enough damage to actually just straight up burst down Vikla is really what's making such a difference in a lot of these fights, because they're eliminating the Swain instead of having to ignore him in a lot of different situations. And Doublelift is quietly becoming very, very strong. We saw him in that early fight, getting that solo kill on Ayla, in that skirmish around Dragon, and he's been in that backline now with the Navori Quickblades already done. He's gonna be really strong.
I think drain tanking is the kind of tanking that puts you on the edge of your seat the most.
Yeah.
Because against somebody who's just a brick wall of 300 armor, 300 MR, 4,000 health, yeah, this guy's really tough to kill. We'll whittle him down, like,
you don't
whatever.
ult the Ornn.
Yeah, you're never gonna ult Ornn. But sometimes if a champion is not that directly tanky, but they have that regeneration, it becomes a test of knowledge. It becomes a test of knowing exactly where that threshold is and being able to clutch that out and say, no, you're not actually a tank and I'm calling your bluff. That's essentially what it is. It's bluff call.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just had a really good understanding of his damage thresholds and been able to punish time and time again so far in this game. Now working towards that Zhonya's third. He knows eventually in these 5v5s, he is going to be sending himself on a bit of a one-way trip. You're going to be flashing in there, dropping Tibbers, full round of spells, and then you actually go into the stasis and wait for your next CDs to come back up so you can get the second round of spells out. 100 Thieves have been doing a really good job fighting their way back in this, and FlyQuest, for the second time in as many weeks, are really up against it. This game, assuming that 100 Thieves are able to actually grab this soul here, goes heavily in their favor.
So what do you want to see from FlyQuest to be able to get themselves back on some good footing here in this game?
I mean, I think it's just going to be about the setup around this Dragon. I think the initial vision control was really good for FlyQuest in that last one. We never got to see the full replay, though, because Vikla didn't actually get his stopwatch off, right? He died off early. So they either have to have people in a good enough position to actually support Vikla and keep him alive, or have Vikla just early on go into that stopwatch, because he needs to buy time so that Prince can actually have that zone of safety. It's his job to be there in that front line, buy the space for Prince to be stacking up during that ultimate and start to run over the fight. But that is going to take some time. The longer the fights go, the better it is for them with both Swain and Ayla on this Soraka. So they've got to make sure that they're positioning well and not getting burst down to open it up.
Plus, with the Rylai's now completed as the second full item for Vikla, if you can get that 2.5 seconds of stasis, slowing down the Jax, slowing down the Wukong, slowing down the Annie as they try to move forward and attack the more valuable members of your team, that's a lot of extra space to create for Prince, to create for everybody else, to keep Ayla safe so the poor little Soraka doesn't just get exploded again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the longer the fights go, the better it's going to get for them. Soraka starts filling people's health bar up time and time again. It becomes very, very difficult to actually win those really extended fights. But if the front line cracks early, then it's going to be going 100 Thieves' way again. Prince has got to be really careful here. Wants to check for vision, but you still have that threat of getting burst down. Yeah, you can cleanse Tibbers' stun, but you can't cleanse Tibbers' damage.
Okay, Bjergsen stepping forward. Goes for an ulti here. Vikla's going to be the target at the start once again, but they aren't able to find him. And now the damage on Doublelift is done. It's enough, and they found the enemy AD carry. FlyQuest got the fight, and Vikla's not done. He'll keep running forward, controlling the fight, controlling the players on 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest just found exactly what they needed.
And that was a disaster for 100 Thieves there. Did the Tibbers not stun anybody? It looked like he tried to hit the max range on 2 people, I think.
I think it just whiffed.
Yeah.
Then Doublelift is dead with Flash and ult both up.
Yeah, it looked like he just got fully locked down. So let's watch this one more time. I think he's trying to place it exactly between Spica and Vikla and hit both. But unfortunately, short changes on both sides. Then Doublelift, that's a Q flash into a knock-up, into an ult. Like, he just didn't get to move. Doublelift stepped a little bit too far forward there, and then he gets straight up 100 to 0 CC'd. But Bjergsen, was having a great game there. One small mistake. It couldn't have been more than like a few pixels on each side.
Right.
But he stuns neither instead of going for both. And that is the risk when you try to go for that big swing. He still got a ton of damage out in the fight. But Doublelift went down instantaneously. Neither of those DPS were stunned up. It really changed things.
That just absolutely flipped this game upside down. The soul stacking will no longer be one of those early win cons like you were talking about. Yes, it can still happen at any point for 100 Thieves, but FlyQuest bought themselves another 4 minutes of breathing room.
And one thing I will say, it was still a big advantage that they took those 3 dragons, because if it hadn't been soul point, then that's actually Baron for FlyQuest, right? And that would have been potentially game ending. But FlyQuest knew closer was up, and if they went for Baron, they would give up soul. So it forced them to take the dragon, which is the lesser of those 2 objectives by far.
Yeah.
But they had to do it because of the early dragons the 100 Thieves have stacked. So they still get the advantage of having done that. And 100 Thieves are still in a pretty good position here. We'll see if they can find the fight.
100 Thieves, once again, looking for Vikla. They know that every fight they've started off killing the Swain has gone well, but they can't kill the Swain. You're only going in with 2 dudes, it ain't enough, but now they're gonna find the burst. Bjergsen, now they kill off Double as Prince goes on a rampage. Spica goes over the wall, chasing after Closer, and Prince is putting bullets in Bjergsen's back. A double kill over to the Zeri. They may have lost Swain, but it don't matter a whole lot when you're able to turn it around like this, or are they? Spica's still trying to be careful enough here. Closer may be able to get over the wall. There he goes, has the cooldown. Busio stuck underneath the turret, and Prince stuck with another bag of money in his pocket.
FlyQuest take the fight there. They did eventually kill Vikla, but the carries weren't in position when the initial engage came through. It looked like the Nasty was going forward. Bjergsen and Double were not in range, right? And the golden rule of frontlining at the pro level is you don't go in and you don't take damage unless your carries are dealing damage, right? In this situation, they were not. So it's so much free damage put out on that 100 Thieves front line, and FlyQuest was able to last so much longer in that fight. Again, Vikla doesn't get his stopwatch off. This has to be like the 3rd or 4th death in a row without using a stopwatch.
He just likes it. He doesn't want to break it.
He's just saving it for later.
It's a family heirloom.
Grandpa gave him that stopwatch.
He's not going to break it, damn it.
Yeah.
All right, so, I mean, they find Vikla, and Closer and Tenacity jump in.
Look at this. This is the front line. This is the carries back here, right? Like, you cannot be going in like that unless Bjergsen and Double can follow up, and Tenacity and Closer just really went in too fast. When Bjergsen arrives, he drops Tibbers, and they actually pretty much insta-kill off Vikla, but as soon as Double comes out of his ulti, he's stunned up, he's burst down, because he has no frontliners. They took too much free damage at the beginning of that fight. And this is something that I think has plagued 100 Thieves in a lot of their losses, is that their front line is not coordinating with their back line at times, right? Closer, Tenacity go in. If they went in and Bjergsen and Double for right there, I think that's an easily won fight for 100 Thieves. But when you go in disjointed, your front line takes free damage, Vikla's getting healed up, Prince is actually stacking here with that ultimate, and he's free-firing. You're giving them way too much time.
And I think we're now getting to see the opposite side of the coin of the Swain encounter, the Swain situation. If you end up just baiting yourself into him, only getting 80% of the health bar, sorry, you just engaged a team fight that's ideal for your opponents instead. That's exactly what Vikla wants.
Absolutely, and Vikla, is able to kind of bait them in that situation. Yeah, he does still end up dying. As Bjergsen arrives, he tibbers him, he gets burst down. But he's still got a stopwatch. In fact, he actually upgrades it to the Zonias now, so he has that available.
Still never broke it.
Nope, never broken.
Never broke that stopwatch. It's
pristine.
If I'm the Swain and I'm 1-5, I'm chilling if my Zeri's 6-0.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like you'll take this any day of the week. Sure, dude. My job's to stand here and just be a zone control tool. You go in the game. I'm just gonna stand here in my golden form.
And this has been one of the things that I think really exemplifies the strength of FlyQuest as a team, is that they have actually had a number of games, not in these last couple of weeks, but in the early games, Vikla actually had a number of stinkers. He had some bad games, right? But it didn't actually matter because of the strength of the team. When one member could have a bad game, the others would be stepping up. Someone's dying in a side lane a lot for FlyQuest. Well, they're taking towers everywhere else. They're taking objectives everywhere else. People are able to really cover for each other because they have so many different strong lanes and so many different win conditions that it doesn't have to be, Vikla every week. It doesn't have to be just one guy every week.
It kind of is Prince every week, just by nature of him being as good as he is. Like, it kind of is him every week.
Hey, other people are doing stuff too.
He's always popping off. Like,
doesn't have to be though.
It doesn't have to be. But it is. Sort of happens.
True.
FlyQuest is coming around. They're using Impact as bait and seeing if they can land themselves a big old 100 Thieves. Let's see. FlyQuest.
Putting the hoodie on a hook. See if they can catch themselves some 100 Thieves.
All right, let's go, boys. The TP's showing up. They wait for the TP to arrive. Now they're going in. Full on 5v5. Closer and Tenacity want to apply the pressure onto Prince, but he's ready to fire right on back. Double it now. Looking to find the DPS onto the front line of FlyQuest. He gets the kill on Spica, but FlyQuest want to dogpile him. Impact still looking for a little bit more damage, and he finds it. FlyQuest rush him. 100 Thieves has one man left, and that man is a Lulu. All right, he's done.
FlyQuest TPing to top lane, double DP. They're looking to close this one out. It was close till it wasn't. FlyQuest showcasing their dominance here once again. Prince 10-0-0 on the Zeri.
Perfect chat score. No death, no assist, only kills. Getting that KDA in there. Get the orange OP.GG scores. Nexus turrets collapsing right now. We might not actually have the end of the game because Closer and Tenacity are both back alive. Prince is the only one with a decent amount of HP on FlyQuest, so we're not quite done. 100 Thieves get one more run at it, but it's...
They got to run straight to Dragon. Sprint to Dragon, try to get Soul. That's 100 Thieves' only play right now. Because they have a late recall now. You're looking at Ayla, he has to base. All these guys have to base. So you just sprint there, you start up the Dragon, you hope to God you can get it, you hope to God you can get back to base, and maybe extend this game out a little bit because Soul is worth, like 4K in stats. It is Cloud, so it's not exactly like the base holding one. It's more of a you're winning, you can chase people down and stuff. But we'll see if they can get it. They are trying to rush it down, but Speaka's in the area. It's going to be a flip.
There's a couple of good, ultimate synergies there with the Cloud Soul on the side of 100 Thieves, but let's see if they can even get it. Yes, it's going to be 100 Thieves grabbing the Cloud Soul. But where do they go from here? Vikla turned up on the front. They got to try to disengage it. Prince's laser takes off half of Bussio's health. Closer wants to turn it around back onto the FlyQuest AD carry, but now they got to be careful and get themselves back away. 100 Thieves lose their support. 100 Thieves lose their jungler. FlyQuest given more money. 12-0-0 now to Azeri.
Yeah, he's already full build, man. He's full 6 items at 33 minutes into the game, and this time, surely with the minions already at the Nexus, FlyQuest gonna be able to march it in.
FlyQuest just going straight for the throat now as Tenacity, Doublelift, and Bjergsen will buy any amount of time they can. Doublelift just getting dove on as Impact and Vikla and Prince are all just ready to get in there and guarantee this one ends with a dub. Tenacity's the only one left. He wants to at least get the kill into Vikla, but not even that. Another double kill, 14-0-1 for Prince's Zeri, an ace for FlyQuest, and another win for the current best team in the LCS.
9-1, the new score here. Ayla gets the dub in his first game with the squad. Has to be feeling good about that. Finally here, free from Visa jail, get the win on stage.
Man, oh man. Honestly, a little rough around the 11 to 21 minute mark or so. 100 Thieves found a good way back into the game. They were catching Vikla, they were punishing FlyQuest, being a little bit disjointed, but then all it took was that one fight for FlyQuest to get themselves back in control of everything. After that, it seemed like everybody was on the same page. They were making the same calls, following the same calls.
Yeah.
And once these guys decide that they're going to play as a unit, they're so hard to deal with.
What are you doing? You're not on the team? Get out of there.
Okay, well, Prince has ascended. The Prince has become a king. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in the presence of royalty here at the LCS.
Prince is like, what is happening here?
He's truly a king of the people.
Yeah.
Honoring and acknowledging his loyal subjects, including ones that keep managing to sneak into the LCS Riot Games.
Security has really got to shape up around here. What are they doing today? This was a fun game, though. This was honestly, by the end of it, FlyQuest are clearly running away with it. Prince was enormously fed.
Yeah.
But as he said, I would say the mid game really was 100 Thieves. They were stacking those dragons. Had they been a little bit more clean in that one team fight mid lane, and then also the team fight over by Baron, those 2 team fights, had they performed a little bit better in those,
yeah,
I think they get Soul, and this game could be theirs, right?
Right.
You could see the way that they could actually close this one out.
I mean, you look
a couple
back,
little mistakes, and they just punish you so damn hard.
You look back at the fight where the Bjergsen Tibbers misses the 2 targets by pixels. If that's slightly to the left, if that hits both of them, you said it in the moment, we got to reiterate it now, the entire flow of the game from that point forward could have been very different. Doublelift doesn't die instantly in chain CC right after that, right? Like, they can probably do a lot in that situation. It's just games of League of Legends can sometimes come down to the smallest things.
And that's, I think, what's so impressive about FlyQuest is that, even in these situations where they have at times been pushed, if you make the tiniest little mistake, they punish you so hard. Bjergsen, trying to hit both those people with a stun, puts it in the very center, it just barely misses both. Then instantly they're on Doublelift. And when we watched it in the replay, even in slow-mo, I don't think there was a single gap in the CC. I don't think he got to play his character at all, 100-0. He got Q-flashed by Vi, and then I believe it was like a root or a pull from that, maybe a stun from Renekton, then the Vi ult. Like, there was all these little things that kind of just got layered in there, but he never got to play, got 100-0'd, And then 100 Thieves admittedly did make, I think, a bigger mistake up by Baron when they tried to go for Vikla. Their front line pretty separated from their back line. When you're going in early without your carries being able to hit, that is one of those toughest lessons to learn, is that it's not always about the best engage angle for you as a frontliner. It's about when is the best engage angle for the people behind you, right? Because if your carries can't hit when you go in, it doesn't matter how good it looked.
I mean, you've always got to be ready. You've always got to be ready for those situations. But quick reminder to all y'all, from now until February the 24th, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. But with that taken care of, now we're joining Ovally with Prince and Doublelift on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. I am here with the newly crowned Prince and, of course, the winning team, and then this guy who thought that losing would get him out of an interview with me on my first day back. Bummer for you. Was that your strategy for today?
Yeah, I threw mid because didn't want to do the interview. Didn't work out.
Absolutely not. You can't escape me. But Prince, you tweeted something before this game, which I thought was very funny. Maybe him not so much, but you said that you wanted to keep Papa Doublelift's loss streak going, right?
About my tweet?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I didn't even see that. A good one, though.
You
Actually
lived
good.
it. You lived it with that last game.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that tweet or talk about playing against Doublelift again? Because I know that you had idolized him. You thought he was one of the reasons why you got into playing competitively. And now, 2 times in one split, you just kick him right in the booty. You've destroyed him. Good feeling?
Not AD game, I think this game. Just enemy just too deep come to me, so it's bad for damage angle for Doublelift, I think.
Mm-hmm. If I'm getting you right, Prince, you said that not only did you beat Doublelift, but also the entirety of his team. They went too deep, and you said too easy. Am I paraphrasing that correctly?
No.
All right, I'm going to give Prince a second to catch his breath here. But, Peter, how long is this loss streak going on for you in 100 Thieves? What's going on, buddy?
Is it bad? It's like 5? Or is it 4?
I think it's 4 right now. I think today is 4, if I'm doing my math. 'Cause
Yeah.
Super Week was not super for 100 Thieves, right?
Yeah, blows. We're undergoing some issues. We're under construction right now. We need some time. But no, he is. Prince is right. Or I would say Prince is right. We went too deep, but it was a little bit of an AD gap. I think Zaya. I don't know how he died mid. It was actually so bad. I don't know. I just threw the game a little bit. But I think our comp gets outscaled after some time. So if we don't win the game on the 4th dragon, we're probably gonna lose. And yeah, then Prince just 1v5'd us many times. Sucks.
He said that you 1v5'd him multiple times. It sucks for him, but it's great for you, right?
Yeah, but if Doublelift get tech Jerry, get Penta, I think this game.
Oh, he thinks that you could have got a penta. Prince, you're kind of wrong right now. I think that
No.
you're just beating him. They haven't won a game in a couple weeks, but that's okay. Prince, last question that I want to ask you.
Yeah.
Ayla is here. We've been waiting for him to come. So what's it like now that you have this new bot laner or support with you?
Ayla had 2 months solo queue time, and last he more upgrade and Mark II version 2 Ayla is come. Before when we play at bootcamp, it really sucks, but now it's really good.
Now he's really good.
Yeah.
Went into the hyperbolic time chamber. He's coming out a champ. Prince, thank you so much. Doublelift, thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you.
That's it for us here on the desk. But don't go anywhere, because when we come back from this break, we're going to see Team Liquid take on Immortals. See you then.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Well, we're halfway through. I think it's time for a review. How the season has gone, what we have done. First, Cutie's been great. She and Speaker made a cake. Whippo's casts are insane, just like his big brain. Second week had no sound, but 100 mark was around. BTSM Jat, one who recognized stat. Interrogated Kobe, unfaithful, phony, and everyone needs some fudge to their tenacity. 'Cause times are changing, got ourselves a new direction, rearranging a vision far from perfection, reflecting as we go. We're scaling for the show, for those still in the crowd. Thank you, we'll make you proud. Third space, flashy is real. Can be Graves, nerves of steel. Zerker, no support, carries butts. Vens, Callista's pretty scary. I'm just saying, guys. That thing is pretty schnasty. Prince got to meet his hero. Double a fan as a kiddo. Flies beating every team till TSM broke their streak. Week 4, GG's Fog. 5 wins after 2-week fog. Dox Aurelia is Rico Porch. Courage, no duo. Cutie came back with sweets. Players spilt the tea. And Sven and Jan had beef. Good! Let the spice run free. And I know some things are unhinged. You might even think this song is cringe. We're aiming high, we wanna fly. We have to try, 'cause times are changing. Got ourselves a new direction, rearranging a vision far from perfection, reflecting as we go. We're scaling for the show. So if you're still in the crowd, thank you. We'll make you proud. Thank you so much. And we got a very special cast with Flowers, Raz, and Ovely. Take it away, y'all.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you. I'm still Flowers, and Raz I've casted with him many times before. And welcome to Ovely, who I never in my wildest dreams imagined I would be casting the LCS with.
It's like her one sickly wish that she had.
It was
welcome, Ovely.
That's exactly what happened. What do you mean? We've casted on a bunch of different things together. We did Ava League. We did the Mr. Beast Ninja thing. We did, like, on my stream. Here, let me refresh your memory. Take a look.
Let's not.
All right, listen up here. You didn't pay attention to literally anything that happened. I was waiting and listening, and I never heard a single ability name throughout the entire team fight. You were talking about Leona's ulti by the time she was 25% HP using the rest of her kit. Also, I don't know if you know any other words in the English language besides take down, but if you do, you should probably use them because I heard it so many times it made my ears bleed. All right. So you fucked it up. Now you get to make a choice. Do you want to get back in there and cast the next fight correctly, or do you want to sit here and cry about it and be the new waterworks attraction at a Disneyland park when they open up? Because that's your two choices. You either get better or you get lost.
Okay, that was way out of context. She said, review my casting as if you were Gordon Ramsay. I'm not a douchebag. I'm not.
I don't know. Check the clip. Let's roll it again. Let's roll it. No, it's okay.
No.
But what? I casted for you. I
This is
thought that I
character
did a good
assassination.
job. And
You
then
need to do
all of a
this again.
sudden, you come out. Oh, I love Emily. Can we just for a second talk about how freaking amazing Emily is? Let me just get down here because she is listen, you two
This
are
is the
great,
best promo we've ever got.
but Emily
Wait,
is.
what you just tossed the Ovely one.
What is this?
We're trying to be welcoming to our latest commentator here in the booth. Ovely, we're about to cast some Team Liquid versus Immortals.
We are. We
Yeah.
are Flowers. And you know, before I signed on with FlyQuest and learned how freaking wonderful and amazing they are, I did a lot of work with Team Liquid. But earlier this week, I saw that Simu Liu was in the Liquid facilities.
Oh.
And Steve did not invite me. So therefore, can I be biased? Can I say
I mean, you're wearing FlyQuest colors, dude. I think we left the bias conversation behind.
Immortals is
already.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Ashe, Caitlyn, Kindred all banned away. Marksman to play 3 different roles. Kindred, of course, being target banned for Kinvi because there's like 2 people in this whole league who play that champion. Oddly, what are you doing, man?
What is this? Can
It's
I
a
draw?
drawing thing. I don't know how to use it because they don't have me use it, but Isaac knows.
She's a literal child on the stage, so we will try our best in this situation. But yeah, even Elise being banned, Maokai has to be the first pick option here for Team Liquid overall. I would like to see that there for Pyosik. Pyosik has just generally been the ganker for the team. He's been consistently on the map and has been getting Summit ahead. So that's something that I'm expecting. Meanwhile, Kindred, Graves, Kenvi, get out of here. It seems like those are the picks that they're consistently taking away from him.
All right, we got the Graves out, we got the Kindred out. They're not letting them play to have like those fun solo queue champions.
Yeah.
Oddly, what are your thoughts?
Now, I know it's been a while since I've been back inside the LCS studio. When did Smithy start coaching on Immortals? He looks good there.
Yeah, he's looking nice.
Smithy looks great.
Yeah, dude.
But what do you think about his coaching so far?
Look, all right, so
he's
I
working
have
on it.
a policy. It's called I don't comment on coaching ever because I don't know. I did not answer on every single coach of the split poll that we do. I'm being honest right now to everybody. I am not in tune enough with the programs and practices that the coaches are engaging with the players to make an informed decision. I don't know what the hell's going on back there, and I'm happy to let them learn and do their own thing.
Hey, and the players say positive things about Xmithy, especially since they call him Papa Jake. So like, he's somebody that actually consistently could work with Kenvi and leveling him up. And I think he has been getting better and better, seeing the Vi pick for him too. So he's not even phased by the bans going against him.
Wait, you just called him Papa Jake, so technically we have Papa X Smithy and Papa Smithy
Yes.
all within one roof?
You are right.
I am so excited. There's so much content to be. Okay, can we talk about how Annie keeps getting picked? Because I'm excited for this. It's new to me because I've been avoiding solo queue because my feelings get hurt when I play. But I also saw LS popping off about it. So Annie's just meta and good now?
Yes. After the huge buff towards her shield, and of course, just like being able to have more access to your stun, she's just seeing a lot of picks, mostly for support though.
I mean, she was so broken. She had a 59% win rate, and they had to
Yes.
hotfix nerf her as soon as they buffed her. So she was a bit of a war crime before. She's not as bad now, but she's very powerful.
If
So
you're concerned about getting your feelings hurt, you're not going to have a good time here casting with Flowers.
why am I the bad guy?
I wonder.
Look, man, the clip was out of context. I already told you guys. Oh, we've got another one of Avali's favorite champions, the Nautilus, picked up.
Yeah, so you know how a lot of people say, oh, Avali, you play Lux and Soraka, that's some e-girl support stuff. Nah, when I break out the Nautilus and the Leona, that's my e-woman support. That's when I come in. I throw the hook, I throw the E on Leona, and I just stand on top of them and CC them until they're down.
Or until you die. That's
Yeah, because-
usually how it goes.
Yeah, because you're supposed to be my bot laner, and then you just never support me. You never
That's
back me up.
for a reason.
Okay.
One thing I will say about what IMT's strategy here is they're just trying to put in a lot more engage options here. Vi and Nautilus seem to be the pick. Usually when we see Nautilus in this meta, it's alongside Kai'Sa, but no. In fact, they're going to be working towards the Xayah and Nautilus. A lot of the players have been talking about how Fleshy is just a good engaged support, so it seems like they're forcing that option.
Okay. I mean, I'm always more of a fan of Nautilus with something that feels very aggressive, like the Kai'Sa, like what you're talking about, to dive in together.
Yeah.
Xayah, of course, is good at not getting killed, which is going to be a serious task when you're up against Annie and Wukong trying to dive into you. Of course, we unfortunately have Zeri, another game here, game number 2 of the day. I'm expecting to see plenty of her throughout the day as things continue. Sion and Azir banned out by Immortals. Talia was the ban in second half from Team Liquid. There's got to be one more coming out here. They've got a couple seconds left to think about it. They're running the clock all the way down. They know it's got to be something for a solo lane, and it'll be Ryze. Okay, keeping that one away from a Blaze off.
Oh.
Okay, first rule of pro play, don't get bamboozled by picks that look fun.
This one you should react to.
That's not a fun pick.
Is that?
That's,
Hey, Flowers.
no.
Is that Victor from Arcane?
I still have that word muted on Twitter permanently because of you and Moose.
And now you're
going
gonna
to
extend
You
that
made me mute his name. It is removed forever.
Technically,
Yeah.
you could mute me from the stream by just continuously pressing my cough button.
Okay.
No.
Flowers, you have an idea.
It's a sacred rule. You can't touch other people's cough buttons.
Except for hers.
No, there's rules. You can't go about doing these things. Okay, we got a Kali locked in for Team Liquid, so a little bit of action here in the middle. We're going for a Victor kill lane attempt from TL. Obviously, I know that you used to work with TL in the past, and now they're trying to kill Victor. So you might be a little at odds here.
No, I told you from as soon as we started this draft phase, Simu Liu was at the Liquid facilities, probably for some like Marvel Shang-Chi stuff, and they did not invite me. They didn't invite me.
You're with FlyQuest now. Why would they?
So you're literally now going to be an IMT supporter for that reason? Is that what you're telling me?
Absolutely. Plus, I see that Jake is there.
Okay, well, unfortunately for IMT, they are 2-7 on the season. Not the greatest record. However, fortunately for them, their opponents are only 3-6. Team Liquid has been having a bit of a rougher time than I think a lot of people would have expected. You come into this split, everybody's seeing like, okay, they're building a roster of all Korean players. Like they're going for the comms, they're going for the all sorts of scrims all the time approach, and we just haven't seen the dividends yet. But we get to see the Irelia counter pick into the Gnar. Revenge is ready to square up with that against a dude who does not know how to click his champion backwards in Summit. This is going to be a battle here in the top lane.
I can't wait for it, Flowers. The one thing we saw it was actually from CLG. It was Dokla picking up Irelia and having a lot of wins in this specific counter matchup. And so nice to see that IMT is making use of their counter pick, 5-pick for Revenge, and they're likely going to be playing towards him. One thing to take note of, although a lot of people have been memeing Summit, this man in lane has been dominant. Highest CSD at 8 in the laning phase throughout the entire split. It's what happens past that is the question.
Yeah, it's what happens when the enemy jungler looks at the top half of the minimap and goes, huh, that dude's kind of been at our turret the whole game. Maybe we should just kill him real quick.
So they pay him a visit.
Yeah, they just got to drop by, you know, show up, have a little bit of a quick party up there in the top lane. But we're about ready to jump into the game here. Immortals and Team Liquid, both towards the bottom of the standings, both want to have a better second half than they had in a first half. Immortals showing us that they can win games. It's just there's a lot of miscommunication. There's a lot of uncoordination around some of these later phases that end up being a head scratcher. And Team Liquid's honestly had some similar problems.
Yeah, and specifically to Immortals, when they have been successful, it's been on their comfort picks, it's been with Engage, and it's also when they're allowing Revenge to carry and to play towards them.
Yeah.
So like that's what they're going for, more comfort in that respect. Whereas Team Liquid, look, it's just about executing in team fights. That's what I'm looking for. It's going to be a win now type of scenario for TL.
Okay, so Avli, my next question is for you, actually.
Me? Okay,
because one of the conversations you always see come up on social media, on Reddit and stuff like that, when people ask, like, why is the team failing or why is the team not putting up the results we expected? One of the things that always gets suggested is every team should have a noob that they just, like, sanity check stuff with, right? You have to have, like, the noob intuition to counteract, like, the over-analysis of the pro mind.
Okay.
So since you're the noob, I'm going to ask you, where is First Blood happening? And who's getting killed? Yeah, I want to see your psychic prediction. Where's it going down? How's it going to be?
I love this. It's 100% going to be in the bot lane. It's going to be Fleshy picking up the kill onto Yon because he's accidentally going to KS it from Tactical.
Okay, all right. We've got the Avli prediction.
Specific.
I like this. I like this. No, that's what I wanted.
I got a question too, Flower, since I am the noob caster coming in here.
This is your first LCS cast. You're the noob.
I know. How can I best support you and Raz in this situation besides screaming for Victor?
Well, I can see you're still trying to draw on the thing. I still wish I could help you figure out how to draw on the thing because honest to God, it's not a bit. I don't know how to work it. Isaac and Kobe are the only two that know how to use it.
I'm glad she can.
I'm not 100% sure how that thing's going to end up coming to fruition, but maybe we'll be able to figure it out later because bottom lane, it's immediately into the action. Level 1, 2v2 as Core JJ has to flash backwards and Tactical and Fleshy are feeling good about it.
Yeah, it's a great start for IMT's spots out of the map. They're going to allow Team Liquid to push into them and perhaps get some help from Kemby so they can make use of that flash timer there. So Core JJ could be that, he could be a target.
I like Core. He's so sweet.
Good dude, man. Put together lots of in-houses back in the day. He's always been a big proponent of trying to make the region better. Team Liquid's obviously been playing like crazy amounts of scrims and practice and everything else, and hopefully it starts, working out for him here soon. Topside Summit versus Revenge. I like watching both these guys because neither one of them's afraid to just get in there and get scrappy and try to go for the Chad play.
Yeah, I mean, in Champions Queue, you see it a lot, especially with Summit. You see him playing to his limits on stage. Oh, hell yeah, he does that in Champions Queue to the nth degree. And so It's going to be interesting when we were talking about where we're going to be seeing action first, where first blood's going to happen. I actually think it's going to be top lane.
Okay.
Simply because we talked about how Revenge is going to be playing Aurelia towards Summit. We are also seeing Kenvi path towards the top side of the map. And since Victor should be having Prio early versus Harry here, I expect there to be at least a setup towards a dive. If it doesn't happen, that would be a failure in my opinion.
So you say it's going to be top side. Which way is it going?
Oh, I think it's going to be IMT. IMT will get the first kill. It should be on Summit. Whether or not the play is going to be successful, I don't know.
Okay. All right. But we're predicting that should be the outcome. Fair enough, fair enough. 3.5 minutes into the game, no big meaningful leads from either side. Jungler's not really getting involved in a whole lot here either. Pioshik just farming up. The man who is the current reigning world champion jungler, been off to a little bit of a rough start, had a couple of missed smites, a couple of mistimed plays throughout the first half of Spring Split here, and everybody's kind of just waiting to see if he can turn on, if he can become that world champion import that I think a lot of people were looking forward to.
Yeah, you're right. Not hitting the expectations, but the ganks he has been having in the early portions of the game have been good. Most of the time towards top lane, Summit has been getting like a decent amount of ganks, efficient ones, but the bot lane's the action here.
Ooh, Kenvi jumps in, tries to go after Yon, but he steps away from the Vault Breaker, just gives him the frog emote. And all right, they're good. Pioshik still just being patient, waiting, seeing if Tactical and Fleshy step up.
What's the most tilting emote for you to see?
The most tilting one?
Yeah, the most tilting emote for you to see. Like someone, stops your gank.
I would say Yasuo bring it emote.
I think it's probably like its basic thumbs up is the most tilting one, because it's like this guy doesn't even care about his own trash talk, but he's still talking trash anyway.
Yeah.
Or the mastery spamming. That's literally the worst. I'm gonna use that one as the tilting one.
Do you know about the secret tech? You just bind it to your ultimate key, so then every time you use your ulti, or like if you have an aggressive summoner spell like Ignite or something, every time you ignite, you have it flash mastery as well. There's some people who are truly degenerate that like play Yasuo and also bind it to Q. So every time he stabs, he's just mastery flashing.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, so let's move on. I literally
coming to a solo queue near you.
Please no.
I think my favorite usage has been when 100 Thieves brought contracts in, and then he was, beating Cloud9 and used the Cloud9 emote on him?
Oh, those are always really good, yeah.
So
you pick somebody else's emote, somebody else's logo, and use it when you kill them. That's a little bit of the extra sauce there. Ooh. But there's not a whole lot of action either way here.
Yeah, but Summit's in trouble here. Wave's frozen towards Revenge. Revenge is posturing aggressively to trade on towards Summit, and Vi is pathing towards the top side of the map. So he does need bailing out. Problem is, the monkey, Pioshik on Wukong, is pathing towards bot side, so the assist is not going to be there. So a little bit of trouble here.
Okay, Summit. These are the situations where he's been criticized before because he gets aggressive, he overstays, and he gets smacked upside the head. Let's see if he's able to navigate this properly. Hitting level 6 is a big deal. It means as long as he's in Mega Gnar form, he can stop a lot of the ganks pretty effectively. Kenvi only being level 4 on the Vi. Hitting level 5 now at least, so not as big of a deal as it was about to be. But level 4, you jump in on a level 6 Gnar. If he's ready to transform, he has the ability to turn it around very easily.
Yeah.
Summit, man, he's playing this safe.
And the observers are doing a great job here showing what the ward coverage has been, but he jumps forward, didn't notice.
Did I cast or curse it? Oh, man, as soon as I said he was playing it safe, he steps forward, gets the ulti to slam them both into the wall, trying to walk it off, but the Vault Breaker's coming in, stops him up, beats him up. Goodbye, first blood over to Kenvi.
That was tough, man. I don't know what he was doing there because, yes, he was trying to get the wave crashing in. He was trying to jump forward aggressively, but the ward coverage was perfect. One in Tri-Bush. He also had Scuttle in the river. So he would be able to see where Kenvi was, and that moment was impatient. He was doing a great job up until that point, so first blood goes towards Revenge. Or actually towards Kenvi with the assist of Revenge.
Yeah, Revenge gets the assist. Barry's trying to get a little cheeky here with a Blaze Olive. Jumps right back into his smoke. Ollie, how you doing?
Not a day goes by where I'm not waiting for a human Victor skin from Arcane.
Human Victor? He literally has classic...
the Arcane skin.
Oh, okay. Tactical... Okay, buddy. That was a little dicey. What's up?
Oh, I just wanted to pat you on the shoulder.
Oh, I thought you were trying to communicate something.
You and Raz are doing like these hand signs. It looks like you're doing freaking Naruto hand signs and signals going back and forth. So I'm just kind of here observing. Just glad that I can be in the middle of this friendship.
Yeah, I'm going to use my my Sharingo Jutsu.
Yeah, right. You got the second word right.
Okay, cool. All right, that's one more than I expected. One more than I expected to get. Ovely, I have to actually ask you, since we don't have a whole lot of action going on. What's Chainsaw Man? Because Kobe asked me that like last week. I didn't know what that was, and the audience laughed.
Okay, so I just got a talking to from climbing over and holding up a sign at the beginning of the show, so I'm not going to go into depth what Chainsaw Man is, but Core JJ.
Hold on, they're ready to go after Core JJ. Fleshy flashes forward, goes to the dredge line, forces a flash in trade. Jan's ready to go back in there, maybe. Harry, dive underneath the turret. Perfect execution, ain't perfect enough, and a Blaze Olive lives with 30 HP.
So close, man. Harry goes for it. And a Blaze Olive lives just... Oh, and he stops his base.
They stop the back. The dredge line comes in, and he punches him right in the jaw. It's 2-0 Immortals.
That's what you get for not inviting me to go see.
Okay. someone gag her. But yeah, that was awful. Okay, get your mind out of the gutter, please. I appreciate it. But the fact that Harry was going for the kill, something that I've just genuinely never seen from him. Just being able to, he thought he had the angle.
Okay.
Goes for it. Let's take it one more time. Alt E. And yes, the ulti was great from a Blaze Olive, but he just didn't have damage. I wish I saw how much HP it had. It feels like it was just in the single digits.
So low. And then up here, Kenvi just committing the flash to guarantee that he connects with the Vault Breaker. He can burst Harry down.
Man has sweat in his brow.
Yeah, he's like,
oh, wow.
Calculated.
Thank God I got out of that one.
Calculated.
Chainsaw Man is an anime about a guy who becomes a devil hunter, in a sense. And there are many women involved, and it's fantastic.
His head turns into a damn chainsaw. That's all you need to know.
He pulls like this little like ripcord that's hidden underneath his tie, and then there's also other great characters like Power. Power's kind of like me because she is crazy, and then she uses like blood to attack people.
Dude, I feel like half the time you weebs are just making this stuff up, just telling it to me to see if I'll believe it. His head's a chainsaw?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Copyrighted.
All right, yeah. Ovely, be careful. We don't want to get DMCA. We don't want to DMCA the whole LCS.
It's okay. Unlike Rafa, I'm so off key with anything that I sing that it's impossible to be detected.
The algorithm won't be able to pick you up? All right. Well, we can at least count on that as Harry lands a little bit of damage here on a Blaze Olive. But after that last one, do you think he's still feeling it, or do you think that last one's got him a little, like, shaking up the confidence?
A little shaken there.
Okay.
A little, just a tiny bit. But I like what I see so far. Something that has been growing slowly is just Kenvi. Kenvi in the bot side of the map, he was hovering just in case because, you know, trying to get a shot at Core JJ who has no flash. But it feels like Jan and Core JJ have just been playing respectfully. So it seems like the tone has changed quite significantly. But
oh, they go for the dive, and this time they got more than enough to take him out. They'll send him back to Arcane in a body bag, and it's Team Liquid finally getting on the board.
Don't talk about my husband like that. Okay, wait, I want to try. Can I try to play by play?
Yeah, the next fight you can.
Okay,
we'll go ahead and pass it off on the next fight.
Okay.
Brace yourself.
You'll know the go button because I'll say, okay, Ovely, go. That's going to be your signal.
Okay, I'm down, and hopefully you'll give me a nicer Gordon Ramsay rating.
No. Why would you want a Gordon Ramsay rating that's nice?
Because you know what? I think we need a Gordon Ramsay rating live so that everyone knows what you think of me and the cast.
Please be harsh.
Please be harsh.
If it's a Gordon Ramsay one, it's going to be harsh. That's the entire point of doing the Gordon Ramsay ones.
I'm so excited for it.
Well, we got to get a fight first, and this game's not exactly been super bloody. 3 kills just about 12 minutes into the game. Only 200 gold separating the teams. Team Liquid up in gold despite being down in kills, and it's because they're farming better pretty much everywhere except top lane.
Yeah, that trade that happened towards the bot side of the map where Tactical lost quite a bit, hurt him a lot. Lost a full wave as he based and came back, so that one's probably where the biggest dent is.
Ovely, are you okay over there?
I'm still trying to figure out how to do the fancy stuff, but I
would
think
hope.
touch screen just isn't working.
I like to think that the producers shut that feature off for you.
Producers, did you shut the feature off where I could draw on the thing? Because
Please say yes to her.
Yeah, just say yes and it can end. That's all we got to do. Revenge is once again dealing with the aggro Summit Gnar.
Oh,
and
no!
Now, he missed it! He missed the wall of follow-up! Harry hits his spells, but it's too little, it's too late! Summit tried to set it up, but unfortunately, Revenge is just gonna coolly and casually walk away.
That's rough. That looked like one of my ults.
That's... Come on, Ovely, we're not supposed to be excessively mean. Hold on. Summit with a hop, skip, and a jump away. But now Revenge is ready to follow, but Pioshik's got the follow-up. Revenge is going to be killed off first. Summit is still alive. Can be looking for a last little bit of damage to be able to find him, but he won't grab him. Ablaze all it shows up, but it's only to see the corpses of his friends. It's a 2-0 for TL.
Well done from Pyosik, was sitting in the bush just for the wave to get crashed in. And then the moment he saw Kenby go all in for it, it was easy to be able to take out Revenge there. So really well done. Summit has been the focus for quite some time this game, but he's not been able to get anything off of this one. So nice.
And that was even after Summit goofed up the initial engage.
Yes.
And just slammed the Meganar into nothing, wall up the floor. You would think that it's a good opportunity to punish, but Team Liquid's ready to go. And I like the fact that they're reading these plays. They're saying, okay, we have a top laner who is a magnet for violence. Like, every time he only wants to PvP, so more people are going to PvP him. Let's just read that correctly and shadow it. Take another look at how it went down.
All right, so this is just after we saw the first dive happen. So they all in for him. Revenge doesn't have the HP to go all in, but he wants to commit. Otherwise, Kenby is going to be the next target. And so he was just unlucky overall. Did not expect to see Pyosik sitting in the bush for that long. But overall, a great job done from Team Liquid. A fun stat that I ended up seeing before the game.
Ooh, what do you got?
Is that for how much Summit actually gets off in the top side of the map, right? The CSD, the amount that he's able to like dominate a lot of lanes, and of course get counterpick quite frequently. The jungle proximity for his own jungler is actually really low. So even though Pyosik comes up top and gets the gank off, they're efficient. Immediate gank, get a kill, back way, hover towards bot side of the map.
Okay.
It's usually Summit on his own. So the fact that he's able to do this a lot says a lot for just how strong of a laner he is. And then now, he has been the target. His team has backed him up. It's a nice start from Team Liquid.
I agree.
Good job.
Thanks, Ovely. Also, another thing worth pointing out, Revenge with the Blade of the Ruined King completed. For those of y'all that were watching in previous weeks when we had Whippo here, Whippo talked about how Irelia versus Gnar, once Irelia completes Blade of the Ruined King, Gnar all of a sudden has to be very respectful, very afraid whenever he's in the mini form because Irelia has such a kill threat on him. But when you got buddies, when you got Pioshik monkeying around here in the top side, just swings through, gets the gank, gets the kill. Ovely, go!
Tibbers, but Shelly's in the mix, and E-Woman Flashy is able to land the dredge line, but now they're chasing down Pyosik, who's chasing Victor. Oh, wait a second, Vi died in the corner, and I wasn't paying attention. Oh, no, but Pyosik's got the monkey staff. He's ulting, and Victor's dead.
Flowers, let her hear it.
How'd you think of that?
Please.
Nope, I can't say what I want to say on this channel, or we're going to get in trouble. So I'm just going to say, good job, Ovely.
Ovely?
That's how we're going to leave it.
That was the most disgusting play-by-play I have ever heard.
In a good way, disgusting like sick, right?
I can't hear anymore. I have tinnitus. So, I think you need to take a break.
I think you need to take a break.
Because I certainly do.
Isn't Gnar still 0% in LCS? A reminder that Revenge's first game in the LCS was against Team Liquid. He played Irelia against Alfari and got a solo kill in his debut. Yay!
Well, let's see if we can keep it up.
Wait! Flowers really throwing Ovely off the deep end.
Yeah, that was Flowers.
That was totally
No, that was all Flowers. Every single bit of that one was you, and you really need to chill out.
You guys dug for that clip too. That's back when I had Poggy Woggy hair. That's from like 2.5 years ago.
And you had a clean-shaven face, which I don't know about that anymore.
Here, maybe they want you to recast
this replay time.
So the fun thing is, this is literally Herald setup. You're seeing bot side, Fleshy is going towards the top side to be able to, so they're just trying to get this wave in so Revenge can come in on time. So the fact that he dies here, Pyosik reads the play, they try to evacuate, but then perfect timing from Harry to keep them there for the fight to continue. So that's mostly it.
I think that's what I said when I was doing the play-by-play.
I'm really glad that we had this replay because the first time that I watched this fight, for some reason, I had no ability to accurately discern what was happening.
I don't know what it was.
Now that we got to see it the second time, I feel much more educated about the state of the game, which, by the way, is 3,500 gold lead for Team Liquid. Feeling really good about this one, my friends.
You know what? One thing that's great is that we're back in the studio, and so there's witnesses and people in the crowd, and so I can ask them, crowd, is Flowers being nice to me?
Yes! I said good job!
No, look at everyone's going boo.
No, that sounds like a yes for me.
Yeah, I heard some yes.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you said yep. Oh,
look.
Come on!
That's a lot of yeps.
Thank you, crowd. You are the best. We'll bring you guys on for the TriCast next time.
Oh, they're excited about that.
We'll just put a stick mic over the middle of the entire audience and see what we get.
Everyone does play-by-play at the same time, and it's just screaming.
It'll be a great last episode of the LCS. Because you know they aren't going to let us stay on this platform much longer after. Anyway, we got ourselves another Drake being picked up here by the side of TL, so they're going to get ahead in that metric too. Raz, let me ask you, buddy, what's the recipe here for Immortals? Because it feels like right now the whole damn kitchen's burning down.
I feel like they need to find a pick on Harry on side lane. He's pushing past the river quite a bit, and Fleshy needs to hover to... Oh, Fleshy and Kenvi need to hover for a pick, because at this point, right now, there's not much a Blaze Olive can do. He's just picking up waves under turret. They're pushing all 3 lanes. The second Drake goes over to Team Liquid. If they stick to this current state of the game, Team Liquid will win quite easily.
Oh, we got some plays being made. Summit immediately transforming, using the Mega Gnar to buy a little bit more time as his team's ready to arrive. Summit wants to disengage, but they're coming in from the side. Tactical wants to kill. Summit goes over the wall. Team Liquid's ready to counterattack in the meantime. And the first kill goes over to Harry versus Revenge. Now Tactical's over the air. He grabs the kill, but he's going to be shut down by the Victor. And now you'll see Pioche go unstoppable. A Blaze Olive runs into the alcove, but it's only a pretty place to die. 5 for 1. Team Liquid drowns them.
Here comes Yan. Yan comes from the side when the fight looks even and is able to blow people up. Tactical's trying to at least get 1 kill for his troubles, but he's basically in no man's land. Yan had an amazing team fight.
I'm talking to.
Okay. Well, Avalie, why don't you tell us what happened in the replay?
Oh, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened in the replay. Immortals kind of got stomped on. Look at the big Gnar Juju Pancake, like big smash. And then he's trying to run away. But he's not going to get to because Nautilus ult. But then I'm not an analyst.
Oh,
guys.
God.
I need help.
All you gotta do is describe what's on the screen.
Okay, there's more Liquid people than Immortals right now, and my boy Victor is going down. You know I'm not an analyst.
Good job.
I know.
You know I'm stuck in gold.
Ooh, you can see the frustration there. Revenge, recognizing that was not what Immortals needed. More than likely, probably the thing that put them at the point now where they cannot recover this game state on their own. They're gonna need an error, some sort of screw up, some mistake from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, IMT was trying to make a play topside. Kenvi was in the bush waiting for it, but Harry's TP, not a lot of people talked about that one. Perfect timing to even up the fight, and Yan just made a simple hover from mid lane to top to just end the fight. So IMT is making the right call, but Team Liquid overall is always covering the weak side.
So one thing I want to point out, because, you know, I criticize players when I think it's proper to criticize them, but I got to make sure that I'm giving credit where credit is due.
Okay.
I said Pioche hasn't quite been living up to the standards a lot of people were hoping for him in the first half of Spring Split so far. This game, it was only this most recent fight where there was a kill happening that he didn't get some credit for. He is currently 10 out of 11 kill participation, 0 deaths. He's been efficient too, the way that you were talking about it, Raz, only spending the time he needs to spend to get these ganks. So he's also up in farm compared to his opponent. It is a jungle gap here in this game today.
Yeah, it's a kingdom. Pio6 gank towards mid lane over Raptor Wall was a beautiful one to get the kill on towards a Blaze Olive. The hover in top side to get the kill on towards Revenge and Kenvi. I felt like he is literally at the right place, at the right time. And it's just nice to be able to sing his praises for somebody who's had a rough start so far.
Avalie, your thoughts?
I was reading Twitch chat.
What?
Outsourcing your information?
Yeah, exactly. I just do whatever Reddit and Twitch chat tell me to do.
What's the opinion? What's your take from
I
reading
saw a lot
Twitch
of
chat?
people saying, let her cook. So
No,
let her cook.
we're not letting her cook.
I'm pretty sure they said who let her cook.
Yeah,
let her
that
cook.
sounds more accurate. Revenge just gets bonked. Pioche going godlike here. That's some world champion plays, okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Harry's got to get away. All right.
He's good. He's good.
Yeah, they're not being able to find anything on. And while that play was being made bot lane, essentially Tactical was just under turret mid and really couldn't help as well. So this is getting brutal. This is getting tough.
I mean, I think it's been brutal. I think it's been tough. I think Immortals have been in a spot where this game feels impossible for a little while now. 9,000 gold, 22 minutes into the...
She found out how to use it. Stop her. It's mine.
No, the hearts!
No, undo. Undo.
And
thank God.
If you guys get the LCS banned, I am going to be so mad.
I'm finding a way how to unplug the mouse.
You got... All right, okay, well, whatever you guys are doing over there, let's check back into the state of the game, because right now, Immortals are so far behind that it's starting to be completed item differences in more than one role. Man, we already got two items completed top side, 2 items completed in the jungle for Team Liquid versus only the 1 major item on the other side there with Immortals. Mid lane is at least 2 big ones versus 2 big ones. Bottom lane, it's 2.5 versus 2. The Navori Quick Blade's just now being completed for the Xayah. So Immortals having to recognize, dude, they're so far behind in this game. Team Liquid needs to conga line it down mid or something for Immortals to be able to get back in.
She's really polluting the screen.
That team is not even playing.
No one needs this corner for important information, okay? I'm putting the most important information right here.
There's buffs down there.
Give you back some ice.
Oh.
It's a good thing we don't have any champions that stack in this game. Okay, yeah, we don't have any champions that stack, so we're good.
Yeah, and Team Liquid don't need to base. I know they're hovering towards the bot side of the map. They don't even need to play for Soul, even if they're on Soul point. They could just play towards Baron at this point and let this game just end now. It will just have to be an IMT to push through all of this fog to even fight for it. Now, they do have a control ward there, but once it's cleared out by Team Liquid, it's going to get really dangerous for IMT.
I mean, you look at the map state, like we just had the vision toggle for the side of Immortals. You look at how dark that map is. Avali, you're probably familiar with mini-maps that look like these. It looks like a mini-map in Avali's solo queue game. There's just no vision.
I will have you know that I always have the highest vision score on my team.
I always see you play Luden's Echo Lux.
Okay, well, that's because I don't trust my bot lane.
How many control wards are you buying?
Okay, listen, I make Q as support, but I'm the carry, okay? I taught Froggen how to play Lux.
All right.
I taught
well, I mean,
all the grades.
Froggen's known for his Anivia, so that's... if we're talking about...
You're uninvited for my birthday party.
It's, okay, I'll just be in the same category. I never get invited to Travis's parties. Now I never get invited to Avali's parties.
Well, now you know what I'm gonna do?
What?
I'm gonna text your mom right now.
You're gonna invite my mom to your
I'm
birthday?
gonna text your mom that you're being mean to me.
I feel like Flowers' mom would be the only one at that birthday party.
Okay, see? I'm not the one being mean. I'm not the one being mean.
I feel like I'm being pretty nice, guys. What do you guys think?
You're being pretty nice? You just said my mom's the only person at her birthday as we've got the team fight breaking out with Kenby going in. They try to lock down Core JJ, but they won't be able to blow him up. Instead, Revenge goes into the back line, nearly in front of the kill, but nearly ain't enough. It's Jan getting the kill. It's 3 dead on Immortals. They want to make it 4, and Harry should guarantee it with a 5-point strike. Tactical wants to kite, but here comes lightning from Team Liquid.
They pull IMT into an advantageous fight. They had to fight for vision around Baron, or the game would just be over. And they got exactly what they wanted. Team Liquid aced them. Beautifully done.
There's 2 people on Team Liquid that still... 3 people, excuse me, that still have not died. One of those was the attempt here from Immortals. Core JJ got taken low, but it was Core JJ who started off the fight beautifully.
Take it away.
Me, Cass?
Yep,
okay.
that's on you.
You're just
Everything's in
recapping.
slow motion. This
You're
is
just
right now. I can
recapping,
tell
yeah.
what's happening.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just recapping.
Well, I'll
seeing
tell you
into the
exactly
Matrix.
what's happening. Team Liquid is kind of stomping Immortals, which makes me sad because I thought that my good buddy Xmithy was a good coach, but I guess I was wrong.
She doesn't mean it, Smith. She doesn't mean it, man. It. Don't watch this VOD.
Xmithy invited me to learn how to do what is it? Breakdancing
Jungling.
class.
Oh. I feel like one is more needed than the other.
No, you know who tried to teach me League of Legends was Reaper.
Oh. Yeah, I was in
Left
those
his
games. You were the level 4 Evelyn that ganked my lane, instantly died, and then said I thought I was invisible. I remember having to play lane Skarner and working so hard.
What did Reaper
to have
think?
it all disappear in front of my eyes.
Your mom just texted me back. She says I'm watching.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Great, fantastic.
Just a watch
Oh,
sun
the Ocean
going
goes in. The engage for the double knockup, but can Team Liquid find anything off of it? The follow-up goes through, it's there, and Jan goes on a rampage. Now he's jumping in with the Zeri ulti. Harry's gonna pick up a killing spree. The 3rd kill goes over, a double for Jan. And Team Liquid, honestly, I think they just won the game.
Yeah, feels like it. You already see Yun working on towards mid lane inhibitor right now, so they're going to be taking 2 inhibs. They could play it safe and back, but right now, feels so hard for IMT to even hold this.
IMT are just collapsing, man. Team Liquid, they still got Tibbers back there. They've got the enchanted minions coming down 2 lanes. They got a 5v2 for the next 10 seconds. Flashy's just going to be deleted as Tactical wants to stand and fight, cleansing on the steps of his own fountain to even be able to stay alive a little bit longer as Pioshik leads the charge. He's low, but he ain't dead. He'll finish with a perfect score. And Team Liquid throttles Immortals.
And that has to feel good. It's this man right in front of you. Just prior to that, it was Pioshik that dominated. It was great to see because, like, sure, a lot of people would expect them to beat Immortals, but the way in which they did it was incredible. Clean, slow play, protecting Summit on awkward waves, and finding angles towards mid lane. Pioshik and Harry, I thought, worked really well together, and that's the one thing we really wanted to see. So, beautifully done from Team Liquid to get the engine going.
I had the producer talking in my ear. I didn't hear what you said. But no, I'm really happy to see Liquid win here, even though I didn't get invited to the Marvel fan fest and everything. And you know what I think? Wait, I really hope that this still works.
Is that your Liquid update?
No, wait, watch.
Okay, what?
Oh, it didn't work. I thought I was trying to draw hard around them, but good job, Liquid. I'm proud of all you guys. Invite me to the next one, please. Thank you very much. Flowers, your mom is texting me emojis.
Okay, I'm glad that you and my mom have such a fantastic relationship with one another, and I think that the relationship between the players on Team Liquid is only going to continue to improve as well.
Yes.
As they find ways, to get the results that more people were expecting. Pioshik that game, that's the Pioshik I think a lot of people have been waiting for, Raz, and we got to see him kind of show up and pop off.
Yeah. Early game, kind of mentioned how dominant he was. And he's just somebody that puts a lot of expectations on himself. Like, sure, there's the expectation from the community, but that's something that he holds dearly. So the improvement is there. You see Ben, of course, their manager, round of hugs for all the players, because this is a success that you should kind of continue to, like, show your players. Hey, this is how we won. Let's continue to do this. Like, we don't have to rush team fights. We don't have to, like, rush plays in general.
Yeah.
And I think they took that to heart, so it'll only spell positives going into the future.
I, too, am a fan of post-game group hugs. Now that all the players have their headsets off, I think they can hear me. Core JJ, I love you! No, and
they all heard.
And he ignored me. Oh, no, he's turning. Hi, Core.
Hi.
I'm proud of you. Round of applause for Core. He's the greatest. But good job to Team Liquid. I'm proud of them.
So, this was your one wish. How'd it go?
My one wish was that Immortals.
No, the one wish was being able to cast.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I also like that we technically got the Caster's Couch, which is the non-esports show, except we're actually
Are we really shilling?
Yes, we're shilling for esports. Or we're shilling for Caster's Couch because I'm in charge of all that stuff, but that's totally fine. Listen, Team Liquid just played, and Cloud9 plays Golden Guardians next. And listen, I know a lot of you guys think that I'm just here for the goofy stuff, but I'm not. I'm serious. I'm a journalist, gosh dang it. I want you to take a look at one of my works of art. Welcome back to LCS Worded, where we break down all the top news stories of the previous week. This week's segment follows something a bit spicier and potentially darker, as we take a second look at the conflict between Cloud9's Ven and Team Liquid Yon.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just friendly banter. It's not that big of a deal.
Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler was casting the Team Liquid Cloud9 match when he saw Team Liquid bot laner Yon start to type in all chat.
I mean, I think he just said something along the lines of get good or go back to academy.
While all chat in-game footage is not currently available to the public, LCS Worded was able to recreate the scene according to eyewitnesses. Viewer discretion is advised, as the content may be shocking.
Oh, you Lulu playing. You are so bad. You EU son of a F you. I hate you, you kid.
Despite the vigor behind Yon's harsh words, they proved to have little effect, as Cloud9 were able to end the match victorious. But in a move that shocked the scene, Sven decided that his opponent was undeserving of a post-game handshake and snubbed Yon in the lineup. LCS Worded's editing team couldn't figure out how to rip the VOD off YouTube, so here's another reenactment as to how we believe the moment went down.
Stop!
Since the incident, Sven has issued a public apology on social media, stating, "Catch me outside, how bao da?" Today, Cloud9 and Sven face the Golden Guardians, and whether Sven will bring that same attitude from last week to today's match is still unknown. What we do know is that Golden Guardians general manager, Nick Anero Smith, is f***ing shredded. So if I was Sven, I'd check my shit at the door. This has been LCS Warded. Tune in next week to solve the mystery of which LCS caster urinated in my home and missed the toilet. Sources say it's Captain Flowers, but others suggest Raz. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We'll be doing Champ Select here in just a minute, but we got to talk about M&S. You just watched a compilation of his kills because, my God, this guy has hands.
Yeah, and what a story this is, actually. Cloud9 7-2 with Diplex subs in M&S, who has 26 solo kills in 20 Challenger games in NACS, but also he's a player who has been playing professional League of Legends for 5 years, been on 8 different teams across 5 different regions, and you do ask yourself, why has he moved around so much?
Yeah, a lot of it, it's even been said in the preseason conversation that we'll end up talking about, is just literally the internally, apparently, allegedly, just toxicity. And also on top of that, just like, he is somebody that really wants to, at least it feels like, play the right way. That seems to be like the ultimate takeaway, is like, he wants to play a specific way. And maybe the past hasn't been like those past situations. That's what Jack has said in his previous video, like haven't worked out well for him. And this is going to be different. And Cloud9 as a team have done this properly before. Like they talked about how in the past with Jensen, when people weren't willing to take a chance on him, it worked well for them. And so that's a lot of, I guess, a gambit for something that they think is going to work.
Yeah, I mean, he's an insanely talented kid. You can see how excited people are to play with him, just to watch him. It's been like, we were talking about how, despite this kind of concern, it's like universally positive sentiment around the move. It's like, it's risky, but I can't wait. And so it is something that the team itself has acknowledged. Actually, in the offseason, C9 put out a video where a portion of it was talking about this. Take a listen.
What exactly are the possible rumors that people say about M&S that could be worrying, you could say?
Inting in scrims, inting on stage.
Well, that's respectable, though. I mean,
staying
I kind of
up all night doing things. There is this toxicity and rumor, and it was something that we knew about before we even talked with him. But everyone said, this kid is insane. Like, look at his VODs. His mechanical skill is really good. If there's any team that's going to be able to figure it out and get him on the straight and narrow, it's going to be Cloud9. You should talk to him. So M&S goes, hey, Blabber, can we just do a one-on-one conversation right now? And so they get on, and speaking full English, just the two of them, no translator whatsoever, had a really good conversation about where do these rumors come from, what happened, and Blabber got to an understanding of why there were frustrations with his past teams, and understood that M&S really regretted the way he exhibited his frustration, and everything he said was legit. Like Blabber felt like, okay, this guy's being real with me. He's being real with his shortcomings and his huge desire to prove to us that he can be a good teammate. And he said, put me on the academy. Let me like have my shot to prove I can be a good teammate. Let me show you I can be a good player. And Blabber getting off that call, he's like, oh, I actually like this kid. He was literally shocked. He's like, after talking with him, his English is good, and I liked him. I believe in him. I think we should get him. Let's put him on our academy team. And I think Blabber had to basically convince all of us that we liked him, and he's continued to speak with them, and we're gonna take a gamble on this kid.
I've watched this a few times, and the most interesting thing to me is how convinced Blabber was after that conversation, and also how this seems to have been somewhat in C9's plans from the start, right? And the other super interesting thing is that this change almost seems player-driven. Because to your point, Jet, usually when changes happen, it's the staff making it, right? Or it's like, oh, we're having someone underperform. C9 is doing super well, and this seems like internally driven to reach a next unseen level.
That's the thing for me too, is like right now they are in second, third, fighting for their lives to stay ahead of EG, wondering if they can take down FlyQuest in the postseason and best of fives as they start getting Ayla back and teams are trying to make that kind of like final push. I think for them, it's like the perfect trial period to try and bring in this more mechanically gifted player in M&S, see what he can do, see if he can make some moves happen against Gory, who's pretty well respected, it sounds like, around the LCS, and give you this kind of new angle to your team that's currently lacking, that just like the early laning phase wasn't being brought by Diplex. And we know how much, like you were saying, Blabber loves having aggressive mid-jungle 2v2s.
Yeah, I was just about to hit on that. That M&S is somebody that, even though his champion diversity in Academy, or at least in Challenger Series, I always say this a lot, has been really quite strong, like pretty large pools actually, even playing the Lux like I mentioned at the top of the show. Like he's a great assassin.
Yeah.
His Akali, his LeBlanc, working alongside his jungler, Tomio in Challenger League. And so, like, it's nice to be able to see how he can work alongside Blabber. That kind of had that with Perks, but I think this could be better. And so it's really fun to see that they get an added dynamic with Cloud9.
He won MVP with Perks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wow, that's a bold statement.
There were some tough periods in regular season. Like, that was the biggest issue, and I feel like this is going to be something that if he is as talented as people think, and of course what we've seen in the Salt League, then that's what we're looking forward to.
And one just last point as we're getting into Champ Select about M&S, I do find it super interesting how looking at perception and reaction to this change, it's a 7-2 team that is subbing in a player who's been on 8 different teams in 5 regions in 5 years, and it seems like the vast majority of people are like, yeah, I really understand this decision. So it just shows you how much people respect the way he's been playing in challenges.
And they're doing it against the hottest team in the LCS right now, Golden Guardians, on a 5-game win streak. It's the longest in their entire org's history, actually. So they have been incredibly hot. Recently, Stixxay winning Player of the Week, hasn't died in his last 5 games. Gory's been incredible ever since they came back. And so this is a really difficult test for Cloud9 to kind of like bring this player out in.
It's also super interesting because with Golden Guardians, they have said, like, we actually don't like that we face the best teams up front without our starting roster. This is kind of a redo for them to prove themselves against the best.
And just look at those Stixxay stats. 5 games in a row with 0 deaths. I think I mathed it out earlier, 24, 31, 37 kills, 0 deaths in his last 5.
Crazy.
This is a good Absolutely amazing play by him and Huhi.
Well, you guys hype for another, actually, the Nidalee hover is interesting. It's probably not going to go through. Yeah, I was going to say, are you hyped for another Lucian Nami?
Versus Zeri Lulu, maybe?
Let's go!
Oh, man.
This is why
I'm not at all sick of watching this in any league.
This is why we prepared a bunch of graphics for the start of the Champ Select in case we got one of the handshake ones, as we are indeed getting there. We have one more we can talk about, Gory in the mid lane. We'll have to see what he breaks out, because that will be the opponent that M&S has to prove himself against. Gory in the last 5 games himself has actually been incredible as well.
Yeah, his own performance the last in Super Week was beautiful to see. They play around him pretty consistently. We also heard from Golden Guardians team about basically how they communicate. Stixxay was talking about that's one of their concerns, because they, like, Stixxay and Licorice need to be clued in because they speak jungle, mid, support in Korean. To, like, basically rotate around him, make it very clear and quick plays around Gory and to support him. So he is their focal point. When they brought him on, it really started to get going. And so this is a big reason why Golden Guardians is performing as well as they are today. So yes, Stixxay is really benefiting. He's playing out of his mind, but Huhi has been having an amazing split alongside River and Gory.
And this is the most handshake drafts,
Yep.
for sure.
This is
2 of the most
Control
played
C,
junglers,
Control V.
the 2 most played bottom lanes, and 4-5 is where teams, you might be able to prepare for it this season because the first 1, 2, 3 handshakes happen so often, but so much of this is done live. So at the moment, it looks like all the 4-5 bans are going towards mid lane and focusing in on the M&S versus Gory matchup. I'm really curious, and Raz, what do you think? What is Golden Guardians going to blind pick versus counter pick, do you think? I almost want to counter pick M&S in your first game, but it does seem like his champion.
Nah, Licorice is getting that blind pick. No, he's getting the blind top. Get up there, Licorice.
We might even see like a blind Gragas or something like that. That is something I'm expecting, so they can look for a Yone encounter. But I think they're just going to challenge the pool. I'm surprised they didn't ban the LeBlanc. Perhaps just to set up for a better tank option in the top side of the map.
Okay.
Funny enough, I think Cloud9 would probably go for an Azir pick.
I mean, they like Fudge getting counter pick a lot of the time. Yeah, you're right, Mark.
Yeah, come on. You know that they're...
Yeah.
M&S versus Gory in the mid lane, they want counter pick, both of them. So no surprise there. The Jack's going in blind.
I thought for sure it was going to be Licorice with the Gragas pick so they can go for a front to back, but it's going to be the opposite.
A really small point. I don't know if it'll happen, but Gragas was played mid.
Faker.
Just last night
Twice
in
in a row.
LCK. So I did want to throw that out there before we see what is locked in. It's not
You were
gonna happen
close.
here.
You said Azir, you got Victor. Not that wrong.
There we go.
Sad.
There we go. The comp just works with a control mage,
Yeah.
especially since he needs the blind pick. So as much as everyone wants to see that flashy assassin, not going to be the case.
It's clearly a front-to-back team fight comp once you lock in the Gragas with the Lulu, Zeri, Wukong. You know, like, it does make sense to just get some more consistent magic damage in there. Looks like we're gonna have a pretty straight-up team fight comp for both teams. Golden Guardians have a little bit more side lane
Golden Guardians is so much more short range. I think the Sylas is good. He can get Lulu ult and Gragas ult are pretty good
Victor
use
ult.
cases. And you probably don't want to go Azir without a strong front line, so I think I support the Sylas pick.
Yeah, it's just a gory game. It really has to be because, you know, Jax is not going to get too much topside. It's just going to be like, oh, I love that.
Drawing, yeah.
Maybe he sees it.
No,
yeah, you can't really get too much topside
in.
because, you know, Fudge is just going to be able to stop a counter, like a side lane split push at all costs with Gragas. So I just love C9's draft a lot more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in all drafts where the trade happens, I almost entirely always side with Zeri Lulu.
All right, well, we'll see if Cloud9 can pick up their first win with their new substitute mid laner, M&S. Take it away, Flowers and Azael.
Thank you very much, Mark, and everybody else over there in the analyst lounge area zone. I didn't really pay attention when they told us what to call it.
Analyst location.
The analyst location. All right.
The place
Coming
with
to a
Mark
map
in there.
near you. Yes. Where Mark and everybody else lives. All right. So we're back from there. We're back to here. We're back to Azael. And we're back for game number 3 of the day. It's Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. In so many previous splits, Isaac, a lot of people would consider this a beatdown game. Cloud9's usually at the top. Golden Guardians are often at the bottom. But Golden Guardians have been looking good lately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a 5-game winning streak now, I do believe, for them. And 5-2 with Gory, you know, since he came in. The 2 losses, he had pretty much straight up come off a flight,
off the plane,
went to the place, went to sleep, woke up, had not scrimmed with the team, and came and played LCS.
It's just like, all right, dude, get in there. Good luck.
So you're going to kind of give him a pass on the L.
Yeah.
At least I am. So to me, this is the first real challenge because now they're playing teams at the top of the table here, and they're playing Cloud9. You know, they have been doing really, really well, but those 5 games were all against lower-ranked teams, right? So we know that they are clearly not a bottom team. They are looking good. They are looking like they are, you know, a strong middle-of-the-pack team. To prove that they can really take it to the next level, these are the kind of teams you got to beat.
Dude, they updated our pictures. I have a beard in mine now. Look at that.
Whoa!
They've been using the same picture for so long, and they're going after Berserker for so long. They force out the flash from both C9 bottom laners at level 1. Golden Guardians gets a nice little reward for themselves early.
Yeah, I mean, Gorzan, you want to talk about M&S? What about me? Level 1 roam down the bot lane here, pre-minion spawn. And Cloud9 just was not expecting it. They wanted to play for side lane brush control. It is so important in these double range bot lane matchups. Who actually controls that side lane vision? Who's going to get their ward down? Golden Guardian just sent the extra man. If there was multiple people there, they wouldn't have had to commit to it. They see that they have the extra man. They force both flashes. And now, what can be kind of more of a skill-based matchup, I think gets swung very heavily in the favor of Golden Guardians.
And I'm excited to see M&S on this pick specifically for his first debut game. Victor's not one of those champions that's generally a super flashy big deal, but he is one of those champions who, if he's not properly controlled early on, becomes a big deal later on in the game. And so I've heard so many compliments about this guy's mechanical skill, about his ability to play the game. All of the questions, all of the concerns about M&S are about his ability to function in a team environment to the best of his ability, right? So I want to see, is there such thing as Chad Victor? And if so, will we get it here today?
There is not, unfortunately.
But don't do this. Come on, man. Let me live in my imaginary world.
He's going to stand near his tower and farm for a while. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. I mean, here's the thing, right? You know, you want to see a guy who's known for solo kills and known for his lane dominance come in and play really, really aggressive. Yeah. And so far, he has been able to do that. You know, in this lane, he's getting the advantage of it. Most of these Victor lanes are really just down to how many lasers do you hit, how many E's can you hit. Because if you can constantly land those on your opponent, you are going to chunk them down. You're really going to tax Sylas' resources. But the reality is also that when you're coming into the LCS, it is a much higher level of player that he is going to be playing against than he was in Academy. So he can't just run over all the games, you know, in Assassins necessarily. You've got to be able to play the control mages as well. And River now going to try to punish bot. They know there's no flash on either, but great positioning from C9.
Yeah. C9 being able to respond, chunk Stixay down more. Even though it's Golden Guardian sending the extra man down here, I think it's C9 who ends up better on the health bars.
Absolutely, and I just love the positioning. You know, they have this ward here covering. They didn't want to actually put it fully in try. They put the ward there, and normally that wouldn't be enough time, but because they hugged the very bottom side of the lane, that ward gives you enough warning when they're coming through Tri Brush. This is getting really spicy. Licorice has probably got to leave here. I mean, Fudge is getting low in mana, but the W basically costs nothing.
Yeah.
So you always have to be worried about this. And I'm not sure if Fudge is actually playing Biscuits or not, but if he is, I can actually really check. If he has a Biscuit come through, he could have enough mana to kill you all of a sudden. And he is playing Biscuit delivery, so.
We've got the cookies. What is the timer on those? As somebody who never lanes, I don't.
It's every 2 minutes until 6 minutes.
Every 2 until
So he
6,
gets one at 4 minutes.
All right, so that's not too bad. Then he'll be able to eat one of the cookies here soon. Come on, cookie spawn. There it is. All right, so if you're like me and didn't know exactly the timers on those, that's what they look like. Fudge easily able to disengage the potential stun there from the counter strike. Gragas's body slam, for those who don't know, overrides almost, if not every single other movement ability in the game. If you're trying to leap strike at him or anything else, he can just shut it down. His
belly out there.
His belly hits first. That's the rule with
The belly is unstoppable.
The belly has more AoE than every other thing in this game about like gods and warriors. It's just the unstoppable belly.
It was just as large as the galaxy.
Yeah, it's just
no.
Superhero space dragon versus one large man. The large man wins.
But unfortunately, one large man is losing this lane actually pretty heavily. And this is actually really well done by Licorice. He's been able to actually fight this out very, very well, getting a number of grass procs. And he's actually taxed the mana so heavily of Fudge while keeping his health high enough that Fudge can actually crash the wave. And he's already down 2 full waves, which is pretty surprising. You know, yes, you expect sometimes with Greg's kind of awkward last hitting that you're going to go down a little bit. But you definitely did not want to be going down this far on the first buy because Licorice is going to come back with a much better buy now. He's going to try to TP and likely try to defend the crash, and if he's able to do so, that's going to be really tough for Fudge.
And especially with it being these 2 players, man. When you think about the first half of Spring Split so far, Fudge has pretty consistently been a bright point for Cloud9. He's found a lot of fights, he's found a lot of angles, he's found a lot of wins.
Best top laner in league, I think.
Yeah, and Licorice has been more of a weak spot on Golden Guardians. A lot of times if you look at their games where they struggle, a lot of people are going to point fingers over to him as the guy who has the most room to make improvements. And so if Licorice is starting off by dunking on Fudge in the lane, hey, that's a great sign for these guys.
It absolutely is, and I agree. You know, I'm a big fan of Licorice, but he has had, I think, a tougher season. You know, even over a lot of these games, he has been falling prey, I think, to a lot of ganks. And even when he is creating individual advantages, he sometimes can't really kind of extend those and turn them into a team advantage. He's got to be careful here, as he does want to fight to keep that wave, you know, from crashing. But because he has no idea of where the jungler is, he intelligently will just allow it to crash. So that is the right move. It's not what you want to do, but it is what you have to do. Because if you're playing, you know, in the middle of that lane without knowing where the jungler is and Gragas is 6, you're gonna die.
And I mean, that's a big part, especially in top lane because the lane is so long, is that discipline. Being able to understand when you need to make the quote-unquote wrong choice because it's right once you have that perfect information. Disengage from Fudge, topside, ulti's being traded back and forth. Stixxay has been low, forcing the Lulu to use both summoner spells, flashing back underneath the turret to survive.
I mean, River has been down here, I want to say like 3 times. He's come down a lot. You know, I guess 2, you can maybe say 2 because the first time was like kind of 2 trips, but it's pretty much at the same time.
Yeah.
But he has been spending a lot of time down there, but Blabber's not really created any sort of farm advantage, you know, with that. So River is being very efficient with his time. And it's, again, another summoner force. It's not a kill, but they're up nearly 700 gold. They are going to try to challenge here at the Dragon, but Gory's around, and they have the extra man with their bot lane here.
Yeah, Golden Guardians just bring more men over to the battlefield, and that means they'll force the flash out of the C9 mid laner. M&S just has to retreat here. Blabber leaves his clone inside the pit, but nothing else. The Drake's down nice and low. The smite's ready from River, and Golden Guardian's gonna force their way into that first neutral objective.
I'm pretty surprised that Cloud9 even tried to actually attempt fighting that out because Sven had been pushed back to base, had no sums, and he was nowhere near. As Licorice having to be a little bit respectful now as you know, the burst can be quite high from this Gragas, but you said it earlier, they did trade the alties there. You know, Licorice doing a good job getting pretty aggressive, but the nice disengage ult from Fudge kept him safe. Didn't have to actually blow any summoners. But the story is still the farm. You know, it is still that 2.5 wave or so advantage for Licorice. And he should be able to be back with enough time to catch this crashing wave on top side. So Golden Guardians doing a really good job thus far. You know, slight advantages in some of these lanes have built up to a couple hundred gold lead.
Couple hundred gold feels good for the Golden Guardians with no kills on the board just yet. That first Hex Tech Drake feels really nice for legitimately every champion on the Rift. Everybody loves ability haste, and even the attack speed is useful for everyone during the laning phase, just making sure that you're maximizing what you're getting out of that farm. We do have the Rift Herald finally alive on the map, 8 minutes, 15 seconds into the game. Because the first Drake was taken so early, it's not necessarily going to be that handshake that's often seen over the neutral objective.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see, if Golden Guardians want to actually move up. Sixte was at least faking a base. He's going to be forced to stop there by Sven. Now I don't expect him to actually complete the base. Yeah, he's just going to wait around. They got to farm that wave. If he was going to, in fact, recall before, he definitely is not now. Yeah. There are too many minions there. You'd be giving up a plate or two, plus losing a lot of XP, so not going to be worthwhile. We can see River is already on the Herald, though. Feels like he has enough prio from top side. And M&S is mid lane, so even though he is still currently around, M&S could not fight. He has no flash, he has no TP. Gory is just arriving back in mid lane, so there's not going to be a fight. It's just the tempo is better from Golden Guardians, and they're set up better to respond. So Cloud9 going to have to give that one away, and it's going to be back-to-back neutrals to Golden Guardians. A really promising start.
One thing that I also want to point out here, because of the nature of the summoner spells that everybody has, top lane TPs are synced up. They both teleport back same time. Mid lane's a bit of a different story. Gory is about to have his teleport ready to go, and there's still a couple of minutes left on the teleport of M&S. And that means that Golden Guardians could try to make a move with that Silas earlier. Of course, we're still 4.5 minutes away from the Unleashed teleports. It's really where you start to see those. So it almost has to be a punish for a dive or something.
Yeah, exactly. You could look for a punish for a dive. Potentially, maybe at this next dragon or something like that. Sometimes you can bail your top laner out of a bad situation. As you mentioned, he doesn't have TP. Yep. So if Licorice gets chunked down, he can actually take a base, go mid, and you can have Gory TP top, and you can do some things like that. So there are still advantages you can gain. But of course, pre-14, it is difficult to really find big ones.
Yeah, Fudge and Licorice. Ooh, Licorice jumping away to guarantee the angle on the explosive cast does not knock him back towards Fudge. If he doesn't get out and get that angle, he could be in a whole lot worse of a spot. M&S walking away with 200 HP. The Nami wave comes flying in. It's first blood over to Golden Guardians. Blabber flashes back underneath the turret, but they're ready to keep on chasing. He picks it up, and Golden Guardians get 2 for 1.
Nicely done. Golden Guardians able to punish the missing flash there on M&S. That is really, really big. Getting that Victor on the back foot here. You want him playing scared. You want him to be, really worrying about moving out in these dangerous situations. He is stepping out to actually clear that ping. River goes in as soon as the ward is down, so he just doesn't see him. Gory steps around, gives him the vision to ult over the wall. So really nice tag team play there with Huhi moving up. Even though Blabber was around, Blabber does get the 1 kill back, but you're never really going to be able to win it out in this 1v2. Even with the tower shot, not quite enough. Unfortunately, Gory gets neither of those kills, but it is still a gold positive play for the Golden Guardians. But good things for C9 on the top side is that Fudge is starting to work his way back up into this matchup, really starting to chip away at Licorice and is closing that farm lead slightly.
And even though Gory didn't get the kills, he got the Everfrost. It's the first major item of the game completed, and it's such BS to play against on Silas. I'm not even going to bother mincing words or being politically correct about it. It's just obnoxious to deal with. It guarantees he's going to hit the E2. It sets him up, and you can see they're forcing M&S back again. They take his flash again, and they're keeping the pressure applied to this Victor.
Yeah, and they forced that flash because he didn't know if River had his ulti yet. River didn't have his ulti for a couple seconds, but that's basically impossible to time, and now Blabber in trouble. There's the Everfrost.
There's the Everfrost. There's the E2. There's an interactive gameplay experience for a jungler. Yeah, I'm still mad.
Yeah, I can tell. Well, another kill Golden Guardians' way. They are really pressuring M&S. Saying, welcome to the LCS, buddy. Congrats. It's a different story up here, but M&S looking to try to get a kill. Will be pushed back again, though, by River. River's been playing well around Gory, and this is one of those things. When you're playing melee versus range, you have to be able to play aggressive. And often that means your jungler has got to be around you so that you're enabled to play aggressive. So you're not just jumping in for this trade and dying when the enemy jungler is there. You've got to be protected.
You can't just throw yourself into the meat grinder. If you're coin flipping, something's probably not going right during the setup phase, because that's not generally the outcome. But Golden Guardians, things have changed a little bit up here in the top side. Licorice has been having a much harder time after the initial laning phase stages as he flashes away from the ulti of Fudge. All right, how's that? So remember, even though it looks like, maybe Licorice can jump back in with an empowered leap strike and hit him, the belly is bigger. Every single time. If Fudge decides to use his belly, the lamp will fail.
Yep. Yeah, and Licorice basically flashed over the ultimate there to try to avoid the disengage to try to get that solo kill, but then Fudge flashed away, and now M&S in trouble!
Oh my god, it's just so powerful. He just jumps on him, guarantees the damage from the Q-Max Q2 proc, and destroys that Victor. Gory is fearless. He knows how far ahead he is now.
Yeah, Gory is stomping in mid lane here early on, really getting the better of M&S, who has just been punished so heavily for missing summoners.
Yeah.
So they're forcing out those flashes, and then they're just relentlessly attacking him, and Gory now is pretty far ahead. You know, it's 1,400 gold lead in that mid lane, so he's just going straight at him. He's just gonna force Blabber to be there every single time to try to cover him, and he won't be there every single time. So M&S getting solo killed up here.
He's got a lot of health.
Yeah, he's about 60-70% HP, wants to stay around and try to clear this out, but gets tagged by the absconded Duck, and once one connects, the next is guaranteed to. There's the Everfrost. It guarantees both parts of the queue, as you pointed out. The Kingslayer comes through for the execute. Just beautifully played there by Gory. And when you're this far behind as Victor into that Silas, you've got to be playing very respectfully. You absolutely cannot get hit by that E2. He does. And now they're going to try to bail him out by moving him into a different lane because they know he can't really compete with the Silas anymore. They're going to shift the lanes around. They're putting Fudge in that side lane against him, which is not going to be fun for Fudge by any means, but it's more okay if your Gragas falls behind than it is your Victor.
Right, Gragas still is going to have the utility. He's still going to be able to cause some ruckus in the fights a little bit, but Victor has just got to scale up.
But it is worth mentioning that this is not tank Gragas. This is AP Gragas, so it's still going to be pretty rough if Fudge falls too far behind. He is going to be likely building toward that Everfrost first, almost always. And as you say, you'll always have the utility, but when you're AP, you want to have enough gold income that you can quickly get to Azonias, quickly get to some of these, utility items that are going to allow you to have some survivability in that fight.
Right.
And you also want to have enough power behind your combo that when you're going in, you are actually threatening lethal on some of these players.
There's a big difference between seeing the Gragas engage into full combo and knowing, hey, this might hurt, but we can regroup after, or no, you can't be hit by anything because you'll die. It changes the entire way you have to play the fight. And right now, Golden Guardians are almost 3,500 gold ahead at 15 minutes. They're absolutely clobbering Cloud9 early. They're going for their second Rift Herald of the game. They already got their second Drake of the game. C9 is just struggling all over. Top lane at least sort of leveled out, but as you were saying, the lane assignments have switched.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fudge had started to win in the 1v1, right? He was struggling as far as farm went on early on, but he had started to win in some of those chip wars. Licorice was giving about as good as he got. Was pretty close. That tower's dead, though. And they're just going to keep the pressure on M&S here. He's got to leave, and he will do so, so he should stay safe. You can't go in on that because there's no follow-up, but with plates already down, they're just going to follow him around the map. Just don't allow the Victor to have a safe place to farm, and this is really smart stuff from River. It's a little bit of kind of picking on the new guy, realizing that there's going to be more nerves, there's going to be that discomfort, but who he is here, can they take this 1v2?
Oh yes, they can do a ton of damage there. Who he's back had nearly completed, but they show up just a little bit too early, and that meant that who he knows to stick around, he fires off the wave from where they can't see him, and Blabber takes a huge chunk. C9 immediately has to back off.
Yeah, Blabber getting chunked down very, very low. Gory just trying to bait that in that, what Cloud9 thought was a 1v2, but clearly was that 2v2, and then Licorice even really quickly committed with the teleport.
Yeah.
Honestly, at the end of the day, it's still a good play for Cloud9 because they get the TP out and they do survive, so they're not going to be too concerned about it. Yes, their look for an assassination that side lane did not work out, but you force Summoner, you're feeling okay about it, and we'll see when they can find their opportunities because this is one of those games. I think Cloud9 has had a number of games where they're falling a little bit behind, and it can kind of depend on the Berserker. But this lead is of a different magnitude. It is a very, very big lead that has opened up. Pre-20 minutes 4K is tough.
Oh, that's tough too. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Tower gone as well, man. This is going to be like 5.5K lead for Golden Guardians, and we had the questions. Can they compete with the big dogs in the league? Very clearly, yes.
Dude, they're just absolutely smashing C9 here so far. The third Drake of the game about to spawn here in 35 seconds or so. I'm going to put you in the hot seat for a second, Isaac. Do you think Cloud9 even wants to fight this? Because they're so far behind.
I don't think you can. I think you're way too far behind. Especially because there's not even like 2 items on Berserker. If Berserker was at a really strong point, then maybe. But I would be pretty surprised. I think it's a very uphill battle. And they have no vision, really. They have, an eye on River there, but they've got no wards in the river itself. So I think it would be very, very difficult to actually make it happen. I think if they do fight, as long as Golden Guardians puts pressure on Berserker, I don't think anyone else really has the damage to actually get a team fight victory for Cloud9.
Yep. Worth pointing out, we have the completed Zhonya's Hourglass for Gory. Massive playmaking tool, allows him to just dive in and not be under a whole lot of threat. You've also got a stopwatch for M&S, but he only has 1 completed item compared to the 2 full completed items of his counterpart. Gory with a stolen ulti, knocks away Fudge and Blabber, turns around for a little bit more damage onto the C9 jungler. M&S just dies. Gory disengages, getting himself back, but he's knocked back into the fight. A nice ulti there, and they're going to guarantee the kill now with Berserker. Golden Guardians falling apart here a little bit as C9 out-team fight him. C9 gets 3 for nothing, and C9, no matter what happens, man, Berserker always finds his play.
Oh my God, Gory just got way too confident there. He was trying to zone basically 1v4. He ends up having to spend the Zhonya's, and then it's just a perfect ultimate from Fudge. Yeah, Berserker got the kills, but Fudge is the one who really set him up there. The beautiful ult, and it wasn't just 3 kills. That was at least 2 shutdowns, if not 3 shutdowns.
Yeah, you said you wanted Zeri to have 2 items. I think Zeri's got 2 items when she goes back to the shop.
Yeah, Zeri's got 2 and then some. So let's watch this one more time. I mean, Gory initially, I thought they were just going to zone with the culling, throw out the ult defensively, and then all kind of congregate. But things get kind of weirdly split up. Gory ults in Fudge a little bit aggressively. I'm not sure if that was intentional. And then I don't know what M&S is doing here on the side. He's just stepping up 1v3, trying to actually take down 6A. You are not that fed, my man. And then that ult was so nice. Not only does it actually soften up 6A so that you get the kill with a laser, it knocks back in the Sylas, gets you that kill as well, and then another shutdown onto River here. So that is just beautiful, beautiful stuff. Big mistake from M&S, and honestly, a pretty big mistake from Gory. He kind of served himself up with the stolen Greg Assault.
Both mid laners put themselves on the buffet cart that time around. It's a little unfortunate for them, but as you pointed out, it was Fudge setting it up so Berserker could knock it down. And now we're at a point where even if you are 3,000 gold behind, you've got Berserker being the man who has the opportunity to carry the whole game.
Yeah, so he just got 2 shutdowns plus the kill, plus the assist gold. You know, bounties were available there. And all of a sudden, I mean, I don't know if we can bring up the gold graph, but Berserker is the richest man in the game, right? It is no longer Gory, because Berserker already had perfect farm, and then you give him a couple shutdowns on top of that. Now he really is. Yeah, you're still up 2.5k. Golden Guardians are still in it with a chance, but you're not at soul point, and the strongest member is the Zeri on a guy who we've seen get countless pentas, it feels like, on this champion.
Yeah.
Cloud9 have a very clear win condition.
Well, Golden Guardians have a very clear target. They immediately go in. Vi came back into pro play initially to target Zeri, and that's what she's doing here again today. M&S, man, what are we doing? What are we doing?
He TP'd in early. I think he was hoping that maybe he could bail him out. He's thinking, all right, my carry's under attack. I'm going to TP in. But the problem is he TP's in. No one else is even around. So it's a 1v4. And this just means that now you can't even stop them from doing Baron. If M&S is alive, you know, maybe those 4 members can actually push them off of Baron, because it is a very early Baron, which is risky to do.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, both carries dead. There's no way Cloud9 can stop you from doing Baron. So it's a freebie here for Golden Guardians. Yeah, you got a turret on bot side, but the lead is going to be extended right back to where it was. And now you have the Baron to collect even more gold here. So what wasn't into the game, quickly thrown away.
River using the Vi ulti to find the Zeri, the follow-up from Stixay, who, remember, was the MVP of week number 4, our super week. Over the course of those 3 games, he died all of 0 times. The man's got the ability to follow it up here for the damage, and this is just easy peasy for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of greed. I mean, the members from Cloud9 were up here, right? Like, there was no one actually close to that. And then you're looking at M&S. He's trying to TP in on this ward to try to bail out Berserker. I mean, his hope is very clearly, I can get in here, you know, maybe Sven and Blabber can come down, but there was no flash on Berserker, so there's no real way out. Berserker, I think, felt like, hey, I can step up from this wave, and then if I'm in trouble, I can just get back and dash over the wall.
Yeah.
But you can't get back there that fast without flash, and Fudge now in some trouble, potentially.
Fudge getting away from the bubble, from the tidal wave follow-up, so the Nami ulti's not going to be available here for a little bit, but Golden Guardians still has Baron buff up and running on everybody here. They're going to mount up with the 4-1 split. You've got River sort of hovering a little bit between both sides. but the Jax pressure in mid lane from Licorice, they're just going to try to shove this up, clear this out, make sure they're taking even more. M&S will be the one having to deal with clearing out those minions in mid on his own, while the rest of Golden Guardians pressures the rest of Cloud9 in the bottom lane. Gory with a stolen Gragas ulti just to knock him back away, give Golden Guardians the opportunity to finish taking this turret. Cloud9 looking for a chance to jump on him if they get greedy for that last auto attack. So they're just gonna let the cannon minion take care of it. River jumps in, but he won't find anybody on the back end of things. Golden Guardian seems content with the tier 2, so now they're gonna rotate more men over to mid, try to take that tier 2 as well.
Yeah, just using this Baron really to try to extend that gold lead. That's generally all those early Barons are for. You get a lot of gold for actually killing the Baron itself. You get 1.5k or so. And then you're able to try to knock down some towers. They're taking over the enemy jungle. You can see bot side jungle here. Look at the wards. It's basically all red team wards. It's all Golden Guardians wards. Cloud9 is getting shut out of their own jungle, and that is kind of the knock-on effect of this siege, is that you're sieging mid tier 2, bot tier 2, but you're losing control of your own jungle. So all of a sudden, it is not just the towers that are getting gold to Golden Guardians. They're farming 3/4 of the map. They're farming the extra quadrant of jungle. So your jungler starts to fall behind. Their carries start to really get accelerated as well.
And that's the thing to always remember when you're losing these neutral resources, whether it be the big ones like Heralds and Drakes, or whether it be just your small camps. It's not just them getting 100 gold for taking chickens. You're losing 100 gold. The game is balanced around both sides having these resources available. Yeah, 200 difference between where you could have been and where you are. And the Golden Guardians now see their opportunity to grab the third Drake of the game. Very important that Cloud9 got that last one in that miracle fight with the angle that they found with Fudge and Berserker. Otherwise, that would have been Ocean Soul for Golden Guardians, and they would have had some real problems on C9. As Gory goes over the wall, Fudge looks to disengage, and that'll be enough to get him away from Silas.
Yeah, well played on this disengage ult there. Is pushing Gory back. There's no shot in the 1v1. Gory almost has his death cap. I mean, this is not even 25 minutes in, and he's going to have that death cap very, very soon. He's already got 550 gold, so just needs another 500 or so in the bag there, and he'll be able to pick up that death cap, and then he is going to be monstrously strong, especially if he hits 16. The ulti cooldown starts getting really low, plus with all that AP behind it, it'll be very, very difficult to deal with this guy. Cloud9, it's kind of just all eggs in the Berserker basket, but when Gory is this fed and you have a Vi, you kind of just have to ult onto Berserker, just go. Just throw a stolen Victor ult on him, anything like that to push him out of the fight. And it becomes very, very difficult for Cloud9 to really have anything to say about it, right? Even if Berserker doesn't die, but he's just having to run, well, that creates the freedom for 6A and Gory and Licorice and all these guys who have a lot of gold to really just do whatever they want in the fight.
So this part of the game is what I'm most interested in, because we've seen so many situations like this before in the LCS, where a team who is traditionally a lower tier team has an advantage over one of the ones that's usually at the top. And it's this part of the game, it's this 20 to 30 minute area where a lot of times the traditionally lower tier teams struggle. They don't know how to close the game, they don't know how to push the lead forward. They end up making one of those mistakes because they're not used to playing from these positions as much, that ends up throwing that lead away. So the big thing I'm watching for Golden Guardians here is team cohesion. Make sure nobody's in some stupid spot with no wards. Make sure nobody's out making a play when nobody's within 2 seconds to follow up, right? As long as they can play clean from here, I think they got this.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I think thus far, they have been pretty darn clean, right? We just want to see them continue to make those similar setups that they had already at the last couple Dragons. They've been really good at actually clearing out Vision. They're getting Prio, they're pushing out the waves, then they're moving into the river, taking over Vision, right? They have mid-shove with 6A, so Hui and River move up here. They try to control this area. These are the kind of ways that you want to see teams get Vision. It's not just a flip where they're just walking straight in with no pressure, right? They're forcing someone to show on mid-wave, then they're moving in so they always have numbers, and this is the intelligent way to get Vision. But as that wave gets answered, now it's Cloud9's turn to try to move forward, to try to get some wards in this area, to hope to keep some eyes on anything like a potential Baron, because Baron is that next objective on the table here. And it is one that likely Cloud9 would want to try to prevent, that would want to try to fight. Because even though Soul is that bigger ticket thing, if you let them get Baron, you're going to lose full map control, and likely the Soul will be theirs right after it.
I feel like it's guaranteed. If they have the Baron, then they have a full, 90 seconds to just prep the whole map to be able to set up for the Soul. Licorice does a good job making sure that they can't really jump on and punish him for much there. The tier 2 mid is going to fall to the minions, as Golden Guardians had just enough guys nearby to reinforce and guarantee that that one's going to happen. Licorice is going to get the bottom wave shoved up now with 4 seconds left until the Baron spawns. The rest of Golden Guardians are in the blue side jungle of C9. They're putting down Vision. They're clearing away any sort of bastion of defense that Cloud9 might have. There's one ward left in the jungle of C9. Gory's going to walk over it right now. The sweeper may have seen it. Yes, they're marking it. Okay, you can see that, so they're aware that it's there. Gory tries to go back over the wall with the E2. He's just immediately ready and waiting. He has to flash away. Golden Guardians cannot finish the objective. Gory used his flash there, so everybody else has to back out.
So they do push him off, but here's the thing. So yes, they got the flash off Gory, but it's the ult from both Blabber and MNS. So they can't really fight right now. So they may just start this back up and say, what do you got now, right? Gory can just TP back in. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to say, you can't fight without Wukong ult and Victor ult, and Licorice here is on the flank here.
Licorice goes in and he finds him and S. He's ready to go right after the Cloud9 mid laner where the rest of the team is going to be separated. Blabber goes back over the wall. Licorice under pressure, not able to find the kill of Berserker here just yet, who has to flash back over the wall. Now Fudge is tanking up. Licorice could still be in trouble. He flashes back. Berserker out of the way, but Berserker maybe it's prime time to get it done. Stixxay gets a kill on Blabber. It's 2-0 for the Golden Guardians, and the Zeri can't pop off. GG are right back onto the Baron.
Yeah, and Berserker there, he had a lot of members low, but he could not chase because he knew Gory was to the side there. He knew there was no eyes on Gory, and if he actually chases in towards that pit to try to finish off the kills, Gory's behind him, and he knows he'll die. He'd already spent both his summoners, so even though that was close to one of those Zeri moments, he realized that he was kind of checkmated in that situation by the positioning of Gory. It is now a 9,000 gold lead. Baron taken by Golden Guardians. 16 seconds until Soul. They're looking like they have this game.
Holy hell, man. Golden Guardians coming into the second half of the split with that same mojo they had at the end of the first half. Here's C9 walking up, trying to stop him.
Yeah, but it's the pressure here from Licorice coming in from behind. Now the fight gets very chaotic. Look at this all from Huhi. Back in onto MNS, actually helping Licorice pressure him. MNS has to actually try to get out of there. Berserker goes back, but then Licorice just jumps in, finishes off MNS, and all of a sudden he's right in on top of him as well. And then this is the situation I'm talking about. Look at where Gory is playing. Gory's playing right in this area. Berserker's coming up through here, but he can't actually chase because if Berserker chases forward into that area, Gory will come in behind, and you will get killed there, guaranteed, with no summoners and no dash. Really well played. Rivers loving it. He's been having a really, really good game. You know, the scoreline may not be as impressive, but Rivers set up so many of Golden Guardians' plays from the early leads that he actually got Gory to, you know, after Berserker gets the triple kill, he's the one finding the pick on a mid lane. He has been very, very good for Golden Guardians all split long. And this is kind of their marquee moment right now for Golden Guardians, being able to show that you can take down a big team. Yes, it is, with MNS playing his first game on stage, so there's a little bit of an asterisk, but it's still a huge win that would move them within one game of Cloud9.
And it's been a rough first game for MNS. He's been targeted. You pointed it out early on. They're just saying, hey, Victor needs to scale to be a real champion. What if we just don't let that happen? What if we focus this guy? What if we punish summoners? As soon as summoners are up, punish them again.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that a lot of players, when they move from Academy into the LCS, will talk about, is that there's things that they did in Academy that worked for them time and time again.
Yeah.
And it feels like you are making the right play because this has worked for you week in, week out. And then you come on the LCS stage, and all of a sudden, there are these holes in your game that you didn't even know were there that are getting punished. You're dying when you clear out this last wave that you could always do in Academy. You're getting ganked when you try to actually freeze this wave. It's getting reset when you do finally get the freeze. It's, you know, all these little things that are changing up the way it plays. Nice ult actually by Blabber. He used his clone to instantly interrupt Stixxay's culling there, by the way. But you know, MNS is going to have to make some adjustments. Is basically the TLDR on that. So we have to reserve judgment a little bit, but definitely not the first game we wanted.
Well, C9 are now dug in, trying to defend against the remaining 30 seconds of the Baron buff of the Golden Guardians, who also have a 10,000 gold lead, who also have an Ocean Soul, who are also pressuring 3 lanes at once. Licorice going to get that top side shoved up, stop MNS's defense. Only for a moment, Blabber reinforces to make sure they can't do a whole lot of damage to the turret. It's the mid lane tier 3 that has suffered the most, the only one that's below half is right there. Another wave about to crash into bottom side, but the waves aren't perfectly synced up, so Cloud9 is sort of shuffling their guys around to stop each one individually. Golden Guardians bringing more guys down to the bottom lane now to see what pressure they can apply, but the Baron has now faded away. Cloud9 have weathered the storm with most of their tier 3 turrets intact as Licorice breaks the first one. They're in the top lane.
The gold lead is just so problematic, and also, who is ever going to kill Licorice in a side lane now? Right, you look at the itemization, it's like, you have 2 AP soul laners against the guy who has Mercs, a Maw, 3 items, and an Ocean Soul, right? There's just nothing that you can do. So the biggest problem is that he can basically walk up, and as long as he sees the other members on the map, he can just in your face start hitting the tower because no one can really deal with the Jax at this point in the game. MR is obviously going to be very, very efficient. Even Zeri has quite a bit of magic damage in the kit when you have the lasers coming out, when you have the ulti splash going.
Yeah.
Really the only way Cloud9 can win this game, I think it has to be an explosive engage from Fudge where you instantly kill one of the carries, and then it has to be a Zeri moment. Like that's about all you're hoping for here.
Yeah, it's kind of Berserker or bust. Nobody else is going to do the damage. Victor's
no shot.
Victor's 3 full items. His opponent has 4 full items. He's an entire one behind.
And the itemization is much lower damage, right? He's got Morellos and Azonias. This is not Deathcap Void Staff 3-item
Silas. Yeah. That's quite different situation between the two. So keep your eyes on Berserker. If you're a C9 fan, this is where the damage has to come from. This is where the fight has to be focused.
Go to the Berserker Shrine. You know, you start giving your offerings.
Say your prayers, give your offerings, whatever it might be. Do it now because time is running out for Cloud9. The deck is stacked against them as Golden Guardians keep choking them out, forcing them back towards their own base. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds until Baron, 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon, so not perfectly synced up. If Golden Guardians can just rush the Baron down, they can easily do a double super buff and then just walk it into the enemy base.
Yeah, that'll be where I think Cloud9 will have to kind of draw their line in the sand and try to find that engage, try to find that fight. They do have some of these X-Factor champions like the Gragas. You know, if you can find that perfect body slam flash onto someone like 6A, chain that into the ultimate, then all of a sudden Blabber's there. Like, you have enough damage to burst down one of these squishy champions. Ocean Soul's not going to save you in those kind of situations, right? But barring that, if you can't find that perfect engage and explosively kill someone off, the gold lead is just so big. And in a long fight, Ocean Soul really does have tremendous value. So it's got to be that quick kill at the start to really have a chance here. And we'll see if they're going to be able to find that perfect engage that's required.
C9 recognizing that Baron is the name of the game, sending plenty of players top. It's Berserker who's shoving out the top side wave, so that'll be the bait if nothing else. They have guys nearby. It's Blabber and Sven both hanging out in case Golden Guardians try to dogpile on that AD carry. They're ready to stop it, but Golden Guardians are not going to fall for the bait just yet. They're placing some wards around the area. Pixel and Baron Pit are both covered. Blabber leads the way walking up. Fudge is going to find River, who does a very quick, snappy Vault Breaker to get out of the way of the body slam. Nicely done there. Fudge now walking back towards the mid lane. As the engage happens, it's Blabber looking for Huhi, but River and Stixay are ready to back him up. Wild Growth down onto the jungler, not where Cloud9 wants it, not where Cloud9 needs to be. Sven's your next target as Licorice and Gory file in from the flank, and they're running over C9. Berserker's the only one left who might be able to stop him. Can he go Berserk? He might just grab one, but no! They beat him over the head with the lamp post. They smash C9 into the ground. It's 5-0, and the Golden Guardians shine bright.
What a streak from Golden Guardians. 6 straight wins, now taking down Cloud9, moving to only 1 game behind them in the standings. This team is just clicking.
Who is this team? You see the Golden Guardians, you're not expecting them to absolutely take Cloud9, throw them in the trash can, put the trash can's content into the dumpster and push it out to the curb. They smashed them.
Yeah, that was a really well played game. Gotta give a lot of credit, I think, to River. Had a hell of an early game. Was really the catalyst for, I think, a lot of the advantages that they were able to create. But it was strong laning, you know, from Golden Guardians overall. Some really creative plays mixed in. You think all the way back to level 1, it's Gory showing up bot lane, forcing both the flashes off of Cloud9's bot lane very early. Then it's River who's down there actually pressuring them, reinforcing the summoners on Sven. You know, it's this pressure that was really mounting over and over again that Gory and River were able to put on that map, and kind of it was just really impressive to see.
Yeah, Gory and River doing that. Licorice finding the flank angles that he needed to. He got the thumbs up, baby. The angles that Licorice was also finding around the team fights, being able to apply pressure, like the one fight in the top side jungle of C9, where he comes in on the flank and now everything's chaotic because, wait, our mid laner's just getting the snot beat out of him. Hold on, what's happening here? The creativity in the team fights from Licorice, the early game advantages built by Gory and by River. Stixay continuing to just find his moment and always just be in the zone. This team is scary when they're playing like this.
Yeah, they really, really are. You know, there was the kind of that one mistake around Dragon that you criticized them for a little bit, but besides that, this was a very clean game and a very one-sided game, to be honest with you, from the Golden Guardians. You know, they're playing it out really, really well. For M&S, you know, it's a forgettable debut. It's one he's not really going to want to dwell on too much, but it is a tough team, I think, to debut against because this is one of the hottest mid jungles in the league right now.
Right.
And they were really taking him to task. They want to focus on him.
And with Golden Guardians taking down Cloud9, it's time to remind y'all that we are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. Head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot.
You want to sit
and
together?
Hopefully we'll see. Yeah, dude, I think our seats might be pretty close to one another once we get there. But right now, we're joining Jat with Huhi and Gory on stage for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. And yes, I'm here with Huhi and Gory. You guys are on a 6-game win streak. And this game in particular, it looked like you put a lot of attention mid to get Gory fed, but also to shut down M&S. Was that a plan? What was the game plan for this game?
첫 번째 게임의 게임 플랜이 뭐였는지.
게임 플랜 그냥 승리? 그러니까 승리를 위한 플랜은 그냥 라인전 잘하고 무난하게 오브젝트 싸움 가면 이길 거라고 생각했습니다.
Yeah, so our game plan was basically like he was playing to win by like playing for objectives and like playing the laning phase well. And also like he also was mentioning earlier in before our game that he thinks M&S will be nervous, so we just have to kind of punish that. So, yeah.
Love that answer. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware, Gory, but you lead the LCS in solo kills, even though you missed the first week of games. How have you been able to adjust so quickly to dominating the LCS?
그러니까 너가 첫 주에 그 LCS를 빠졌는데도 지금 솔로킬 1등이거든. 그거에 너가 어떻게 그렇게 잘할 수 있는지.
운이 좋았다?
He said lucky. He just got lucky.
I also want to say, with the 6-game win streak, what are your expectations now for the rest of the split? How high do you think you're going to finish?
그러니까 우리가 이제 지금 6연승을 하고 있는데 우리의 지금 목표가 지금 어느 정도인지.
이쯤 됐으면 우승을 목표로 하는 것 같습니다.
He's saying right now winning LCS.
And do I have to ask you? Do you think the same?
It's the same.
Man, love to hear it. 6-4, 6-game winning streak, longest win streak in the history. And I do want to ask, because this is your first split in North America, is there anything about Los Angeles or North America that you've enjoyed the most?
그러니까 너가 지금 LA에 처음 와서 북미에서 첫 시즌을 뛰고 있는데 여기서 좋은 점이 뭐가 있을까?
아무래도 새로운 지역 그냥 처음 와보는 나라니까 그거에 있어서 그냥 처음 와봤다는 것 자체에서 좀 신기하고 좀 새로운 생활이 재밌는. 네.
He just finds like everything amazing because it's his first time in LA and like experiencing new culture, like just those things in general is like kind of amazing for him.
All right, thank you for the translations, Gory. Thank you very much for the interview. Golden Guardians, 6-4, longest winning streak in the LCS. Next up, we have TSM versus COG. We'll see you on the other side.
I'd define our first round robin as sloppy, I guess. It sucks that we could be ending this round robin, I'd say 7-2. Take the wins that you can. We ended it net positive when no one thought we could. CLG is doing better than they were when we played them the last time. They've refound their same identity as last year. And I think for the C9 game, they're not as good as they were last year. There's so many times where they lose early game and then just kind of Berserker does something and they figure it out. I think Vulcan is playing well. Besides that, I want to show that I'm like a top 3 player in my position. Now I have like a full season to show that. If I can't, it's on me. So I guess like that's my goal.
They're not looking, by the way.
Yeah, we're doing dragon.
I think we should do it.
I really will get a natural flank.
They turn.
Yep.
Okay.
When it's
Our
lower.
targets are Azir.
Wait, I'm hitting Graves right now, Chunk.
Yeah.
Looking Gnar maybe.
I'm looking at Azir. I'm looking at Azir. No?
They're marking me. Oh, look.
Okay, I'm on Graves.
Looking at Azir, Ash.
They kind of check.
Graves low. I'm out of the fight.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm out of the fight.
We win.
Look today.
Okay.
Maybe can't.
No, can't.
Okay.
Watch Flash, Lantern. Head, maybe?
Hard.
Hard fight. Oh, nice. Wait, Dokka kills all.
Oh, okay.
Maybe kill Thresh too.
Okay.
Oh, no, nothing.
Drag.
Yeah, we go drag.
Super sorry.
Holy shit, I can't believe they didn't just focus.
Can we Baron?
Can we Baron?
Yeah, can Baron.
Why, hello there, dearies. Have you come to hear about the match today that Granny May is most excited for? That's right, the most exciting rivalry that there is in all of esports. TSM versus CLG. A rivalry that Granny followed since high school, all the way back in 2013, the very start of the LCS. Now, way before TikToks, CLG and TSM were the top 2 teams in the league. Counterlogic Gaming was captained by the greatest Nidalee player ever to grace the Rift, Hotshot GG, while Team Solo Mid was led by... Well, Granny's memory is a little fuzzy, but I do recall them not being able to hit a single gold card for their life. The old god passed their passion for victory onto the rookies joining each team. They went by the names of Doublelift and Bjergersen. Now, for years and years, TSM was always beating CLG, but something special that CLG had was faith. It was a bright, sunny day in Madison Square Garden back in August of 2015. My husband had just passed. But that didn't stop me from celebrating CLG's upset win over TSM, where I saw my sweet, sweet child Xmithy raising his first trophy ever. So you see, children, this is why the rivalry will always be important to us all in the scene. Because of history.
No one cares! It's dead! It's dead! Hotshot GG! Well, I haven't seen this dude in like 5 years. He couldn't be dead! Reginald, get out of here! This is the Glenn and Joey era, baby! Chowster? Who even still knows this dude? The General? This dude's retired! Get him out! St. Vicious? He's just rolling it down in TFT. Get him out of here too! Doublelift and Bjergsen? Okay, technically they're still in the league, but they're on different teams and I don't care about the rivalry anymore either. Get him out! Get him out! Look! Even the players today do not care about the rivalry.
I don't really think there's one. I think it was like an old thing, but now both teams are just a bunch of new players, so it doesn't matter anymore.
They don't care about history. They just want to play the video game. There's no beef between any of these guys.
I like some of their players. That's cool.
I don't even know those guys.
I don't even think it's a rivalry anymore.
Palafox and Dokka like some of the guys in the team. They still want to beat their ass, but they like them.
I feel like it's probably as even as it's been in a while. So, I don't know. It's like kind of a fresh start. So whoever wins this year is like gets a lot of bragging rights.
No, the rivalry doesn't exist. I mean, maybe for old fans, but like trash talk has really died down. Like the last thing that Reggie said was like, if TSM ever ends up like CLG, right? Like that meme. But like we're long past that, you know. They haven't really been fighting back for a while.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't really have any beef with any of the players. It's like slightly nicer than playing like a random team.
Solo, he might be ruining the narrative a little bit. We'll skip him. You know what you should care about, other than the rivalry, is the actual players on the Rift today. Dokka was Aurelia last week. Damn, shoot that straight in my veins. I love that. Look at this guy. Look at this. He just wins the whole game in this team fight. Look at this Boogie Maple combination. They're taking down the undefeated FlyQuest. They've been making upsets happen since they were born. Let's talk about this. Maple can't keep getting away with it. Those who forget history are doomed to have a better life. Breathe the fresh air of the new TSM and CLG and forget about making the past relevant when it's not. Just enjoy the current players.
Marcus, could you help Granny up?
Oh my god, that was wonderful.
Wait, but somebody check on Avali. What did Mark just do to Granny?
Hey,
that was messed up.
You know what? I got so absorbed by the propaganda of Zoomer Mark, I completely forgot about Granny Obley. That is
Granny just got flipped, and then nobody cared because Mark was being funny. Like,
okay, calm down, Kobe.
Okay.
I have production in my ear. 911 is on the way.
Okay,
You know what?
good,
We'll get it settled. But
I was the original CLG jungler. I was on the beginning of that rivalry.
Do you?
So I care a little.
Do you feel a little slighted by Mark Zoomer? Oh, okay.
I think it was really funny too because a lot of CLG players like I like guys on that team, and after doing masterminds with both Solo and Chime, I'm like, I actually love this TSM team. Those guys are super funny, super good players as well. So very excited to get into this match, which is important for the standings as well. With both of them, both these teams really overperforming people's expectations for the last couple of years. That's been the thing that people have had in common with TSM and CLG. Is that everyone's ranking them lower and then they overperform and prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, and then whenever we do it to CLG, then they overperform as well, and then people believe again, and then they underperform. So CLG have to fight back against when things are getting too faithful for them. But last week, apart from the FlyQuest loss as well, CLG had massive wins under their belt. I mean, that Dokla Aurelia killing triple kill, that was sick.
Mark was right. He won the entire game right there in that team fight on the Aurelia. I love the comms that we had too from CLG.
The Palapog moment.
Where, Contracts is like, wait, Dokla kills him? And I guess you could kill them all. And then you could kill Thresh too. Everyone's like shot calling for him. And you're like, kill the next one. Kill the...
Yeah, you could see how dead the comms were after. It's like, oh, okay, I'm dead. All right, this fight's... Yeah, this is a hard fight. This is a hard fight.
Wait, Dokla kills them.
I mean, sometimes that happens. You ever in a Clash game, it's like, yeah, we totally lost this.
No, I've never been carried by any of my friends in Clash. Thanks for bringing it up. I always, if I don't do it, nobody does it.
My bad. I didn't mean to bring up the drama. But we are into the draft for the game between CLG and TSM. Already some respect being paid over to Chime for his recon, who had a massive week last week, including the upset of the season against FlyQuest.
Yeah, honestly, when he first joined the team, too, it was his most impressive champion. Plus, it just got buffs. It's a perfect time to ban it. So CLG, #1, don't have any dispute there with that side. Meanwhile, if you're looking across, they do go for the Cassante ban here, but Solo has had a super deep tank pool up in topside, so I feel like TSM are going to go to that same formula. And so they're just focusing on the bottom lane and trying to get a good bottom lane set up here, good bottom lane matchup. Varus is still available. Caitlyn is still available, so looks like one of those very powerful lanes is going to get through.
And it is one of the curious things about TSM, to split, right? We know that a lot of other teams are trying to still figure out what is our team identity, what is our strengths. TSM, they've already known that they want to be a team that massively relies on having Solo be a dedicated tank player for this team. They're going to always have strong team fighting scaling later the game goes on, and that early engine, the agency, is in the wheelhouse of both Boogie and Maple.
And speaking of Boogie and Maple, that other ban that needs to be a permaban versus TSM is Maple Stalia.
Yep.
That thing was disgusting. That's how TSM beat the #1 team, the undefeated team before that in the LCS. FlyQuest took him down with the Talia plus Vi combination. And CLG, some pretty good target bans, and that means Elise gets left up. It also means Maokai is left up. So it's very interesting. CLG want to play a much faster pace, gank heavy, tower dive heavy, instead of going for the Maokai, which is just as high priority, especially before the next round of nerfs come in. Demonic's still extremely good and plays right into playing those front-to-back team fights. So CLG, even with just their first choice of this draft phase, saying we're going to be the ones pushing the tempo, and TSM, you're going to be the ones playing for the big team fights, playing for the setups on these objectives. So I really want to see some spicy lanes for CLG to go along with this Elise that has to get some ganks going.
Yeah, you're already indexed in it with that spider pick, right? If you are not trying to push the tempo, then why are you picking Elise in the first place? And TSM, whenever you have a team that is their identity is built on being kind of a late game scaling powerhouse, you have one or two options of attacking that, right? Either you try to match them in the scaling, or you have to hit them hard early before they come online. And CLG, I think they're taking the latter here.
Certainly looks like it. Flirting with the Lucian Nami possibility on bottom side after seeing the Karma here, which technically can be flexed to a solo lane, but you assume it's probably, you know, Karma plus Ezreal or Varus or something down on the bottom side.
Sure.
And CLG see that, and they're completely fine with it because TSM themselves are the one that banned the Zeri.
Okay, this has happened now like the third time. Why is everyone hovering ramps on CLG? Is this like an inside joke that we don't know?
Yes.
I mean, clearly.
Because everything's okay, Rafa, that's why. Everything's okay.
Oh my god.
All right, the Karma Caitlyn. We mentioned both the Varus and the Caitlyn getting through, and they take the Caitlyn heavy pushing lane down here. Again, TSM likes stability. In the interview Solo gave, he was talking about how this team really focused on beating the teams that they're supposed to beat, taking care of business, and then maybe every once in a while you grab the game off of a top team. They want the more structured setup here for themselves. Maokai in the jungle, bottom side pushing permanently here with Caitlyn and Karma, lots of harassment. That frees up, you know, Boogie to go use his flash W from Maokai towards Maple in the mid lane and play off that synergy there. So let's see about these solo lane bans then. CLG already banned away Maple's Talia. What else can they follow it up with here? TSM, meanwhile, because they know solo, high probability of playing a tank or Renekton on top side, so they ban away a couple carries here from Dokla, since there is such a big difference in styles of these two top laners.
Yeah, because especially if the Elise were to pay a visit towards a Jax lane or any other carry that Dokla wants to bust out on the stage today, you cannot let it snowball because TSM needs the time to scale into that later stage of the game. Jace is another pick that CLG are thinking that TSM might play with.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that is a Maple Jace ban here, so maybe CLG want to set up like a Stylus or something for Palafox in the mid lane. Jace is definitely one of the big counter picks into the Stylus. Also serves as that flex pick, and there's the second carry top laner ban from TSM, also taking out the Fiora. That true damage so annoying if solo is to play the beefy tank top side.
I mean, we've seen Aurelia from Dokla. We've seen in the past Yone also be another comfortable carry champion. It is a little bit more volatile than the other two options that TSM banned. But I would imagine that TSM would have to first pick their top lane in order for CLG to feel comfortable about counterpicking it or blinding it even available. So TSM more than likely will... Oh.
Yeah, that Renekton that we mentioned for solo. This is one of his hard carry champions that he's been able to pull off. I have to say, the Sylas is looking really good. Enemy team has a Maokai as well. You can steal Maokai ultimate there. The only problem with picking Sylas for CLG is that then you have double AP mid jungle. Elise plus Sylas, not the greatest 2v2, and so then that would push contracts more towards ganking top or ganking bottom side, but definitely still could pull it off. But with the Scion answer instead for top side for Dokla, that's going to put some more pressure on Palafox carry here.
Yeah, that changes the whole scope of the composition now. CLG wanting to now have a solid front line for themselves means that there's a lot less incentive for contracts to be playing on the top side of the map and now focus more on the bottom side of the map. I do also agree that whatever Palafox is in here, picks here for CLG needs to pack a lot of firepower.
That being said, TSM themselves used the Elise plus Sylas combo and ganked, Scion combo and ganked 4 solo for the Scion and got him super snowballed.
That
and
is
actually
true.
Won the game with the beefiest Scion ever. There's that Sylas that I was talking about though. It just looks so good with the Jace Rise bands plus with the Maokai. Kind of a no-brainer there. And then TSM. Maple pulling out the nerfed Kassadin. Excited to see if he can actually scale, putting themselves on this timer. I do like, though, when you're picking your Kassadin in a team comp where you have priority top lane and priority bottom lane, to give them that bridge space, buy them the extra map pressure on the other parts of the map to be able to scale.
And it's really curious for TSM because a little bit of their identity is still the same. It's just swapped in the players that you would normally expect it from. Normally, we're seeing Maple and Boogie be the early engines that drive the rest of the scaling aspects of what would be Neo, Chime, and Solo later into the game. Now, it's Neo and Chime that have the push advantage with this Caitlyn Karma lane setup. Solo is going to have a better time early on the Renekton as well. So CLG, now where do you see contracts wanting to focus a lot of attention through? Do you want to try and just shut down this Kassadin, or do you want to collapse the side lanes and make that stranglehold on TSM before Kassadin even comes online.
I think the bottom triangle of the map, and junglers usually split the map into those two triangles, either top triangle or bottom triangle. You're always involving mid lane.
Sure.
Nobody's ever ignoring mid lane, and so it is going to be trying to kill Kassadin before he's level 6, maybe if you have a good, setup. But honestly, trying to do some sort of creative pathing to get behind Caitlyn Karma. If you can get a successful gank off on them to boost Lucian Nami to their Gale Force mandate power spike, then you can change the story of the game that way. But also, like we said, TSM themselves won the game through ganking for a Scion, tower diving for the Scion, and having the Uber tank early on.
I always associate that just with a solo specialty. But if CLG decide to steal a little bit of their flow there and do the same thing for Dokla, that would be funny.
They don't call him Big Dokes for nothing. True. He's going to be a big old Scion. True. Let's see. Boogie here on the Maokai. Always has level 3 options as well. That's one of the reasons why Maokai just took over so heavily. Not only does Maokai, successfully use Demonic Embrace in its super strong state, and provides so much for objective control, for teamfight setup, for zoning.
Yep.
But also has the Flash W level 3 ganks for a little bit of surprise action. If you're able to track the Elise and go to a different lane, then you too can make some early plays.
What will TSM find when they take a peek in the red jungle? It's just contracts dancing in and out over the Raptor camp.
And I want to point out something. As soon as this banner drops, Contracts has also started with the sweeper on Elise. So Contracts going with the Raptor start sweeper Elise for the 3 camp into sweep. Guarantee that you have full knowledge of your opponent's vision, whether they see you or not. Mm-hmm. And they've got the extra sweeper on Poom early as well. So definitely thinking about bottom lane here. We'll point out the 2 wards invested early from TSM to try and protect that bottom lane. Elise, of course, can't get over the back of the Dragon Pit without a Blast Cone.
Yeah.
So it's going to have to work your way through one of those.
But TSM are reading this as well. Boogie already shifted his first start from Raptor Camp over to Blue Buff. He wants to finish on Gromp, so he's going to be here at both level 3 when Contracts is here. So if CLG are planning to try and get a jump on Neo and Chime, I don't know if they're
probably
aware
just
that
sweep the ward, honestly.
Yeah.
Turned out a little ward gold, little ward experience.
Wait, Palafox is roaming down too, but he's on a ward, so TSM should know this.
Yep. It'll be fine. Oh, he doesn't actually even walk out to see it. Doesn't see the ward, so Boogie will get the counter gank off here. There we go. At the last second, walks back from the river because Chime moves up, and you see a little zoning movement from him. Q comes out, Contracts does get the ward, and Elise with a nice auto attack reset. Always feels so nice, quickly taking those down.
I mean, this is really great defensive vision from TSM. This is snuffing out any type of early action that CLG would really want to win flips over at the moment. We talked about how TSM need to buy time for them to scale for this Kassadin win condition to come online. So far, they're doing a great job.
And the best thing for TSM is, since you got vision of Contracts, you saw he did 3 camps. He has red buff. You know he fully cleared his bottom side, so you know he has to be going to the top side now. TSM using that info to bring Boogie down to the bottom side on this wave.
Yep, and as you said it, because TSM know that Contract's gonna be on the top side of the map, this exposes Luger and Poom potentially to a dive. Neo and Chime were looking to chunk them as much as possible. Poom burning early sums just so that he was not low enough for that dive to work.
And even though there is no action, it accomplishes the goal here for TSM with Caitlyn Karma pushing their opponents under the tower so that then it's a lot easier to poke them down. Here's the visit up top side. Dokla not able to get the Q off on time on solo, but Contracts is in position.
Hey, Kobe, what'd you say about ganking for a Scion? I mean, Contracts says, I need an option to find one, and he gets it. First blood for CLG.
It's funny, too, because you can tell, oh, man, he really did not want to go up there, but because bottom side is warded so heavily, that's the pathway. And Contracts is able to stop off, not only avoid this ward in the river by going into enemy jungle, but also taking the stop, getting the red buff, then coming from behind. So very, very efficient still play from Elise as Palafox goes into his own chicken pit and will get wrapped up by Boogie.
Oh yeah, he's forced to flash. Not a great position for him. Chime also off of the back of a successful push in from TSM's bottom lane, giving him the opportunity to be on the map. Palafox's flash is down. I imagine that TSM will want to repay that visit mid lane soon.
Yeah, and look at the rewards here. So even though CLG get their gank on top side, sapling here by Raptor Pit, ward here on red buff. They had a ward as well for second spawn of Krugs, and then Poom clears out the one in Tribe Rush. So once again, TSM have the extra info here.
I mean, I just feel like
number 2.
That there's no way that this should work for CLG. Right?
Neo's no flash.
Time in Neo. Maybe it does. Contracts cannot get in range for the cocoon to land. TSM still make it out.
Really, really, valuable visit anyway for contracts, because when you get first blood as Elise, you get enough money to rush these sword shoes. With the movement speed, is going to cruise on up towards mid and harass this Cassidy before he's level 6 as well. That's not going to land much damage. 100 damage, a little gank there. Maple gives you the thumbs up, but it allows your bottom lane to push out and get that breathing room versus the Caitlyn Lux. And even if the bubble head hits,
it's a really good chunk. Kobe and Contracts is here once again.
Dive.
Chime has both sums, so this is not going to be as easy for Contract to pull off, and Boogie is here to deflect it. Palafox is leaning as well. I don't think that CLG will be able to pull off a dive against them, but they're just pushing in this wave and putting as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, good defense here from Boogie. So even though Bubble lands for a little bit of harassment under tower, can't go for the actual dive. The full health Maokai has come to defend, but it still allows the Elise to move in. Contracts here, camping up by blue buff, waiting for Boogie to come out and try and resume his farm.
I mean, this is really aggressive. I kind of like it, though. I mean, CLG, with this kind of composition, you just have to look for any opportunities available. Second, cast chains connect.
He's 6, though.
But Maple should be able to get out alive. Taking a big chunk on the back end of it, though.
Yeah, once he's 6, Maple has a lot more freedom here. Holds on to his Summoner Spellbook, heal, and flash. Now with the push out on bottom side, with the push out mid, though, CLG, time to use that pressure for an objective. Palafox going to go for the recall and doesn't have teleport. So maybe it is just going to be the crab, and they still don't turn this into a dragon or anything.
You know, considering that they did point out the TSM CLG fan chants were split, maybe the rivalry still exists, at least for the fans, right? You know, maybe not so much for the players. And yes, I agree, CLG. I need Zoomer Mark more in my life as well.
What are you talking about? That's regular Mark. I see that Mark every single day.
Well,
he puts on a facade.
Coming from a fan perspective, you know, I never got to see that side of Mark as much until this year. So, you know, love the new Mark Z content.
All right. Attempt number 3 on the bottom lane game.
Here we go.
Can we catch Caitlyn today?
The spider waits for her prey. The lone hunters from Neo.
Weaving her web.
Uh-oh! Flash is still not available. Yeah. Neo is gone, ladies and gentlemen. He has been corralled into a corner. That's another kill for Contracts and CLG.
And they see 3 members mid here from TSM, so will be a hard shove into transition over towards Rift Herald for TSM. Bottom side, though, that's going to be a hard push for Lucian Nami into some turret plates for themselves. They got the kill onto Neo. Plus should be able to get Dragon now and the turret plates. So just took 1 extra visit, and they're able to make it happen.
Contracts is just showing persistence in full display right now, making sure that, hey, you know what, just because it doesn't work the first time, doesn't work the second time or the third time, but the 4th time, Kobe, the 4th time they finally get what they needed. Because you just got to keep pushing that pace when you are playing this champion.
Yeah, that's why Elise is so successful right now, because ganking is so heavily rewarded and farming is not. So if you are pushed into farming and you went with a plan B, then you would kind of be sacrificing the game already.
Yep.
Kind of have to keep up that pressure. Just again, wavering between mid and bottom lane is able to actually get the dragon this time around, as we said. So not a super early stack, but definitely will be there. Everybody's eyeballs are going to be on that Cassidy timer as well here with the early tier, plus building into the rod. Maple, at least for TSM's sake, even though they gave up 2 kills and a dragon, getting the gold back from the Rift Herald trade on that side, and having Cassidy farming quite freely against this Silas in the mid lane with multiple visits from other people. does feel pretty decent for Maple. And there's even only one hit left on that tower plate in mid as well for Maple. So if he could get another visit from somebody to help him push the wave in and go tap that wave, it would be juicy.
Boogie is here just in case a counter hit. Captain's already throwing out the ultimate, but Contracts is going to force Maple to flash. Boogie has arrived, locks down Contracts, but he still has a repel to play with, so should be fine, unless the bottom lane from TSM comes and completely changes the variables at play, and Ignite will tick down Contracts. He's running for his life, but the Ignite from Chime takes him out.
Really close defense there too. Oh, can Maple go tap that? The Riftail's gonna do it for him, but Palafox tried his best. He takes the Caitlyn headshot to try and help Elise survive, but the Ignite from Chime is enough to burn him down afterwards. And TSM focusing on that mid lane. Like we're saying, the shining light here. Maple now continues to cruise ahead in the scaling.
Yeah. Soon we're going to get into the territory where everyone is spamming the Monka W Kassadin level 9 out of 16 chat as we get back into the replay once again.
All right, so Palafox flashes so he doesn't get hit by the Maokai ultimate, going for the one that Contracts already soaked here. Nothing for Contracts to come down on as far as the repel to any enemies, so has to come right back down. Maple and Boogie waiting for him, and then Chime with the hero roam on the Karma. Walks into tower range to get off the Ignite. Job done. Also, the best part of that, it guaranteed that Rift Rail charge into mid lane to fund this Rod of Ages. This is a pretty quick Rod of Ages as far as Kassadin goes.
Yeah.
Maple with 200 stacks on his tier, as well as the pretty early Rod of Ages completed.
Scaling is coming on the line for Maple here in TSM. And now that's twice that Chime has found a small window where he can roam and be at the right place at the right time where he needed to be. Maple dodging out on another cocoon. Rift walks back over to safety. Contract still keeping up that pressure because that's the name of the game. Just because that previous gank didn't work out doesn't mean you can't keep trying.
And so one step TSM could do to try and solve that issue is get some vision into this river. This river is the highway that Contract is using to cruise between mid and bottom lane right now, and it's under full vision of CLG. This Maokai ult gets two though.
Oh, they're gonna go for a two-man Q from Boogie, locks down Contracts. Boom is forced to both use sums, but Contracts doesn't have his from the previous fight. Maple gets another kill.
And they go right to it. TSM, they take back control. Brute force, Maokai ultimate squishes another spider and allows even more time here in the mid lane for Maple. Now it also means bottom lane gets to push out. Your Caitlyn Karma again gets to try and put pressure back on that bottom lane turret and try and re-accomplish their original goal. Neo gets to fully push the wave in, gets to get his recall off. No turret plates for themselves quite yet, but still being able to reset that before the next dragon comes up is pretty big. Now, if Boogie can get in there and lay some extra saplings, that would be ideal. He's got one in the pixel brush by Dragon right now.
Boogie and the rest of TSM have just been on top of it and maintaining that defensive line of vision everywhere that Contracts goes, which, to be fair, has really only been on this bottom side of that map, that bottom triangle that you were talking about before, during the draft phase. And if TSM already knows and CLG haven't really changed that game plan other than the one gank on the top side of the map, they know what you're going to be playing for. They know which two lanes you're going to be bouncing all the time, so they can prepare for anti-defense measures like this.
Yep, certainly do. TSM definitely know themselves quite well. I will say, though, for top lane being quiet, that's a pretty good sign for CLG. Dokla up there with just the assist from the first kill that Contracts made on his visit on this Sion, farming decently well here versus Solo, matching him on first item completions. And here's Dragon number 2, a pretty pivotal point, and Boogie's got his ult and flash ready on Maokai for the engage for TSM.
They have to wait a few seconds before teleports become unleashed so that Dokla could join anywhere
Solo coming down
for these team fights. Solo is already here first, doesn't have to use the teleport, whereas Dokla is forced to use his because he wants to be in the front lines right next to CLG.
All right, watch that front line.
Boogie with the ultimate, they locked up Dokla. He's manning it right now, but Palafox fires a copy of his own ultimate from Maokai. Oh, huge two-man stun into two-man knockup from Dokla. Can CLG now carry the momentum of this fight? So far, it seems like like it. Solo and Neo are already gone, and Maple is nowhere near that level 16 mark for him to really rampage through CLG's team.
Yeah, they've got no damage left. They've got no damage left. Neo got hit right in the face. Maokai ultimate was stolen. Nami Wave plus Maokai ultimate, plus the Scion ultimate. CLG with 3 layers on that engaged cake. They get it, they get their dragon number 2, and they pass that pivotal point in the game. That was critical for this team. Otherwise, then you really start to worry about the TSM catch up. Here's another look at it. So, original Maokai ultimate locks them in place. We see how tanky Dokla is right now. Luger cleanses and flashes away early because he was worried about that threat from Maple, and it's about to re-engage from CLG. The stolen Maokai ultimate into the Scion charge, plus Q charge, and then they have enough of a health lead to finish off that front line. Dokla even Zombie helping them pick up Dragon number 2. In the end, though, TSM will trade it on the top side off of their reset and at least pick up Rift Herald number 2 for themselves to try and get them a little bit of extra tower damage, maybe get some money to try and bridge that gap a little bit.
Yeah, and the nice thing for CLG, because they've picked up the first 2 dragons, it's a Mountain Soul game. You pick that up, and you're already pretty damn hard to kill. Scion is going to even be more over-indexed on that mark. And with Neo, and considering how little resources he's been able to get this game, with all the pressure that CLG has been throwing his way, it really is only on Maple to somehow not only kill the rest of CLG's backline, but also to deal with this Scion later in the game.
Yeah, and you don't want to kill the Scion first as a Kassadin too, so you're always like, I need to get to the backline, you know, I need to kill the solution. Killing basically everybody else is going to be so much easier.
Spawn to pick onto Boogie, and Boogie just might bite the dust here. CLG clean pickup, way to flash away. Boogie's out of there! He made it out alive, CLG! Are gonna be pretty heartbroken after that one.
Oh, not so clean after all. The tree flashes out another life. Protected by the Lorax, you will not chop him down. Luger going to be able to push in afterwards as well. My goodness. They're still pushing ahead. Now, next step, try and actually get that bottom turret down. It's so low here. Maybe Dokla, you know, can get in there with a little aftershock proc or something, push up on Solo. He does have his steel caps in addition to his Sunfire, so he's extremely tanky to the attack damage threat from Solo.
Not necessarily built to really take out Dokla anytime soon in the split push. They're just going to be trading waves, blow for blow. As TSM are going to unload this Rift Herald into the mid turret, that opens up a little bit of the map for TSM to play with, and we know that their game has mainly been on Boogie and Chime moving together as a unit, looking for that defensive line of vision while they are still waiting for Maple to scale later into the game.
It's happening pretty quickly here. 6 stacks on the Rod of Ages, so close to that bonus level, level 12 already. With the introduction of the new Rod of Ages with the bonus level too, it just really creeps up on you how quickly that burst can come from. TSM want to rotate Maple out to the side lane so he can continue getting solo experience here, scoop up as much as he possibly can, while the rest of the squad just kind of holds the line here. Caitlyn Karma in mid lane, very, very easy, good wave clear, and then you just have Maokai Saplings controlling the mid section here, so you can watch out for any of those rotations between objectives and play that waiting game, baby.
Yep, just biding your time, waiting for Maple to come online. And for CLG, as we've said it multiple times already, we're gonna beat you over the head with it. They have to put the pressure on TSM. They can't just wait and lay back for the game to close out.
Yeah, and so that's why I really emphasize getting down these outer towers. They really, really need to take down outer towers so you can move your vision line into enemy jungle. Before you take down this first line of defenses, you're just kind of stalling here, and it's so easy for TSM to defend.
They can't get it done so far, Kobe. Every time they get close to it, TSM are allocating lanes beautifully, making sure that someone is always marking one of these outer turrets. I mean, yes, Solo can't push Dokla around, but Dokla can't really push Solo around either. And anytime that they get close to it, they usually send a goon squad over from TSM. Boogie and Chime always making their way towards the bottom side of the map if Dokla goes a little overextended, just like now.
Yeah, I see Solo immediately annihilating the wave. Q+4 Drinker blows that thing up. allows him to push him out. And CLG fully collapsed towards mid lane here, not being able to make any headway on top side. 4-person strong.
Oh, wait, look at this pincer movement. It's a teleport from Maple. He is level 13 at least, so he has an improved R cooldown to work with. Palafox is trapped under the tower, forced to flash. And it looks like Dokla and Solo are still battling. Solo was able to cancel Dokla's own teleport, so he couldn't join the fight. CLG not winning on either side.
That's actually a really big cooldown. Big play by Solo to be able to stop the teleport. Now CLG without the ability to play that extra side lane in TSM. You're going to use the health lead to start up the Dragon. Solo stacking his Conqueror up onto Dokla. Blows open the Blast Cone too. They've got positioning. They could just burn down this Dragon.
And that's huge. I mean, Dokla is now working with half of his effective
Palafox want that Maokai ult. He got it.
I mean, he can ult in still, but he's not going to be able to tank up as much as he could originally. They're throwing out the Maokai ultimate from CLG side. They blow up Solo, and Dokla now just has to tank for the rest of the team while they burn down the Dragon. There's no smite from TSM. CLG claims it. Neo is still fighting for his life, but Luger already finds Boogie on the back end of it all. CLG find their window, and now let's see what they can do more with it.
Beautiful cross section.
Oh, Maple! Oh, he finds Boom, but now he's stuck. He's Cocoon, and my goodness, CLG punished that Cassidy very fast.
Oh, Maple really wanted to pull this game back himself, but it's a little bit too early for that. He uses his flash just to kill the support. Palafox isn't done either.
Run! He still has flash. He's forced to use it over the wall.
TSM kind of crumbling here on Dragon number 3, CLG. They pick up the Dragon, and because of the extra kills afterwards, we'll finally get that turret down. Now look at the cross section here from Stolen Maokai ultimate and Nami ultimate right through. Double hit on the front line. Solo doesn't get to move. Boogie barely gets to hit the ground before his teammate is already dead. And then Dokla flashes Boogie into the rest of CLG, far away from the rest of the TSM DPS. And because Maple is still scaling here on Cassidy, they're unable to get any meaningful victory out of that team fight. Then he goes for the flash play onto the Nami, and it's a 1-for-1 for the enemy support, and you're flashing for it. So that was more of a bit of a rage play there, try and get some money back on Cassidy.
Yeah.
Does at least get him some kill experience too. We'll see if that slingshots him ahead, because his rod did just tick over to 10, so he's level 14 now. Two more to go.
Two things that I learned off of that fight. One, TSM are feeling the pressure more than ever now that they need to start getting kills for themselves and getting gold accumulated fast, because that soul window is coming up in the next 3 minutes. But also the camaraderie, once again, from CLG is ever so true. As soon as one of them drops, immediately everyone flashes over the walls like, get this guy! They can't just jump our boy like that. And CLG just persisting through it all.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned Sylas so early in Champion Select. When you see the conditions being met so heavily, double counters banned away, and Maokai ultimate is such a juicy ult to steal. When you're able to pair that with the Nami and the Sion engage here from CLG, it is just an overwhelming amount of ability to turn off of the objectives and force those team fights, so that not only are they able to stack these Dragons, but then they can get some kills for themselves as well to try and push forward the game. That being said, TSM not fully out of it. Solo has been winning his Conqueror, Black Cleaver stack here versus Dokla on the side lane. Before that Dragon fight, was able to get a nice health lead on him, and Maple only 1 level away from what.
That's right. Level 16. It is almost here for Maple. The win condition that TSM have been just delaying for as long as possible. And as we kind of voted before, Neo is nowhere near close to the power level that Luger is exuding, just raw gold stats at the moment. So it really is all on Maple. As soon as he hits level 16, the next big fight that we see, which could be around that 4th Dragon, Maple has to shine.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Look at this difference in AD carries. That is freaking massive right now. Single item Caitlyn is not going to be able to do much at all versus that Sion. Spitting little pieces of paper at him, as far as I'm concerned, isn't going to be able to chunk through really anybody who's not isolated out, and Maple isn't helping on.
Yeah.
And so if CLG can get Mountain Dragon Soul, that shield on the squishier members is going to do so much for their survival against the assassin that is level 16 Cassidy.
Yep.
And that might allow them to get a W over the late game terror.
TSM already just taking the necessary precautions, clearing out this top wave. Maple will look for a reset and then start walking over towards that 4th dragon and spawning in the next 50 seconds.
Ooh, I'm so excited.
Yep, this is the big fight that we're alerting to everyone. Excited. So if you haven't gotten your popcorn now, well, sorry, it's too late. We're about to go in 40 seconds, so get your butt, sit down. We're gonna have a big brawl.
The biggest part is that's not enough time for Maple to get 16. So TSM.
Oh no, he's gonna have to get a kill for kill experience.
Yeah, they might have to just force early, before CLG get to layer their engages. Vision control maybe, try and pull off some surprise plays. CLG already teleporting in pretty early themselves though and forcing it down mid. They're gaining mid prio. I love this. Shove the mid wave first because TSM know they have to sit here at Dragon. Maokai Saplings though are gonna do a lot for their setup.
Palafox is going to be on the left side. His job is to mark Maple and make sure that anywhere he goes, Palafox will go as well. Maybe Dokla now changes that position now as Maple is forced into the back lines of TSM.
Yeah, that's pretty big here. Now it's going to be all on Boom Nami ultimate.
Looking for the right flank now. Maple is just waiting for a moment. There is no vision on that top lip. Maple looks for the first bit of damage. Solo flashes onto Palafox, forced to flash inside as well. Solo goes down first. Dokla's taking up everything from TSM. Can Maple look for another one? He has flash and he has cleanse, and he's looking for the angle. He's waiting for Luger to step up. Contract's forced to repel, but he comes back down. Luger snipes out Boogie, and Maple, once again, it's all on him. He's still not level 16 yet, Kobe.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get any kills. No experience for them. They lost 2 members. CLG, the Dragon, the Soul. It's right in front of them. Maple's still doing his best. He stacks up a stack of Riftwalk. Another stack. Blast Cone Riftwalk. He's going for a hero play. No way. No way.
No, he's deciding against it. He thought about it, but that is Mountain Soul success for CLG as they have claimed themselves a powerful buff to potentially close out this game.
That is so big for those CLG squishy members that have to worry about this Kassadin that's coming in. And since Maple here, he's going for the Zhonya second, it's going to be another full item before he can get the magic penetration as well to really, help with actually chunking through some of these. Plus, Dokla is going to be nigh unkillable here. He has soaked so much frontline damage in the last Dragon fight. Now with Mountain Soul as well. Can Maple take down the Colossus?
Hell no. No way.
What if he tried for a really long time?
If CLG gave him the time of day, it's like, hey, you know what? You got 45 seconds. Do your best, bro.
Yeah, might take 45 minutes. We'll check back in on that one later.
We can take the Baron while you're doing that.
Okay, so this was actually pretty big. I was saying maybe there's a team fight opening with the stolen Maokai ultimate already used from Palafox, so CLG didn't have the extra AoE. But look at the engage. When Maple goes in, it's just a little bit of poke there onto Palafox, but a full commitment as Solo on the Renekton flashes in. And that makes it so easy for CLG to hit their CC. Boom, Cocoon into Nami Wave. Doesn't even hit the ground. That Crocodile died while airborne. Instantly, frontline is gone. Meanwhile, the Scion here is so much tankier. They get the re-engage off, and now CLG on top side. They want the rest of the outer defenses.
Maple's finally level 16 here, Kobe, and he's putting in the damage on the Palafox. He might chunk him out before they get a chance to play for Baron. Teleports are coming out. Palafox is already forced to use the Zhonyas. The last Q, CLG block out the headshot from Neo. Dokla is now facing 5 members all by himself, but he's so damn tanky. It might not just it doesn't matter at all. They've only gone through a third of his HP. He gets healed back up. Dokla is big, all right.
He certainly is. Scion with the Dragon Soul. Yeah, he could just shrug it off right there. Honey Fruit in the river as well. They successfully save Private Palafox from the top lane escapades. Tower doesn't go down for CLG, but they're happy to just avoid death up there. And we finally get to see level 16, 3-item Kassadin doing a little bit of work here.
You can still see that CLG are respecting the potential for a Maple janitor cleanup duty performance here, but they are being so patient and they're being so careful about how they approach that they are not allowing TSM a window to turn this game around.
Yeah, I'd say pretty key for next team fight as Dokla's shield almost got broken.
Almost.
Almost got broken.
Almost.
Will be how much time Renekton can actually buy this time around, because Solo's been just getting exploded in these team fights. Now that he's got a stopwatch to buy a little bit of time, get his ultimate off there, actually try and create some space for Maple to get in there. Maokai doing a bit of chip damage here with the demonic sapling plus the Leandries, burning a little bit off of the CLG members as they brute force through and get some vision, but it's really not going to be enough. And with the mid push, they'll get another tower.
I mean, that was beautiful. I mean, CLG occupying the red quadrant, that jungle from TSM, prevented them from being able to safely rotate and answer the push from Luger. They get a free turret off that push, and now they rotate back in again. And look, not everyone from TSM is quite in position. They might look for maybe Boogie, because Maple can always just rift walk or flash away. Boogie makes it out alive. Good chunk comes out. Boogie is forced to use the Nature's Wrath. The second turret, or the first turret of the top lane, also falls. CLG, it's a slow process, Kobe, but they are working their way through it, chiseling down TSM's defense.
Yeah, and then as soon as they have an engagement, they back off, they let the Mountain Shield get back up on every member, and then they can just re-push in, kind of shrugging off this damage. The only little bit of a win right there for TSM was actually getting the cleanse off Luger, because he was looking for some aggressive positioning onto Boogie. And I thought maybe if we pick jungler there, if we pick TSM jungler, then we could actually turn towards the Baron. But you know, they're unable to actually get the pick, so they just take the outer tower and leave.
Now, Kobe, the one last-ditch effort that TSM can hope for is at this Elder Dragon fight. Because if CLG are not careful about how they play this one out, and Elder Dragon is secured by TSM, all bets are off. All this work that CLG have done for the past 31 minutes goes down the drain.
Yeah, and even maybe this Baron start that CLG are turning out the lights first. They can infinitely tank the Baron. That 6K dropping quickly too. I don't know. Can Boogie even get there in time? It's gonna get burned down. That's free!
That is a free Baron, all right, for CLG. And they still have plenty of time to reset, get ready for the Elder Dragon as well.
Yeah, you say it, and instantly Power Ranger beams go up. Everybody goes back, get some control wards. Bring that vision on over. Now all that's left is to work through these Maokai saplings towards the dragon. Everybody's eyeballing Dokla, but nobody wants to strike first. He knows it, yeah. You can take a look. He's got the big golden shield, doesn't care. Nice try, Neo.
I mean, poor Neo doesn't even have a last whisper item, just finishing that Infinity Edge.
And while all eyes are on him, CLG get bottom push. So, whittling down Dokla.
You want to time this? Oh, okay. Well, Dokla, you ruined the bit. We were going to time how long it took for TSM to kill you. And now, I mean, it's just a flash. Dokla can still maintain position. They can get ready for this Elder Dragon fight. TSM, they are hoping for a miracle, Kobe. Maple has got to find his way onto the back line, and also hope that CLG have not completely dominated the rest of his team while he's doing it.
Can we cure Twitch chat's fear of level 16 Kassadin? Let's see. CLG with the protection of the Mountain Soul. Kassadin goes in.
Maple, but it's Palafox that's marking him on the right side, so he can't get into the back line. Luger is playing this wall, so as soon as Maple approaches, he'll just dash over, and now he's safe. Maple is still looking for the assassination flank, but Dokla is just taking up all this damage. Meanwhile, in the front line, and TSM still haven't found a way. Neo's shrunk to half HP.
Yeah, that's a huge chunk onto Neo, and CLG have the Nami sustain here, healing them back up. They get the second round of shields.
Luger's going forward, finds Maple, and Maple still has Flash to play with, but he just does not feel safe to go in on Luger by himself. The rest of TSM cannot support Maple's dreams of being able to 1v9 as the Kassadin, and Solo is blown up. That's a huge pick for CLG. Maple's gonna go in, trade some damage, but Palafox is waiting on the other side. Maple still has Flash to play with, but Rift walks over the wall. TSM are pushed out of the jungle, and CLG turn towards the dragon.
I love Mountain Soul, baby. CLG, they get the big gear. They love their wards too, Rafa. Wards can kill you sometimes. They can save lives, but they can also take them, and Contracts will take that one. Solo goes down again, and there is your Elder Dragon buff being worn by CLG. They've got it all, Rafa.
Yep.
The Soul, the Elder Dragon, the Baron, and now they're gonna come marching for that base.
This has been, overall, a very clean and patient game from CLG. And oftentimes, I think it's one that is not usually seen from a roster like this. Usually they have to pull off massive comebacks, right?
For sure. CLG themselves at the beginning of the year, they pointed out, they took a critical eye to their own team and said, our main feature we want to improve is our consistency.
Yes.
And that is something they have definitely succeeded in this game.
Totally makes sense when you run back the same roster, when you're the only team in the LCS to run back and put the faith in the same players from last year, as Luger finds Chime with a beautiful culling over the turret walls. CLG pressing their advances into the Nexus towers of TSM's base. Good chunks from TSM. It will delay the push for now, but CLG are just waiting for the inevitable.
Certainly are. Rotate on over. Bottom lane's already been dealt with. Again, consistency comes with patience here. Dokla going to clear out one more wave. He's going to get harassed on his way out, but it's no big deal. They know. They still wearing the Elder Dragon buff, so TSM would be suicidal if they went for a full engage there.
Yeah.
The rest of the CLG members would happily take a turn right now with that Uber buff.
TSM can at least thank their lucky stars that the game has not ended yet.
True.
They get a little bit more time to play the game, which, is always a little silver lining here as we take a look back at this replay.
All right, this is another look at it. This ward up here, baby. That is a value ward. Remember that one for later. A little bit of a tip as we go into the engagement. Solo gets GA popped here, will resurrect. Dokla sticks around with the extra shield, wants to get the re-engage. TSM forced them off. You see a lot of work being done by the Nami here when you have all the resistances of the double Mountain Dragons plus the Mountain Soul. And then the big chunk, Solo's gonna go for a recall to teleport back. He thinks it's a safe space here. They don't have any vision on me, but contracts from behind the rock. Spider greater than Crocodile, and CLG looks like they're going to be greater than TSM today.
That's a crazy Animal Kingdom chain line. What happened in the evolution line where spiders are suddenly better than crocodiles?
Mutations in the DNA. Somehow they start transforming into humans as well.
Uh-oh.
The missing link. All right, CLG, here we go. TSM have one door open, Boogie with the flank.
All right, Nature's Wrath doesn't grasp up Luger because everyone else on CLG tanks it for him. And now it's a fire back with Palafox's own Nature's Wrath. And TSM evaporated as Luger just sails into the base. Does he go too far? No, he doesn't, Kobe! That's Luger firing on all cylinders with a quadra kill of himself. And they want to give him the penta. Boogie, get your butt over here. Luger deserves this one. He wants it. You can see it in his eyes, baby.
Showing why he chose the name. Boogie's gonna get out of there, though.
Unfortunately, Luger, you will not get a penta today unless...
Delayed.
No, the Baron stopped him. Baron playing for the TSM. They needed the 6-man, but Palafox has cut him off. They want to give him the penta. They have time to do it. It's not an official one, but we'll make it official for us. CLG with a clean game over TSM.
CLG. They get the Elise pick. They say, you know what? You can have your Maokai. We know Maokai plus Demonic, OP right now. But we're going to go with the early ganking contracts. Not only is he able to focus on the bottom lane matchup like we want for the Lucian Nami, but even made a visit up towards top side, get a little bit of gold early on to help that snowball. Getting the first blood on top side on the Crocodile did fund his Sorcerer's Shoes, which is the biggest weapon that Elise can get in the game, one of the biggest power spikes. First blood, Sword Shoes, boom, into multiple ganks on bottom side. They eventually set up Luger and Poom to dominate there. Luger playing really well with that lead on the Lucian, never exposing himself, and then better frontline wins, baby.
Yep.
They got the engage. Stolen Maokai ults into Nami ults into Sion.
I mean, that flip in the draft was probably the biggest surprise of them all today here, Kobe. I mean, we know that off the back of multiple carry choices for Dokla, split push style, Aurelia, Cassante, Fiora, everything that he wants to be the carry. And today it's lock me silent, bro. Let me be the front line. I have a vision where TSM are not going to be able to take me out in the fight, and it came to fruition here.
Maybe now everybody in chat will be a little bit less afraid
of gassing in
of the timer countdown.
Don't worry, guys. You can put down the monk of W's.
Don't worry, as long as you got an Uber tank and you got a Mountain Dragon Soul and you've got a big bottom lane difference.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think credit is mostly deserved to Contracts for setting up that bot lane for success. I mean, had Neo had an uninterrupted laning phase, maybe he would have gotten the gold and gotten the stats needed to be able to take out Doka later in the game, but he never got there. When we got to those pivotal points, 3rd, 4th Dragon, Neo didn't have a Last Whisper completed. Who's going to take out Doka at that point of the game?
Yeah, I think Contracts excels most when there are high volatility junglers that you can take to go impact a bunch of lanes. Even though so far this split, a lot of the wins, they even had him on Sejuani at the beginning. So CLG's showing some more layers to that onion of a team.
That's right. Well, that does the game for us now. But before we get into the rest of the day, make sure you all download the Sleeper app to play, because we have a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. See, he wrote it down. Well, for us,
I'm locking in my team.
That's the cast. But Palafox is heading to the lounge for a VOD review. Plus, Evil Geniuses at Dignitas with Tomo's debut LCS game of this year will be next.
Okay, I can already tell what's gonna happen. The Raven is probably gonna miss everything and end up dying somehow. So my initial guess is this is. I'm leaning towards gold right now. No, it's higher than gold. It's higher than gold. Plat?
Final answer?
Final answer.
You're actually correct.
Really?
Flash roll. It's it happens in any elo. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I don't think this is high elo because he's playing Israel, but he's dashing straight into the enemy team. I mean, he's not. He's kind of clean, but I think this it's a kind of good player, but not super good player, because as I said, the Israel straight into the enemy team, that seems kind of not so great. I'm gonna say Plat, because there are mechanically gifted Plat players. He's bronze? Oh wow, okay.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I'm Jat. Here is Palafox, who just won again on Silas. And we wanted to talk a little bit about how you did it, but also what you're thinking about in the game as Silas. So we're actually going to start at what was pretty much the breaking point of the game. 25 minutes in, you have 3 Drakes, Mountain Soul is on the table, you're in base. Tell me what you were trying to accomplish leading up to this fight.
Yeah, so I think our idea as a team is like, on the enemy team, they have like no tanks, like Kassadin, Renekton, and Maokai. They're like, have a lot of HP, but if Lucian ever gets to like free hit them, they're gonna get one shot. So pretty much like, what we wanna do is like pull them out towards mid lane here.
Yep.
Ideally, I can grab like Maokai ulti.
Yep.
Boogie gives it to me for free, so it's like, makes it super, super easy. And then like, if you can pause here. So pretty much, I'm just trying to get an angle where I'm ulting this way. Lucian's able to free hit Renekton. Like nobody else can walk forward because Maokai ulti is the best zoning tool in the entire game.
Yeah.
That's like also why I went Everfrost, right? Like if they're stuck in the same place for 5 seconds, like that person's just gonna die. And I think off that, like it's pretty easy to get Drake. I think I might have like, can you go back a little bit more? So in game, that's what I'm thinking, of course, right?
Yep.
I didn't see Luger went this way. If you like, I didn't see Luger went up here, and I assumed he's just gonna go into the bot river with us. So I'm like looking, and I'm just not paying attention to where he is. So this is like my mistake.
He goes to Narnia.
Yeah, I don't know where Luger's going. This guy's actually going to Narnia, and I'm like, I'm looking. He's got the ward. And then, like, as I'm ulting, I'm like, someone's like, yo, Lucian's not with us. I'm like, wait, what? Like, what else could we be looking for here? And it's like, okay, I busted a little too early.
Yeah.
But from this point, now we're just trying to figure out how to get a good spot for to not get flanked and let Lucian free hit, right?
Yeah. And
so,
then, as the fight plays out, you can see just how strong your front to back is. Like, it looked to me like you just kind of denied their ability to flank the whole game as long as like you and Dokler are in the front.
Yeah. And it's like here, honestly, if they went on me, like this is such a good engage for us. Like we engaged on them, but like by them being an idiot. So it's like, great. We won the fight. They engaged on me instead of killing my Lucian. Sick.
The Sign did a really good job.
Yeah. And I think from here, we're just saying like, what I'm saying is, Dokla, don't take too much damage. Back, TP, and we get Dragon. Like 100%.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to quickly go over laning phase to get to this point, because you were talking to me before we started about what the general goal for this game would be, and I'm just going to kind of play it fast, and you can talk me through what you're trying to do, because you hover a lot. You shove, and you kind of move to the right over and over again.
Yeah, so pretty much, Lucian Nami is a sustain lane. If they get, if Karma can't really pressure that much, and they're feeling scared, like, Lucian will over time just like chip them, and Nami will spam heals on the Lucian, and it's like pretty good for laning phase. I'm not really too worried about like ever losing too much resource, because I know like Silas just gets pushed in this matchup for 13 levels straight. I think when I started losing it is like, this guy hits Seraphs, 2 items, that's like 24 minutes in game or something.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask you how you expect Silas versus Kassadin to go, because it's not a matchup we see that often. Push for 13 straight levels, what do you have to be afraid of against Kassadin?
I mean, if they didn't have a Maokai, and they had like an AD jungler that could lock me down and kill me, it's scary, but they had a Maokai, so I'm not...
Double AP, you're Silas, you can heal, you go Merc Treads.
Yeah.
Skill order, does that change based on the matchup, or is it always gonna be Q-Max?
It's pretty much always going to be Q-Max, because I want to get to bot lane as fast as possible. If I want to win my lane, I go W, but it's a team game. We'll win every time if I do this, so.
Oh yeah, thank you very much for joining me on this one, and you can join the rest of the guys over at the couch. And the Scion in the game, who is just
Wow, look at the Scion.
Dude, that Scion, you gotta watch out for him in team fights.
I think he did really good that game.
Really? I heard Palafox say, he was like, oh, as long as our Scion doesn't kill himself here.
Yeah, he did.
Well, not one time.
He frontlined really well.
Well, what was funny is right before we went live, you guys were bickering about the comms. It was so funny. Are you guys one of the teams in post-game VOD reviews where typically like you're the ones taking 30 minutes because everyone's arguing about a team fight or something?
I don't think that's us. I mean, like, we get over our points like decently well, and then there's like, after we're over our points, then we'll bicker a little bit. Because then we're just waiting for the enemy team. Like, there's nothing to do but oink, you know?
Yeah. And then some points linger on for a couple of days.
Yeah.
What has been the focus for you guys, like the big focus for the week? Because it feels like team fighting on that one, you guys were marking Cassidy pretty well. Like, so it seemed to me outside looking in, it was like a team fight focus, but like, what did you guys feel like the focus of just like coming into this week?
Honestly, just don't play like week, 2 and 3? I think just erase that from our memory and just play like week 4 pretty much.
Yeah.
And just keep that up because, yeah, week 2 and 3 were not good. I don't know what happened there.
I think, so if you want to go back to week 2 and 3, I played Aurelia, we played Aurelia Maokai.
Yeah.
Our focus has actually just been on not busting a little too early and holding our pressure and having good comms around that.
You have such a way with words.
Yeah. And,
Amazing.
And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what we've been focusing on. And it showed. It was obviously a really slow-paced game. We stacked up 4 dragons, got Baron, right? Yeah. It could have been faster, but if we played at that pace, it'll always end in our wins.
Yeah.
There we go. Hopefully there's more wins on the way for you guys. But for now, EG and Dig is next. But first, here's Emily with a team room interview with JoJo and Inspired.
Yeah.
You were there?
Not today.
Last week. Staying kind of sharp in the regular season and then going into playoffs. You two are both people with international experience. So just generally, how do you manage to stay sharp, especially in something like first round robin just ended? Do you kind of take stock of where you guys are at, or how do you, I guess, continue to prep knowing that you still have half a season to go before playoffs start?
I don't really care too much, honestly. Even though we are going 7-2, like, I don't care about regular season. I just play, and I think I don't need to have a lot of practice to win games. So that's why when we changed coaching staff this year, they were very surprised that I was just telling them that I can first time champs on stage, I can like legit not care, and we'll just play the game and see how it goes and see what mistakes we're making as a team to then fix it for playoffs. And we are just not making too many mistakes. I think we're just following calls pretty well, and other teams are not too good. So I think we are just trying to not overwork, like don't put too much planning right now into games. Just try different stuff, see what works well for us, what doesn't. And so far, I think we kind of get some sort of idea. So, yeah.
Agreed.
You agree?
Agreed.
For someone like you, because I know you had said, like after going to MSI, right, in the summer split, one of the things that you really felt was how much the level of mid laners you faced raised, right? When you went to that kind of international competition, what you could learn from people like Xiaohu and Faker. How do you kind of keep those lessons in mind throughout, again, a regular season in LCS?
I mean, it's hard. I feel like if I go international, I improve really fast during the competition, and then, I don't know, when I come back to LCS, it kind of drops again. But I don't know how to keep the exact same level, because it's really hard, obviously, if I'm versing mid laners are not obviously as good as them, but I just try taking everything I learned from them as much as possible, but it's really hard to keep everything right, so yeah.
How would you, Inspired, rate how he's been playing in mid game?
Like in the season or
yeah, this season. Season.
Maybe like a 10.
I think it's pretty good. I think I expected better, but it's pretty good because he's just running around and doing different stuff and making some mistakes. So I think then he will not make similar mistakes in the upcoming games. So that's pretty good. I would for sure rather run it down the whole regular season than play for KDA and like win half of your games and lose half of them. So it's kind of good. And on top of that, we somehow managed to win even though sometimes he was having a bad game. So
yeah,
that's perfect combo.
I mean, it's good practice for my team too. If I'm having a bad game and they're winning, so I'm kind of helping them too. So yeah.
What can we look forward to you guys from second round robin?
I don't know. We might experiment with some picks.
Let's go.
We'll have to see.
We'll see how many wins we get in like week 5 and 6. I think if we win most of our games, we'll probably just play something funny in the last weeks.
Nice.
But yeah, if we
something's coming up that
if we suddenly start dropping some games, maybe we'll have to take the whole regular season series to finish in the top 2, and hopefully we manage to do that. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
That's it. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Emily. And we are back for our final game of the day between Evil Geniuses and Dignitas. And if you guys didn't see social media earlier this morning, Dignitas have made some changes. Tomo is in, Spawn is out. Dignitas, with probably the roughest start that this org has ever faced, are forced into a position where they feel they need to make some changes. And if we're going to be honest here, Kobe, it is not going to be an easy task for Dignitas to climb through, considering that today and tomorrow are some of the league's toughest matchups against both Evil Geniuses and FlyQuest. But they believe in Tomo, who has made a resurgence in Challengers League this year, has been popping off as one of the best marksmen in the Challengers League so far. Dignitas Challengers League is the #1 team in the league as well. So if there's any hope for a turnaround, it is going to be through this change.
Honestly, I'm very excited for it because they're already getting into it in the pre-game lobby chat. JoJo's notorious for trash talking early on, but Tomo was getting right back to him. Tomo was like, "Where's your huddle, guys? You guys need to huddle up." And JoJo said, "We only huddle versus good teams."
Oh my God.
And they haven't done it.
That's brutal.
They haven't done it yet this split. Let's get right into the picks and bans, though. Evil Geniuses, they are not going to let Arma get his Gnar. There was a Champions Queue game just last night that had every single Evil Genius player in it and Arma got Gnar. And Arma went legendary and Arma never died. So there was no conceivable world where they were going to forget and let that one slip. I know everybody's got it high on their list when you're playing versus Dignitas. Definitely deny him that champ, but thought that was funny as well that he just went legendary on it. Evil Geniuses, though, they will take the Maokai left open here. Elise, of course, is banned, as well as the Lucian Nami, Zeri, Lulu trade being left up for the handshake.
And one of the things I also want to kind of inform the audience about, that with Tomo stepping up to the LCS stage, this is not the first time that he has been pulled in as kind of a sub-swapperoo. The last time this happened was a full team swap when he was on FlyQuest Academy in summer 2021. Ooh. The whole team swapped in. They even had a legendary game where they took down a very dominating C9 during summer 2021. Tomo's no stranger to making surprises here on the LCS stage.
Oh, so instead of the Vi to point and click lock down the Zeri, they go with the Sejuani. That shouts that you want some melee solo laners. That is the extra added value of the Sedge over the Vi, even though it's much more difficult to actually lock down a Zeri with a Sejuani. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them. Santorin, of course, is one of the most prolific Sejuani players in the LCS, has been for years, and has had a lot of those level 3 Sejuani ganks towards mid lane, whether he's ganking for Jensen or any of his previous mid laners, Bjergsen and the like as well. Tristana going to be taken off the table here as far as possible mid lane champions. Mentioning that as well, since JoJo did play the turret destruction gameplay style. I want to see if they keep on whittling down here, because Silas taken off the table because Evil Geniuses themselves has the Maokai, so you always want to deny that. Not even just as a mid lane, but trying to protect your jungle preeminent ultimate from being stolen for those team fights.
Yeah, considering that Dignitas are kind of lacking on reliable ways to lock down this area the later the game goes on. As you already noted, it's one thing to see a Vi being passed up where it's guaranteed lockdown, and then you normally pair it with a diving assassin or some type of flanker that can run from one of the solo lanes here in Dignitas. The fact that they're going for Sejuani means that they have something different in mind.
Yeah, and when you go with the Sejuani instead, and you have the Lucian Nami, which is shorter range, so you more often want to set your team fights for front to back.
Yep.
Vi, you need more people to dive with you, and you need assassination follow-up in combos like that. But when you're running the Sedge, since it gets blocked by anybody, first champ hit, definitely need to be looking at more front-to-back support with the rest of your team. They go with a little bit of the split push here possibilities with the Jax. And again, whenever you have the Sejuani, it keys that you're going to pick up extra melee solo laners. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses gonna flirt with this flex pick here. The Jace has not done so well this split. Not done so well all year long, but it will be locked in again. Someday or JoJo, both pretty good Jace players. With the Gragas, though, honestly, it's still flexible. Faker just played 2 games of Gragas last night, so we'll see how big of a Faker fan JoJo is.
Yeah.
But I assume it is going to be top Gragas into Jace mid.
Let's see, what does Jensen lock in to round out this composition? As we already noted, team fight, front to back, that is the name of the game. So maybe a control mage. Yep. Azir, the bird is the word for Dignitas, so nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of just team fight and team identity for this game. For Evil Geniuses, I think the difference is going to come to the fact that their front line, their front to back, is not as strong since their dedicated front line is Maokai. And if we see him rush Demonic Embrace, it's going to be a little squishier, but it's more so on setting up that line of defensive vision with those saplings, trying to get that poke in with the Jace.
And there's a lot of variability with Gragas as a champion because you can be the greatest frontline ever if you have a perfect ultimate, but it's not always super guaranteed to get that perfect ultimate angle. And so we'll see about someday as far as his build that he goes, as well as being able to use Maokai ultimate plus the Gragas to be able to really separate those lines and buy you some time for free hitting for your carries to get the extra DPS.
I mean, if we look at Evil Geniuses historically, especially the playstyle of JoJo and Inspire, one of the most remarkable things about their duo synergy was being flankers for Evil Geniuses, especially in that spring 2022 run where they made it all the way and won Evil Geniuses their first LCS title ever. Yeah. Inspired approaching from one side, JoJo on the left side, and that's how you break up the team and buy space for your bot lane.
And that's why I really like the Jace pick here actually for JoJo, because it gives you a lot of power in lane, and one of the biggest counters into Azir has always been poke damage. And so that's why we're seeing a lot more of it come out. Jace versus Sylas, Jace versus Azir. Outranging Azir and poking the Azir down has always been successful, no matter what form it comes in.
And while we're in the early game, Kobe, and no action has built on the Rift yet, I want to be candid about Tomo.
Open up to me.
Yeah, I mean, so
let me know how you really feel about Tomo.
Well, we got to pause, so we're actually going to have a little bit more time. So, for those that don't know, Tomo has actually been playing with support Diamond for the past, I want to say, 4-ish years. He has been with them on Cloud9 Academy, FlyQuest Academy, and now Dignitas Challengers. Tomo has not had a different support partner ever since then, and I want to kind of make sure people understand that this roster change swap, while yes, Dignitas do feel pressure to make a change, I don't know how much of a change is it going to actually make, because I think there's overarching team issues that still need to be solved for Dignitas LCS, and changing only the marksman, especially one that has been with a support partner for so long of his career, I feel like is going to be more how do I say this politely, Kobe? It's not going to work as you want it to be. I mean, maybe Ignar and Tomo will hit it off and they will find a way to make it work, but that is my big fear and my big concern.
Yeah, I think the point is great in that this is a very difficult job for Tomo to pull off, being thrown into a 0-9 team. Let me hit this home. This is on the precipice of being a historically bad LCS opening. No team has ever started 0-10. So if they lose this game, that will indeed be the worst start of an LCS team ever. And so as an Academy AD carry that has been crushing Challengers League, it is definitely a difficult job to be called up right now, especially like you're saying, without your teammates that you have your synergy with and that you have been playing with for so long. So we will see Tomo kind of being thrown in with the Wolves here if it is enough to shake it up for Dignitas, because this team, like you said, feels a lot of pressure to make change for the sake of change, honestly, with how disastrous it has been at the beginning of the split. And we'll see if they're able to make any sort of headway here. Getting Lucian Nami into the Zeri Lulu is a matchup that everybody has played, so everybody very well accustomed to this, as they go with a pretty offensive heal from Vulcan to get the extra speed for a chunky little trade there, and gets the heal out of Ignar in the answer.
And for Dignitas as a team, as a squad, most of their strengths have been when Santorin finds a really strong early game path and route. The biggest problem is that the mid game, the team fails to capitalize on that lead. We have not seen them able to actually drive that lead home. A lot of times the other team bounces back and capitalizes on mispositioning or just lack of decisiveness from Dignitas. But with Ignar, this is also only his official second week with the LCS roster. He also had some visa issues coming back to the States. So maybe Ignar also with a week under his belt, much like Gory with Golden Guardians on his debut, maybe can find something and help with that decisiveness that Dignitas really needs in the mid game that I think has been plaguing them for the entire split.
And right now we're looking at pretty heavy pushing for the bottom lane for EG, and mid lane getting very spicy with JoJo going in for heavy trades onto Jensen, trying to take away all of the sustain of that Azir. Jensen has a Biscuit in inventory right now to try and rely on, and Sejuani on the bottom side. So mid lane, the classic, just hover to your side of the jungle. They know that it's opposite jungle start side, so Santorin has full control over the bottom. Scuttle Crab has that extra area of safety for Jensen to try and rely on. Meanwhile, FBI and Vulcan not worried at all about it. They've got the river lit up with multiple wards here, and not too worried about the presence of that Sejuani. JoJo, again, trying to whittle down. The Biscuit's been eaten by Jensen, and now it's time for Inspired. Has completed his full clear, has his Scuttle Crab, and is on time for the second spawn of Raptors. He does have Smite, as well as Santorin having Smite, so it could come down to Smite fight over the big one.
Timing it well. Oh, Inspired. Timing on the auto attack from Santorin. Yoinks away the big chicken nugget.
Wow.
Success.
Actually, as a jungler, that one really got me going. Because Inspired took away all of the mini ones before he got there, and then times his smite on his enemy's auto even better than his enemy does.
It's okay, Kobe. Let it out. Let it out.
Beautiful stuff, honestly, from Inspired. Meanwhile, that will leave Santorin at level 3, so might have a meaningful impact on that skirmish.
I mean, Santorin is parked up on the top side of the map, but there's a good defensive ward in that river bush, so as soon as Santorin makes his way, I mean, someday should be able to see it, but Armut is stepping up forward so he can interrupt the body slam from Someday. Beautiful. The flash comes out. It's not going to even do anything. First blood over to Armut.
Santorin will gank for solo laners early. If it's successful, then Dignitas have that hope. And very, very patient play here for Santorin. If you watch the lane setup there, that was really good communication between them. And then he talks to Arma and he's like, go on this minion. Someday's going to go for this. Here, look at the setup. He's trying to push it in. Someday's got 3 ranged minions. They know he wants to move up. He chugs. He's trying to finish off the wave. And immediately they say, leap strike in, get in front of him. Very good positioning from Armut. Because if you get on the other side of the Gragas, there's no way he gets away from your Counter-Strike. AoE around him fully encapsulates, and he's able to set up the stun, and then very quickly sets up that Sejuani stun, and the big advantage over picking the Vi. So Armut here, getting the critical kill to try and start some snowball for Dignitas.
And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Santorin makes his second rotation through the top side of the map and starts playing to Armut as a potential win condition. Or Armut can just start winning the lane by himself. Already 15 CS off of that one gank because Someday is going for the Roa.
Last cone.
But Inspired is here to change up the odds here, Kobe, and Armut just used the ultimate.
As a top laner, you always get a little suspicious when your opponent starts hovering towards the river entrance mouth like that. So to me, that positioning was a little bit of a giveaway, a little bit suspicious, as Someday's like, oh yeah, you know, you just killed me. Come on down into this river brush.
Oh no, please don't hurt me.
I think it's good senses from Armut there.
Yeah.
Does not take that bait, does not fall into the counter gank trap. Sometimes after getting that adrenaline boost of first blood, it can cause you to leave some openings and some areas for your opponents. Nice knock.
Oh, well played, Jensen. Honestly, I was expecting JoJo to not be put in that situation, but he was just walking with Jensen and suddenly like, I mean, you can't do this. I don't know what you're doing, and just pushed him in with the Emperor's Divide.
So what he was doing was looking for the knockback, but Inspired gets a W.
Because we're fighting in the blue side jungle of Dignitas. Santorin without any flash. Evil Geniuses know they can punish, and Vulcan is looking for Tomo. He still has a cleanse, but he dashes away. Great bubble from Ignar will save his AD carry for now.
I love that bloodthirsty Vulcan play. Vulcan wanted that, and he almost was gonna be able to chase down that AD carry. Can Ignar splash anything over the side? Oh man. Honestly, with Ignar, I thought maybe he would even go for a flash play on Vulcan with his control ward, seeing him walk back with like 50 HP. The killer support goes after the other killer support.
His finger was itching on the F key right there. He's like, I should do it.
I saw the angle. Jump, flash over, splash him, get the kill. Not going to be the case. But yeah, in the mid lane, Jojo was positioning, you know, kind of like Arma we were talking about, trying to position for the other side of his Counter-Strike stun. Jojo really wanted that knockback onto Azir, but Jensen, he rides it all the way into the tower. He's like, all right, if you're coming along for the ride, we'll get your flash out. And Jojo without flash, we'll see if it gets punished. Rift Herald started up from Dignitas here after the bottom side play. It's going to be a full reset from EG. Everybody's coming towards the Rift Herald, but it might be too late. Even though Zeri's coming from base, it's gone.
Looks like Armut can pick up the eye, and he should be able to leap strike over to Santorin over the wall to get out safely, so not even worried about burning a flash. Very clean from Dignitas.
And it's just actually so big for them because this wave is now going to bounce back. Lucian got the wave into tower. They're going off.
Jensen with a flash catches both Vulcan and Jojo because he knows that Jojo didn't have a flash. Vulcan also goes down. Glacial Prison used from Santorin, tries to lock him down, but he needs damage. He needs friends. He needs homies to back him up. Someday is blocking Arma from being able to cut off Jojo Pun, so Jojo actually makes it out alive.
Is it happening, Rafa? Okay, it's way too early, but I want to start it.
I mean, you gotta be careful.
Is it happening?
Because if you genuinely want this for Dignitas, we have seen good early game movements in the past. It's not like this is new territory for us. It always comes in the mid game, so we're still in the 9-minute early game territory, Kobe.
You sound like a seasoned CLG fan. Pause, champ. We wait. No celebration. No celebration yet. Dignitas, though, nice move from Jensen. And we didn't have to wait long at all. We were just talking about, will Jojo, without the flash, be punished? Jensen answers, yes, definitively, yes, he will. And, you know, it's a 2-for-1. Jensen scoops in Vulcan as well. This is one of the areas where there was so much off-season signing hype for Dignitas at the very beginning. Santorin and Jensen. Santorin getting the first kill on top side for the Jax, for Armut, and then Jensen with a couple of repeat plays on Azir, shifting Jojo once into the tower to burn the flash, and now into the waiting arms of his teammates. We won't get too hyped. I see your eyes getting real big here.
You know, the thing I was thinking of that's kind of funny to me is before the game started, Evil Geniuses, or who was it, Jojo said like, oh, nice huddle you had over there. And Dignitas, that was the perfect moment to say, you guys really needed the huddle. You know, it's giving us a good boost. But maybe that's got to be for later, because right now FBI and Vulcan are tearing up Ignar and Tomo. Already forcing the flash out of the fish.
Yeah, very glowing. Definitely back away. Let the stacks fall off. Still going to be a turret play here for FBI, though. Bottom lane going quite nicely for them. He's going to be a menace. Wow, can he get 2 off this wave? He really wants the second one, too.
He's looking for it. Tomo's forced to use the calling. He's like, please, you cannot have this plate.
Yeah, stop it. Try and stop them now. With the kill, plus the turret plate money here, FBI is gonna be feeling quite nice. Inspired is on double wards. And we see Sejuani fighting in mid. They've got a little stun onto Jojo.
Oh, Inspired is here for the counter, but Jojo's already chunked out. FBI is going to look to join the fight. Oh, God, the Rhino Wave is going to hit him. Does it slow him enough for the rest of Dignitas to follow him up? Inspired is body blocking for his mid laner all that he can. Here comes Jensen. He swoops him in right into Tomo and Ignar's waiting arms. Can they clean up the damage? FBI is so low. Less than 100 HP, but he's still not going down. Tomo flashes in for the killing blow.
Dignitas are doing it. I'm going to start it now, Rafa.
Okay.
It's happening. The dragon is taken. The crowd's getting into it. 1.4K the gold lead. And your boy Jensen making it happen again on the Azir. Sweeps him in. They got an early health lead to that fight by 2v1ing Jojo. You saw it on the mini-map. Sejuani is able to get the wraparound onto Jojo. Let's take a look at the replay. It's on a ward, so Jojo knows Santorin's in here. and he walks right around to greet him. Hello, sir. Thank you for the stacks. Santorin's able to stack up the passive into ultimate, and JoJo's already at 200 HP. So from the very beginning, EG are fighting kind of a losing battle here, and they focus down, try and burst out Santorin, but Jensen sweeps them right back in to the waiting arms of the bottom lane, and it is all magic for Dignitas.
All right, the Dignitas hype train has officially started. It is still only a 2,000 gold lead for them, but it's a good look so far. 1 dragon to their name. They got the first Rift Herald as well, and they are taking this second dragon without any contest from Evil Genius and Kobe.
Get your tickets now. This is the cheapest hype train ticket you will ever buy. They're honestly free. Jump on the train right now. You don't even need a ticket. Everybody, you can just walk on. The doors are open. Get on that Dignitas hype bus.
There you go.
It's a party bus for sure. Let's see about it. JoJo, he wants to have a party in the top lane. Armut has had too easy of a time up here with the gank for the first blood plus the Rift Herald. JoJo can't get anything done though. Armut backs off. Someday's already pushing the wave.
Not a good look.
Yeah, no opportunity.
All right, well, Evil Geniuses, I want to go back to now them being in not so far behind, but I mean, the tempo of the game does feel wildly out of their favor. And against someone like Dignitas, what does Evil Geniuses need to do to bounce back, as Santorin is here for the gank, but Inspired makes his way as up. Inspired is taking up the culling, but he is also somewhat on the squishier side, so he has to back off. Jensen looking for the Emperor's Divide, and he just takes out Vulcan. Tomo as well, getting another last killing shot on the back end of it.
Yeah, Tomo grabs it, says, "You're too slow, old man. I'll grab the kill first." Another roam here, though. Jensen really getting active in this game.
Oh, wait, solo kill maybe? Oh my god, it just solo kills him outright. Armut just gets to walk out scot-free. What is happening to Dignitas?
Solo bolo, baby, for Armut in the top lane. It's when it rains, it pours, Rafa. All over the map here. Dignitas breathing some fresh new life into their LCS run.
And all 3 of their main carries are at the top of the gold charts as well. This is a great outlook so far. We take a look back at this replay.
Yeah, and so look at the minimap too. Some blue pings. JoJo's tracking Azir, and they know Azir's gonna arrive first. EG were pinging him out, but they can't escape. Good bubble from Ignar keeps him there long enough, and then since Vulcan's on the front line, Santorin's able to hit the W. Vulcan flashes afterwards, but the damage has already been done, and Tomo gets off the last auto there, finishes off the kill. Armut sees enemy jungle and mid laner bottom, says this is illegal someday. Nice combo there. Fully comboing under tower with the auto attack resets. Counter-strike done. Someday down. Dignitas on top.
2 kills to each of their carries' names as well. 3 assists to Jensen, both showing not only his ability to find the killing blows, but also to set up plays for the rest of his team. I mean, this is 5 weeks in. This is the kind of Dignitas roster that fans were expecting when they put these names together.
The best part about this Dignitas hype game is that they also have multiple ways to finish it out. You were very cautious, very worried about their ability, to turn early game leads into actual victories because they've been unsuccessful thus far this year. But they have so many options now, with Armut being a massive split push threat, plus having the better front to back right now with the extra gold on Jensen. This is a massively fed Azir and Lucian. So their carries, like you're saying, are in such a good position that you get to play the front to back we were looking for with the Sejuani plus Nami guaranteed engage and have push on your side lanes. Their only problem, if they get collapsed on while they're trying to get vision, if they give up some numbers disadvantage play. So they cannot afford to get lazy. Now you need to sit up even further in your chair and pay even more attention because you're in such a good position. And they've decided 4-1 split, and they're even bringing Armut up from the split push on bottom side to make sure they don't leave any stragglers open for EG to pick off. They guarantee it with the Rift Herald, knock down that open tower well before this dragon gets here. So they have plenty of time to reset, get your control wards, then come back out, regain that mid lane pressure, push out the wave, and set up for your dragon.
Efficient, effective. This is the game plan from Dignitas. Now that they have the lead on their side, and they just need to be decisive when the moment shows itself and when it counts, because that has just been the critical opportunity that has been lacking these past 4 weeks. But this 5th week, Kobe, this 5th week, this second half of the split could be the turning point.
Say efficient, effective, I hope not ephemeral. We hope they can hold on to this one. Teleport's coming mid. Someday has a teleport as well. So EG could answer, and they look like they are. They're gonna throw down. Look at Jensen. Flash ready for Azir. Has the possibility for another big Azir sweep. He has shown no fear. Multiple successful plays already. If Santorin starts it off, Sejuani ult, Nami ult follow it.
Tomo's waiting as well. He's not being shown on vision at the moment, just waiting in this pocket rush, waiting for his moment. Ignar is on the other side of the flank, but he needs to regroup with the team unless he wants to set up for a tidal wave over the wall. That's a big chunk on Tomo.
That's definitely gonna leave a mark. Tomo even kind of canceling the recall there. Nami will heal him back up though.
They're just waiting at the moment. I mean, Evil Genius is trying to play to the strings, but Armin is on this flank, but Someday and FBR are waiting and marking him first. They don't want to play the front to back.
Oh, Armin goes in!
Armin is over there, and Armin has been discovered by the rest of Evil Geniuses. Forced to flash out, but that buys the time. Oh, that was so close, but Santorin clutch with the smite. That's 3 dragons to the name.
I saw that one breaking down, Rafa. The rest of Dignitas burn on Dragon, and Arma goes in, but he escapes with the flash leap strike over the back of the red buff, and Santorin critically nails the smite to secure themselves Dragon Soul points. It got a little risky though. Let's take another look. So Arma on this ward gets seen in his little attempt for the flank. Really good engage by Santorin. He got the engage onto JoJo, but then the rest of the team backed, and Armut still went forward. Maybe the communication there, he really wanted to follow up on that initial engage from Santorin, but Shock Blast hits it down. They just tried to time it. I think, EG, the comms were pretty good there. It was like Inspired, plus JoJo are like, all right, Shock Blast, let's time it with the Smite.
Yep.
It just doesn't have enough damage. Does not have enough damage yet.
Yeah.
And so it's a little early, 210 health still left over. So Santorin, cool, calm, collected, picks it up after.
I imagine if Inspired was able to get in range to throw in a Q with that max percentage HP damage, maybe, just maybe, that could have been a steal that EG needed to slow down this game. But Dignitas now on the cusp of Mountain Soul. Almost a similar look to what CLG were doing in the previous game. You get 4 stacks of that dragon on your side and you already have a decent lead. It's not a huge lead, but it's a lead that's big enough that once you secure it, it is very difficult for Evil Geniuses to claw their way back.
Certainly will be. And right now is a big part of the difficulty. This right here, both carries 2 items on the side of Dignitas. Big power spikes here for them. So they just want to force again. I would honestly set up on Baron, try and draw Evil Geniuses to you. Dignitas have a great turn. We just saw it. Santorin, Q ult forward, Nami wave follow. This time around, JoJo has no flash, Inspired has no flash. They can definitely get more out of their opponents. But bottom side, they still haven't taken the outer tower. So Jack's trying to do some work here. Armut will use the rest of the team to zone Someday off. Work down some of these defenses on the bottom side of the map. That increases your influence on the other side on Baron, makes your Baron starts more scary because your bottom lane will be more open. Arma getting the solo tower gold again on this Jax.
It's all coming together here, Kobe. Dignitas are just playing the waiting game, not taking any unnecessary risks, but being decisive when it counts. Next 2 minutes, that 4th and final dragon will come online. You already see the gold difference. The only person that is not severely behind to their counterpart is FBI. FBI is kind of the saving grace for Evil Geniuses. If this team fight is all scattered out of whack and no one can lock down this area, FBI can pop off.
And with that Muramana completion, the poke from JoJo is going to get significantly more dangerous. He can land some critical poke onto Azir, onto the Lucian, maybe set themselves up for a comeback fight. If you know EG, if you're a fan of EG, if you're a fan of Evil Genius's team fighting, it's still true, even without Danny here, with the addition of the 2 previous 100 Thieves members and Someday and FBI.
Yeah.
So they're looking for that ideal setup. The Maokai ultimate into a Gragas that can split the team apart. Doesn't matter how many items those carries have if you push them away from the tanks, and then you're able to focus fire down the isolated members.
One by one.
One by one.
Dignitas establishing vision control as Evil Geniuses creep their way slowly into the bottom jungle. It's difficult. I mean, Inspired can always face check with saplings, but Santorin standing his ground, preventing any entrance at the moment. They can maybe look to play through bottom lane, but ideally they would like to play through mid lane, go through the river instead, because from the bottom side, it's going to be way more difficult for them.
Dig trying to play off that vision through the jungle, see if they can fish around for anything here. Gonna be a recall for Arma, and he does have Unleashed Teleport. So it is critical right now. You see EG expending a lot of resources to try and take away some of the teleport ward options. He comes in on bottom side.
Someday was looking for the body slam flash, but didn't connect. The cast goes wide as well. The rest of Dignitas can reposition safely. Tomo stabs right on up in the front lines, peppering down multiple members. Jensen looks for JoJo, but the flash and the wild growth keeps JoJo alive. Dignitas may have not found any Evil Geniuses members, but they have fought their way into the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, that was a good save by Vulcan right there. Instant Lulu ultimate to be able to knock up Jensen so he can't push him in, and it ends up being a flash for flash trade. Inspired has flash himself and smite. It would be a one-way mission.
Inspired, it's all up to you to make this smite steal happen. JoJo gets jumped by Santorin, and Armut is chunked out. Tomo and Jensen says, come here and body these fools, but Jensen might have swept himself into something else, but Jensen goes gold and stays alive. They're cleaning them up. Kobe, Dignitas are doing it. They're taking out the members of EG. It's only FBI and Vulcan left, but they're so low. Victor, if you can find a way, this would be a hell of a way to keep EG alive, but Dignitas have too many members. That Mountain Soul is theirs.
The Mountain Soul is there, and they can get their recall off, reset, and with the shield, the poke from Jace will kind of be shrugged off here. So it makes their Baron starts that much easier to accomplish. We are almost there. We are almost there. Dignitas on a 9-game loss streak, on a season loss streak. Santorin and Arma, they take the opportunity, they go over, they get the big chunk, and then Jensen. JoJo does a good job stop-watching the Jensen sweep, but it's still good enough separation, and Dignitas with that lead over the wall. They have the follow-up from Tomo, so they still burst down that front line and melt them through before FBI can actually get any of the kills. Jensen backs right off. He does not drop. He still pumps out the most damage in that team fight. He has just done so much work today for Dignitas. Woke up and said, nobody beats Dignitas 10 times in a row.
Oh. They have all the dominoes lined up here, Kobe. Everything is ready to fall into place. One more solid team fight. Could be a Baron. If it's good enough, they could just end the game as they now pressure and start pushing their vision line further into the blue quadrant of Evil Genius's jungle. It is almost complete darkness for Evil Geniuses and trying to walk into this side of the map.
Honestly, they have such a good setup here. I would have put Armut for committing to this deeper split push, but look how EG are taking away some of the wards, so it's kind of difficult for him. They don't want to overextend. He doesn't have his flash or his teleport, so it's just going to be the startup here on Baron. Yep. And with the darkness in the actual pit, EG cannot face check.
And with Tomo showing right here, I mean, Evil Geniuses have to question, like, oh, well, who is on the Baron? But it's too late. Explosive Cast comes out just as potentially a steal, but it's not going to happen. Baron is on their side. Mountain Soul is on their side. Dignitas, they have everything they need.
no way they lose this game, baby. Dignitas, they're coming for the base now. 4-1 split push. Easy recipe here. They could wait one more wave, wait for the Jacks to get up to the tower. They don't even need to. Stand safely back here. Look at Tomo and Ignar way back, giving it a lot of room. Jensen doesn't have flash, but they don't care. Take down mid turret, rotate over towards top to meet up with Armut.
And a lot of these fights, I really want to just give Jensen huge credits, huge kudos. He's been playing these fights so well, being able to time his Emperor Divides beautifully and find moments in the space. I know that he had talked about his shortcomings as well with Travis Gafford, I think last week, and just admitting, yeah, we're not doing well right now. We're not performing well right now. Very intimate, very honest about it. And he knows that all of them as a team can perform better. And this is finally a look where Dignitas, try not to cast your curse in. I'm being so cautious because with a lead like this, I would sincerely want to believe that this should be.
They're scapegoating the Jace. I knew it. There's always going to be a scapegoat. Honestly, though, that has been the story here. Jensen, the plays onto JoJo, opened up this game. That is the entire story. Yep. Getting the flash, pushing him into tower, diving, the mid lane play here, coming to meet up over towards the dragon. Jensen has done so much work, and now he's got a stopwatch too. So stopwatch flash, level 16 Azir.
Yep.
That is the most green lit Azir sweep I've ever seen. Get in there, have some fun.
Just to guarantee the safety of making one last play to get Dignitas' first win of the LCS Spring Split this year. Tomo as well. I know I expressed my concerns about playing with a support that's not Diamond, someone that he's been playing with for the past 4 years. What would it look like if they broke up that synergy going into this game? Would it actually solve any issues? But Dignitas as a whole 5-man unit, Tomo has found great moments to step up when the time was right, executed and finished beautifully on multiple kills when Dignitas needed them to.
Yeah. Really great stuff from him. We talk about how difficult of a job it is to step into a 0-9 team, and Dignitas, they're at the doorsteps, Rafa. The curse, you can't even pull off the curse if you wanted to now. Go wild, baby. They're here to stay.
They have cleanly taken out 2 inhibitors on Evil Genius's base. They don't even need to touch the top turret or the inhibitor quite yet, because they want to break down through the front door on this side of the map. Dignitas just playing off minion waves, chipping slowly, ever so gracefully and beautifully as the culling rips into someday. Evil Genius will throw one last base defense, but Dignitas will continue to prosper as they fire out back, and Evil Geniuses, as I say that, Evil Geniuses are holding the line. Oh, please tell me I didn't caster curse them. Please tell me that right now.
Where are the EG believers, baby? Inspired FBI Vulcan on the hunt. 2 inhibitors down. They see objective bounties in their sights. Tomo looking for some highlights, maybe.
He's waiting.
He does not have his Gale Force, but he does have Flash.
And he's leaking up with Santorin. They're calling
he's going on JoJo!
All by himself, he goes for it. And Santorin is there, going to just ensure that Tomo doesn't go down. That's one member gone from Evil Geniuses.
Objective bounty shutdown on this dragon, though. EG, this is their only hope. 8K, 7K. Santorin's on the way. He has Smite. He has Flash. Santorin, get in the pit.
3K. Teleports are coming in for Evil Geniuses. Santorin has to get it to the pit and save it. Oh, Evil Geniuses claims the Elder Dragon. Dignitas, they have to scrap. They have to run. Jensen is in there into the pit. But this could be disastrous as he sweeps his way on out. Armin also leaf strikes over the wall. But now wait, can they stop the recalls here? Because Baron or Canyons, the super minions can go through the base, but they can't stop the recalls, Kobe.
They can't stop him. Inspired might be chased down, though. They could cut him off. They'll get a sacrifice in order for EG to get back to their base. The tree is sacrificed to defend the next turret. They've got the Elder Dragon buff on 3 for Evil Geniuses to mount their defenses. And I baited you into it, baby. EG here. Let's see if they can defend now. With this Elder Dragon buff, that gives them so much time. Dragon, 54 seconds. They can just clear out these super minions. try and get right back on top. Here's another look at it. Objective bounty achieved.
God.
Santorin does get in for the smite fight, so it is a straight up 50-50, baby. Good old-fashioned jungle fun. 18-17, 12-08.
That is perfect from Inspired.
Combos it. Q plus smite. Gets it at 12-08. Elder Dragon acquired. Evil Geniuses are not done yet.
There's a reason why Inspired got MVP last summer, Kobe. He has been so monumental for Evil Geniuses in the most clutch moments when they have needed him to. I didn't think he would have to step up, be a clutch playmaker in this game.
Yeah, but okay, so they're definitely not, right back into it yet. EG still have a lot to contend with.
Sure.
Dignitas here with complete vision over the Baron. Tomo!
He'll be on to Tomo. He goes golden, but he's already burned flash. Gonna get out. He can't dash over the wall. He gets burned down. Shut down from Evil Geniuses. The Elder Dragon buff takes him out. And now Dignitas are on the run, and they have to deal with the Baron flip.
Another big objective bounty shutdown at their fingertips. Santorin has a blast cone though. He has a smite. He go for a YOLO.
It would be a one-way trip. It would be a one-way trip, but he has to do it in case 2,000 HP goes in. Oh, Inspired is clutch again with the Baron. Santorin is gonna get burned down. Oh my goodness, what is happening?
I am so sorry, Dignitas fans. I am so sorry. Oh no, shot! Evil Geniuses now with Baron buff from the defense of their Nexus turrets. 2 inhibitors down, back to back. Uber objective bounty shutdowns.
I'm at a loss for words, Kobe. They have Baron for the next couple of minutes. They're pushing through the mid lane. Yes, they have to deal with super minions because of their inhibitor not being up, but they are making short work of these towers at the moment.
All right, they certainly are. Everybody kind of watching for the Azir flank. Jensen coming from their own jungle, wraps around.
Yeah.
Someday does have his teleport ready. He could teleport defensively onto this ward or the little side here, but Jensen just joins up with the rest of the team. Dignitas will hold. One more little auto will finish off this mid turret though.
I mean,
Someday works up on the bottom side. 4-1 split push continues for EG.
Wow.
The Baron buff is enough to finish off the mid turret. There's more in front of them. Someday will finish up secondary here.
They should be able to get this turret. Just a couple more auto attacks. They have taken out 3 turrets in the past 2 minutes here. Evil Geniuses securing Elder Dragon, securing Baron.
Armut looking for the flank.
Dignitas now are put back on the back foot for the first time this game. They have to now salvage a game that surely was theirs. For some reason now, Evil Geniuses have just clawed their way back and have now made it anyone's game.
Armut's going for it. He knows there's a control wood right in front of him. EGC, he hops over. He's trying to cut off minions.
But he can't clear out the minion wave. The Baron empowered buff is just making short work of the inhibitor tower. The inhibitor also might fall. Santorin trying to go through the front door. Glacial Prison FBI is all isolated and alone. Can he tie on back? But Vulcan with the Wild Growth keeps him alive. Armut is going gold. And Jensen, 5-man shuffle from Jensen! That was huge! And the rest of Dignitas, they will not go down today! A heroic play from Jensen saves Dignitas' game!
Oh my God, Jensen is putting in so much work today. It is insane. At the gates of the Dignitas base, now they get to run it back here. Jojo and Inspired, the only Evil Geniuses members alive. 25 seconds left on Vulcan here. Dignitas, 4v2. We've got a teleport on Armut. Look at this level 18 Jax coming in hot. They've got the Mountain Dragon Soul with the extra shields coming to finish the job.
7 seconds on Vulcan, 15 on FBI, 22 on Someday. Dignitas, you have to make this push work.
Bubble misses.
All in onto the Nexus towers. The Nature's Grasp from Inspired keeps them in flow, but Jojo is burned down. Wild Growth keeps Inspired alive. They're hitting the Nexus. Dignitas will pick up their first win of the LCS Spring Split.
break the 9-game loss streak. Holy moly, honored Jensen.
That was an MVP performance from Jensen. This game should have been Dignitas's from the first 30 minutes of the game, the way they played out so cleanly. Evil Geniuses somehow performed back-to-back clutch objective secures an Elder Dragon and Baron off of Inspired. But Jensen, someone that has been written off so many times and questioned for this spring split of his own performance, steps up when he needs to at the right moment, delivers for this Dignitas squad.
And let's go. Arma, 0 deaths in the game. Jax solo bolo up in the top side. Able to bring out a different champion. Everyone memeing on the Gnar. He does it on the Jax, baby. Multiple solos onto Someday. Really big split push presence. And Tomo stepping in a very difficult situation. Beautiful stuff here for Dignitas. They deserve it. What a sight, their first bow of the year.
I'm so happy for these 5 guys. It's not easy to have these expectations and to have everything go so wrong for the first 4 weeks of the spring split. So many questions, so much doubt, so much negativity surrounding this roster. They finally, we talked about how this week was going to be difficult. They're going up against Evil Geniuses and FlyQuest, our top 2 teams for the league. They showed up big here, Kobe.
Certainly did. Time for the celebrations, baby. Arma breathing a sigh of relief there. Great game from him. Deathless, definitely some very good stuff here. Excited to see what, shaking up like this for Dig. We are in a brand new half of the split, You forget about the first round robin, live in the present and start yourself anew. Definitely giving everybody in here a heart attack there with the Nexus turrets defense and objective bounty shutdowns on Elder as well as Baron, but they're able to finish it off.
Yeah, that is a game I'm going to remember for a very, very long time. But that does it for us on the casting desk. We're going to be joining Avli and Jensen for a Verizon post-game interview.
Hey, thanks, guys. I am here with Jensen. No one beat Dignitas 10 times in a row. Jensen, it's funny because I ran into you and Santorin in the elevator on the first day of the new split. And I was like, you guys gonna pick up the win today? And you're like, yeah! That didn't happen until today. What happened, man?
Oh, I don't even know how to answer that question, to be honest. I mean, we had a lot of problems, and I think, honestly, we just kind of played bad. But we're back. It's better later than never, right?
Hell yeah, better now than, potentially not happening. But let's talk about that Azir ult at the end, because that was the game-winning play for you guys, right when it looked like the game was slowly slipping out of your fingers. So tell me about that.
Yeah, I think we had the game pretty much won at their Nexus, and then I kind of just died for no reason. So then I thought, I have to make it back, bring the game back, so I guess that's what happened.
Hell yeah. Well, tell me about this moment, because you guys have picked up the win. It's been quite a bit. Do you get to take that deep sigh of relief? Are you and the teammates feeling it after picking it up? Or what's the mindset for you guys right now?
I mean, honestly, the whole atmosphere in the team has been pretty good. We've been doing pretty well in practice this whole week. So I think the atmosphere is good. But, the reality of the situation is we might be screwed when it comes to playoffs unless we win every game moving forward. So it's a bit sad, but, we're having fun and we're doing what we can to, not just play good League of Legends now, but also for Summer Split.
Hey, I mean, you have a lot of Dig fans in this crowd right now who are super excited to see you pick up that win. Look at them.
Yeah, that was crazy. Thank you, guys.
All over. What would you want to say? You could say to them, you could say to all the Dignitas watching at home on the stream right now. What would you say to them for their support?
I mean, thank you guys to the few of you guys who have been supporting us, and especially everyone who came out today. You guys have been amazing. That was honestly unexpected when we won the game and everyone was going crazy. I did not expect that at all, so thank you guys.
And so I feel like what I'm hearing from you right now is that this is the start of Dignitas's win streak. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we're going to win the rest of the games that are left in the regular season, yeah.
That was a trick question, Jensen, and you failed because you play FlyQuest tomorrow. I'm signed with FlyQuest. I think they're the best team, and therefore Dignitas has no chance. But thank you so much for the interview, buddy. It was good to talk to you again. That's it for us here on the stage. So back to you guys in the lounge. Where are you going? Don't run from me. Don't run from the truth.
You're my enemy.
Don't run from the truth. Okay. Don't worry. Don't feel bad about it. Don't feel bad.
Boo!
You're my enemy.
Oh my God, that game was wild.
Yes.
It was something.
It wasn't wild until it became wild.
That is true.
It was like, whoa, it's wild. Dignitas is winning a game.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're gonna lose.
I was watching backstage somewhere else, and I saw the Nexus push coming in for Dignitas. I was like, great, time to come back. And then there's 5 more minutes of gameplay, and I was like, oh no. I really thought they were about to lose that one.
God, what was your thought process going through that? The journey.
I was here. I was just like,
Let's just run it.
I hope they win.
Yeah, honestly, let's just run the play. I'm interested because for us, what we saw, there were multiple, so I don't even care at this point what you threw at me. But I guess I'll just go bang, right here.
Yeah, when Arma came in with this flank engage, I thought that the fight was actually lost for Dignitas because he gets stopwatched in such a poor position while Maokai is also stopwatched. It just feels like, okay, once both these stopwatches end, we're suddenly going to see this kill come in on Arma and the chase down by Zeri. But this engage during the stopwatches saves the fight. 5-man.
It would have been 5 inspired stopwatch.
Inspired stopwatch, but yeah, 4-man.
I can't believe it caught that many people. It's the wide wall from level 16 Azir, takes up the whole lane, and that does it.
Yeah, it gives FBI over to them.
That was beautiful. That was tough. I mean, just taking a look at it. But honestly, shout out to our official delivery partner, Grubhub. Get your food delivered on time and at the lowest prices guaranteed, or they'll make it right. Download the app today to get your favorite food delivered all split long, and use the code LCS5OFF15 for $5 off your delivery order of $15 plus throughout until February 27th.
Yeah, and I also like what Jensen said in that interview about the team having fun and having a good week of practice.
Yes.
Because it's so easy to get miserable after you're 0-9 and probably out of the playoffs, especially when you have such accomplished resumes like Armut, Jensen, Ignar, Santorin. So even though we talked in the pre-show about the roster change, any change can reset the mental.
Yeah.
It had to be done. And I think Tomo also played quite well considering he was thrust into a 0-9 team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the interview part where they talk about having a better week of scrims, just having that kind of change of environment, having a reset momentarily. And like we said in the report card, have fun.
True.
Have
Fun and fundamentals. Exactly. That's what we said here. Let's take a look at the standings so far to see what has been shaken up throughout the day, because there's a lot of changes out here. First of all, yes, Dignitas do get their first win. Golden Guardians end up top half of the split. 6-4 so far in the LCS.
I thought we made a standing mistake because my mind still hadn't registered that EG didn't come back and win that game. I know we just spent like 5 minutes.
Yes.
I'm like, isn't EG 8-2? Oh no, they did lose.
Where's that handshake meme of Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses like inting a game together?
I mean, I think the big surprise is Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
I know we took a look at predictions at the top of the day. Mark was the only one who believed in them.
Heyo.
And I know that I can't reiterate this enough, they themselves had said, we want the do-over of going up against the best, top team. So we can now prove with our full roster that we are a top team.
It's wild to look at this. Even just the fact that CLG and TSM are tied after their game today, it's, at least at the middle of the pack, feels really unexpected. Who can take a win? It's just a bit of momentum. And look, fun is being had.
look how much fun we're having.
Look at the fun.
It looks pretty clean.
Yeah.
It does.
Really quick.
Yes.
Golden Guardians. Every year, we have a team that people didn't expect to win that shoot up to the top of the standings. And I pretty much always call it snake oil. It's like a team wins that you weren't expecting to, and you're like, actually, it's just like best of ones.
It's best of ones.
I actually don't feel that way about Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
I feel like they're legitimately good. So let's hope it's not snake oil. I really hope I think they're good.
In fairness, I think you could see the bits and pieces of it in their early game, even before Gory got here, right? Because even when Young was here, they were trying to help him out in mid. He was still roaming more than any other support. There was a clear thoughtfulness to what both River and Huhi were doing on the map, and then adding Gory into that after he was here another week because he was jet lagged. I think he'd only been here for a day. I think you could see, to go back to fundamentals, you could see those fundamentals in the in their play, even when they were 0-4.
Yeah, it's like, it's going to be interesting to break down their performances because the fundamentals are there. The level of play from the individuals, from Gory and from bot lane has been consistent. Licorice had an amazing Jax game, actually. I think he performed quite well today. And so these are points where you're like, but then how do I chip them down? Like, how do I convince myself that they're not a legitimate team?
Let me do it for you.
They are a legitimately top 4 team right now.
They've only won a couple playoff series in their whole history. You know, they're on their 6-game win streak, longest ever.
Bringing up history.
But before that, it was 5 games. Most orgs have a better win rate probably or win streak at some point in their history. Yeah. You know what's funny is they're supposed to. I had a little tweet about this where like someone was supposed to come on Hotline League and they canceled, and I flamed them saying this team's going to drop out of the top half of the standings. It was the Golden Guardians coach.
Oh, there it is.
I was just blaming them on Twitter. I have a grudge. I have a grudge against Golden Guardians.
I love this call up. You did call him out. That's perfect.
Why did you wait until now?
Yeah.
That was the perfect
End of the day, who's around? If you stuck around, you get the lore. If you stuck around, you get lore. That's the truth.
All right, guys. That's it for the show, I guess. That was a pretty.
What you
take a look at tomorrow. You gotta look at tomorrow. Look, I gotta look at tomorrow. I say that's it for the show, but we're looking at tomorrow's schedule. TSM versus Cloud9, Immortals Progressive versus CLG, Golden Guardians versus Evil Geniuses. That one's my favorite already. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid Honda, and Dignitas versus FlyQuest.
Tomorrow is sick.
Man, the 100 Thieves versus TL game, based on the expectations for both those teams going in, that one is going to walk away at 4-7. That's a sadness, man.
Well, especially if 100 Thieves loses. That's a 5-game slide?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a make or break mental for some of these
That's
players.
actually
Reverse Golden Guardians.
That's true. And I want to see if Dignitas can go the distance. I'm already playing the song in my mind. So, like, that one, really interested to see if, like, how much they've developed as a team. Obviously, FlyQuest is too tough of a competition, so I'm going to flat out say no right now versus that. But, like, if they just play well, they play a good game of League of Legends like they did today, that's already enough for me.
Yeah.
But also, that's enough for the show.
When do we start tomorrow?
LCS starts at 2 p.m. tomorrow Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And also, we have I Will Dominate calling in tomorrow, talking all things jungle. So do not miss it. Thank you guys, and have a nice night.
I need to know who he thinks the top esports of the LCS is.
Probably a team that's having fun.
That's a big mark.
A big grandma mark. Grandmark.
And this is off the week. Who let you in here?
This is LCS. This is the game of the day.
The counter-strike ready to go. Meanwhile, mid lane, Vikla gonna get jumped on, gonna get stunned on. Closer goes forward. The auto attack from Bjergsen. The TP's showing up. They wait for the TP to arrive. Now they're going in full-on 5v5. Closer and Tenacity want to apply the pressure onto Prince, but he's ready to fire right on back. Double it now. Looking to find the DPS onto the front line of FlyQuest. He gets the kill on Spica, but FlyQuest want to dogpile him. Impact still looking for a little bit more damage, and he finds it. FlyQuest crush him. And the first kill goes over to Harry versus Revenge. Now Tactical's over the air, he grabs the kill, but he's gonna be shut down by the Victor. And now you'll see Pioche go unstoppable. Ablaze Olive runs into the alcove, but it's only a pretty place to die. They try to lock down Core JJ, but they won't be able to blow him up. Instead, Revenge goes into the back line, nearly in front of the kill, but nearly ain't enough. It's Jan getting the kill. It's 3 dead on Immortals. They want to make it 4, and Harry should guarantee it with a 5-point strike. Tactical wants to kite, but here comes lightning from Team Liquid.
River didn't have his ulti for a couple seconds, but that's basically impossible to time. And now Blabber in trouble. There's the Everfrost.
There's the Everfrost. There's the E2. Wild Growth down onto the jungler. Not where Cloud9 wants it. Not where Cloud9 needs to be. Spends your next target as Licorice and Gory file in from the flank, and they're running over C9. Berserker's the only one left who might be able to stop him. Can he go Berserk? He might just grab one, but no! They beat him over the head with the lamp post. They smash C9 into the ground.
Just tank. Yeah.
Look at my ult. Look at my ult. Yes, look at my ult here on the carries. Look at their carries. Look at the carries.
Yeah.
Hey kids.
Yeah. Look. Look, Renekton.
Look my ult.
Renekton.
Yeah, hitting Renekton.
Go for it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, hit Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon should be ours. Can we get back to mid?
And now it's the fire back with Palafox's own Nature's Wrath, and TSM evaporate as Luger just sails into the base. Does he go too far? No, he doesn't, Kobe! That's Luger firing on all cylinders with a quadra kill.
We're coming. Zuri no R though. Zuri no R.
Hey, look here.
Look it up to wall push. Lou has R.
Yeah, we're winning this. We're winning this.
I can go.
Jesus. Kill Jess.
Look, Zuri.
Nice.
Yo, try to kill.
I can't kill. I have nothing. So if you guys can.
I got him. Huge.
Yeah.
Dragon pretty.
Oh, okay.
And FBI is all isolated and alone. Can he tie on back? But Vulcan with the wild growth keeps him alive. Armor gets going gold. And Jensen, 5-man shuffle from Jensen! That was huge! And the rest of Dignitas, they will not go down today!